go, getting ready for that sports and GT race. Our competitors in number 57, Samlin Racing Lamborghini with Damien at the wheel. He bumped into him on his way to his pits. Looked very focused, very serious, and he's trying to channel his energy into the day's racing. So there's a lot of work for them. Of course, this is going to help going into the rest of the day for him to know exactly how this car can perform and test its limits to some extent. The driver's limits in terms of being able to detect that very low profile Ligier is also something that's going to be tested, because you have to be wary and especially very, very aware and savvy to exactly where Andrew Horn is, as well as your fellow Porsche competitors. So your mind is just jumping between those two prospects going into places like the hairpin, where we saw with Mo yesterday.
Mo under lots and lots of pressure.
Yeah.
Actually, I felt for him. He was glancing left, glancing right, because that Ligier was all over the back of him, and unfortunately just arriving at the corner just a little bit too fast and outbraking himself, and unfortunately just tagging the back of Nicky Dix's Porsche and bringing a premature stop to the race there. But hopefully they've got that all sorted out. Nicky Dix in the GT3 Cup car, 911.2. That is car number 137. He was in a ding-dong battle with Momia, and just ahead of them was Charles Orangi. So hopefully we're in for a lot more of that. It was a bit of a runaway victory, as Prince mentioned earlier on, the Lamborghini winning by, I think it was about a over 12-second margin. Slotting right behind him, the 54 of Charles Orangi's, and I'm sure it's going to be a different story this time around. It's a quietly confident Charles Orangi's that was walking down the pit lane.
Yeah, and with the lights out, it's going to be a loudly confident number 57, Samlin Racing Lamborghini, taking the whole shot. Away from Charles Orangi's goes Damien Hammond. That wasn't difficult. And Charles now would have to make himself as wide as possible, because it looks like Nicky Dix, who might have a look if he should find an opportunity. And Dix leads from Momia right behind him. In the meantime, Charles Orangi is looking late on the brakes and catching up to Damien Hammond, going into that chicane there. And now we've got that dip right there. It makes such a huge difference. You can see the car just tucking under and sort of putting so much pressure and compressing onto their suspension. And Charles Orangi is still trying to chase down Hammond, but of course that's a fight that is quickly getting unwinded. That concertina effect is immediately gone, and Charles Orangi is now probably be focusing on the Porsches behind him. The first of which belongs to Nicky Dix, who is making some room between himself and Momia.
So Charles Orangi is in the number 54 Porsche that slots into second place, chasing down the Lamborghini that leads out front. Missing in action in this race, we saw race number 1, the Ford Mustang that jumped in there.
Yes.
I think that was more just a test session for those guys, and then they withdrew before the end of the race. But that's an exciting car to watch, and I look forward to following the progress of the Ford Mustang for the rest of the afternoon when we get to the South African Endurance Series round number 2.
Look at that. Charles Orangi, slightly different line as compared to Damien Hammond coming out of turn 2 there. Now going down into the hairpin again. Look at the tuck of the nose under braking. You can see it's almost instant. Bit of a bow to acknowledge just how fun one. Just a nod. Look, there it is, same thing. Another tuck going out on the outside, just on the wide part of that turn at the end of the hairpin. You can see just how much, again, the elevation changes and the bumps as well. Because it's not just a smooth ride as the elevation is changing. So all those sort of compressions, the up and down of the suspension there, really is generally a reflection of the track surface, what each and every racing driver has to concentrate on. So getting your braking marker is important, and I guess it becomes muscle memory as to where which bump is coming.
Yeah, I'm just watching Andrew Horn in that Ligier lining up Roy Obery. He had tucked right in behind him and just had a momentary look on the left hand, on the right hand side, go through on the inside. So it's, I think it's just a matter of time before we see that the Ligier having a stab on the inside of Roy Obery in the 911 Porsche, beautifully turned out Porsche. Just in the background there, here he is. You can see late under braking. Are we going to see him have a go? Camera angle just swung away from him to focus on Nicky Dix as he goes through, but still Roy Obery with the advantage over Andrew Horn in the Ligier. That very low Ligier car number 313, beautifully turned out car, putting lots and lots of pressure on the back of the Porsche of Roy Obery at the moment. lead that we have.
As we look at Andrew Horn kicking up some dust at the final corner,
Running
goes
wide
even
there as
wider.
well.
What is going on?
Over the curbs, yeah, they're certainly having a go at him.
A little bit bumpy, just a little bit.
Damien Hammond, quickest car out on track at the moment, a 1:01.3 for Damien Hammond, and already a 5-second lead that he's opened up on the opening couple of laps of the race. Still got 12 laps to go in the race. They go through Proton Corner there now. Focusing once again on Andrew Horn in that Ligier.
Yeah,
See that Roy Obery has got away from him now.
Yeah.
Those couple of curb incidents that he had have just pegged him back a little.
Yeah, it's Nicky Dix now behind Charles Rangi's there well, Charles Rangi is the first of the Porsches, and Nicky Dix should be the second. Of course, Damien Hammond is in another race entirely. With a livery that, in terms of combination of colours, slightly resembles that Nicky Dix 911. Geez, such an array of different interpretations and iterations of what effectively is the same thing. Track weapons side by side with Roy Aubrey.
Roy taking a bit of a tighter line there. I think he was actually just trying to shut Andrew Horn down a bit. We watched Charles Rangi's mow and Nicky Dix running wide out of turn 7 onto the straight, but Roy Obery having to take a lot tighter line there just to defend the racing line because he knew that Andrew Horn was coming through.
Yeah, through goes Rangi's for now. It's going to be approaching hairpin shortly. Let's see how he prefers to take this line. It's not full on going into the apex for a lot of the racing drivers, and seems to be the rule of thumb at least. But you also got to read the situation at the time. You've got a case of the marbles and where the proper grip is, at which point you want to place your car. It really varies going into the race. But given that this is still early days, haven't had much running, they're going to be establishing and laying a bed, I guess, for the rest of the racing drivers to sort of take advantage of when it comes to grip.
He's absolutely 100% spot on there. He has a look at once again. Roy Obery running it a bit wider this time around, but I'm almost sure when they get to turn 5, we're going to see Andrew Horn late on the brakes, just outbraking him in the hairpin.
Yeah.
And Roy Obery knows that he has got lots and lots of problems just behind him. Andrew Horn tucking in behind that big back wing of the Obery Porsche, and just keeping them completely honest at this stage. I think when they get up to 7, they're heading up to Hangar now. Through Hangar they go down that short little back straight, and this is where
on the inside.
They have a look down the inside. Not going to happen this time around, but it looks like he's obviously shown his intent, and he just needs to get a little bit closer. And I reckon on the next lap we will see an overtake move going. We've got 10 laps left in the race, so still ample time.
And Andrew's a bit of a thorn in Roy Aubrey's side at the moment because his times were actually quite impressive, doing better times than Roy. So now it's a bit of a rivalry there because now Roy knows that his good mate behind him is quick enough to actually trouble him. So we're going to see a respectful back and forth between the two of them. Now, if you see the flashing of Roy's lights here, you really don't get a sense of just how bright those things are during the day. At night, it is incredibly bright. And the racing drivers are describing just how it's difficult then at that point, say you're under braking now, right? And you've got a bright beam of lights all up in your cockpit. You have to pretty much use muscle memory to know exactly where to hit the brake marker and turn in, because sight is nothing to go by just because of how bright those lights are.
Yeah, we mentioned Mo last night. There were lots of onboard footage from Mo's car last night, and you get a sense of the feel of it from the car behind him, the brightness of the lights behind him. And I believe we've got onboard cameras in all of the cars for tonight's action for 45 hours of Aldo. Go back. Oh, spinner! Mo unfortunately getting it wrong. Exit in turn 7 onto the main straight, gets it all wrong, and Roy Obery and Andrew Horn brilliantly somehow managed to miss him. So
that was close. That was so close, and also that comes in tow of learning that we lost 373. That is Van Vuren, who we haven't seen. And remember, he was trailing on the formation lap. He was far behind.
Yeah.
And it seems he wasn't able to complete the race. So I wonder what the issue is there. But going forward, Going forward, we're gonna have there we go. We're gonna get a picture now of what happened there with Mo at the hairpin.
Oh, he's already out of shape there, hitting the curb
Yeah,
there, and
yeah.
they lost the back of the car.
Yeah,
Just,
turn 7, yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit too tight there, attacking the apex a little more vigorously than he should have, and just losing the back end of the car, started bouncing, and then basically just became a passenger there.
He does have a chance to redeem himself. One more of these sporting GT races to go for him, and more, I suppose, from Fiat would appreciate it more because he's now totally out of this one. So he's going to be preparing, I'd imagine, immediately for race 3 later on today. That's at around 1, just after lunch. So just after lunchtime, they're going to be getting things underway again for the final race for the day. But in the meantime, it is the number 57 Lamborghini of Damien Hammond, which is out of frame, out of sight, out of mind, with 1 minute. 1 minute point 8 is the best time set by that Lamborghini. And in second place is Arangis. There's that Lamborghini out, beautiful Nicomoli, number 57 there. It's under braking now, going out into 7. Look at that! Oh, look at that!
16-second lead that he has opened up over the rest of the field. So massive lead for Damien Hammond out front. Also running it a little bit wider there.
Yeah.
So try as he may, Charles Arangis is not managing to close up on him, but then leading out the Porsche section of the race.
Moodley versus Daisel there.
Oh, he gets overtaken, change of position there. JJ Daisel moving ahead of Sun Moodley.
Yeah, late braking there, fair from Mo. Of course, they don't want to compress the corner too much. They steer clear of the curve at the sweep and not too wide going down into turn 7 now. The variety of just how late these racing drivers go, that's rather wide as compared to some of the lines I've seen, but it seems to be working for at least JJ Daisel at the moment, having passed Mo. I beg your pardon, Sun Moodley. Again, that's Hammond out of sight for the time being. He's going to be looking at the laps. We've got 6 of the 9 laps that we've had. So 6 laps across for this 9-lapper. So not too long to go for him to collect. There we go. There's that mark. Now we've got 5 laps remaining. So we still have some distance actually. So he still could add to that 16-second gap that he's got so far.
I reckon at this stage he could just dial it in and back off a little bit. A big lead like that he has opened up over the rest of the field. Still Charles Arangis running in second, Nicky Dix third, Roy Overy up into third place with Andrew Horn still chasing hard behind him, and then a recovery drive from Mo Mio with JJ Daisel behind him.
Okay, giving you now a proper shot of what a complete lap looks like for a car that is just driving in anger as it navigates in the dips, in the tucks of the circuit. You're going to see it just now, just before the sweep. Look how much of a dip going down it is there. You really don't see it from a distance, but it's actually quite a lot. So for him to dab on the brakes lightly there at the sweep, it really requires for him to have a strong mastery of exactly where to make that braking application. It's still Horn and Aubrey behind, watching Nicky Dix from afar. Nicky will be watching that race and aware of what's going on behind him, and thankful to an extent, because now Aubrey has to do so much extending of the width of his 991.2.
Just watching them go through the sweep there, if you think back to last year, the torrential rain that we had, it virtually formed a dam down in that part of the circuit. There was a massive mini lake that formed there, and a lot of work having gone into the circuit since then with the upgrade of the drainage around the track, which we saw working perfectly yesterday. Just 1 or 2 puddles that formed on the track in the little indentations out in the circuit. But the circuit in great shape at the moment.
Yeah. It's like fitting then that I described the circuit as a bowl earlier on. It can catch a lot of water, but thankfully the facilities accommodate for that and make sure it's as clear as possible when the heavens open up over the Aldo Scribante circuit. And it's still, again, that battle that it ebbs and flows. It's like an elastic band stretching between these two. And Andrew Horn is just not letting up. And Nicky Dix seems to have lost a bit of time, or Aubrey, as well as Andrew Horn are getting quicker in their battle.
Yeah, I think with we've got 3 laps left, it should. Oh, let's go on board with Mo and as I mentioned, a recovery drive from him down in sixth place at the moment. But his onboard footage just adds such a beautiful extra dimension to the race. I can see exactly what's happening inside the vehicle. You mentioned, I mean, Charles Visser, the body, just look at, you see the body shape, the positions.
Signature language,
these guys are absolute masters at their game. So we watch Damien Hammond, massive lead. His lead having grown to over 23 seconds now. He's just got that Lamborghini on rails.
Yep, absolutely. And you get a picture of how different his line is there. His seemed more of a V as compared to the rounded shape of the Porsches that we've seen go around at the final turn at 7 there. So different approach to it. And we've got 2 laps to go, of course, now, and he will be thinking of that checkered flag. And I suppose making mental notes. What can this car do? What can't it do? And learning more and adding more layers to the learning. He kicks up dust, does Roy Aubrey at the exit of the sweep, but still keeps a position ahead of his good mate Andrew Horn, and it's still the same really. Andrew Horn showing his nose, trying to tuck there on the exit of turn 7 onto the home straight, but nothing for him to take as Roy Aubrey was able to recover.
The gap between 3rd and 4th, Dix and Aubrey, just 0.2 of a second. So keep an eye on that as we on the penultimate lap of the race now. So I think we could maybe see a late lunge from Roy Aubrey on Nicky Dix.
Yeah, a late lunge is also the return of Van Vuren, who's back out into the circuit, 7 laps behind, but he's going to finish anyway, and that's the spirit of racing driver. There you go, you get a picture of, you can see the body rolling and tucking as Zemo has to concentrate on getting that left-hand steering input in. There's Van Vuren now. He's back out onto the circuit and making sure he gets to finish this race too. It's going to make a difference for him, of course, in terms of championship standings. I see Roy Aubrey going down inside of Nicky Dix.
Yeah.
Oh, had a look there, but there goes Andrew Horn on the inside of Aubrey, realizing that Dix would block off the path of Roy Aubrey on the exit there.
That's going to be an interesting
drag race.
Interesting drag race. So finish that drag race now. He's got to back out.
Of course.
He's got to back out there.
Oh, that was really nice timing there from Andrew Horn. He saw an opportunity. Didn't quite materialize because Roy Aubrey found some space and was able to open up the car behind Nicky Dix.
And make it suddenly slightly wider as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So protecting, great defensive driving there, protecting that race line. As the checkered flag comes out, race win going to Damon Hammond in the Lamborghini Hurricane.
Yep, masterful for Hammond, and it's exactly what he's expected. Probably has a benchmark set for him from yesterday's race, and he does exactly the same now. As Roy Aubrey goes slightly wide with the prospect of the back marker Van Vuren behind him, but Nicky Dix has done well to steer clear of that battle. Oh, now Andrew Horn has Van Vuren in front of him, so he couldn't for one more time be the thorn in Roy Aubrey's side going into the battle that's been going on all race long, really. But it is Hammond in first place, Ranjis in second. Nicky Dix takes 3rd place, the final podium position, and Roy Aubrey secures that 4th, having fought off his good mate Andrew Horn in 5th place.
Our 6th place finisher will be Mo Meer. He's going to cross the line just ahead of JJ Daisel, and suddenly he seemed to drop off the pace a little bit. And then great to have Andrew Van Vuren had got back out, Andre Van Vuren got back out onto the circuit and will be classified as a finisher, and we'll obviously see him a little later in race number 3.
Yeah, and you mentioned in passing the feature of that Mustang IRC. That was an interesting observation. I just want to compare actually the lap times, because at peak, Mustang came to a 1:02, and the closest to that, it was slightly faster actually than Charlotte Ranges with the 1:03's best time now. But different conditions, it was nighttime as well, so that may have been a factor as well.
Yep, Hammond taking the win, Ranges in 2nd, Nicky Dix rounding out the top 3.
There we go, getting ready for that Sports and GT race. Our competitors in number Sports and GT, which they've excited us for the 1st and 2nd race. We had a night race with the Sports and GT as well as the 2nd, but here we go with race 3 to close things up. the safety car now leaving the circuit as far ahead of this GT racing equipment as possible, because very quickly they close that gap and make nothing of it. They're going to make a formation lap, warm those tires up as much as possible, keep them in the blankets. I was talking to some of the bikers. We saw the classes that just came out now. They were talking about just the temperatures that they prefer to have their tires at going into a race, and it plays in and around the territory of between 80 and 90 degrees, just depending on the bike, depending on the tire, roughly. So I do wonder then how much Damien in this instance will have lost out on that temperature, if it is at all similar. Of course, this is all like mysteries and a dark art that is kept secret from the likes of Prince Ndiweni, who will blurt it out on international television. And if you've just joined us on our YouTube stream, welcome. Great to have you here. You do still have a chance to actually come out to the circuit if you are close enough to hear these cars roar with their full might. But if you are not, stay tuned with us. We're still going to go live on Supersport Channel 215 for the main event later today, starting from 3:30. But we've got a bit of racing to go between now and then. The first of which will be that Sporting GC race, which you see before you now. And some of the bikes also will be back to close up the day's proceedings. But in the meantime, this battle between buddies we have in frame here, it's Roy Aubrey as well as Andrew Horn, who are going to be a thorn in each other's side. We'll see who takes the thorn honors this time around for the final race. It remains to be seen.
Yeah, race number 3 in the sports and GT class. Races 1 and 2 being dominated by the Lamborghini out front. Damien Hammond, I think the race 1, he won it by 12.6 seconds. Race 2, a massive 28 seconds. So I just wonder if they'll have just dialed that car back a little bit. He's had a great day, and just maybe just go out and have some fun with the rest of the guys. Charles Orangi's very close to him there, just on the front row of the grid, on the outside of the Lamborghini Hurricane. Charles in that very, very impressive 997 Gen 2 Porsche Cup, and away we go.
Yeah, there we go. As expected, Damien Hammond takes the whole shot. Impressive how Roy Aubrey seems to have found. No, he loses it to Nicky Dix. Nicky Dix is one down the inside. Aubrey has to try the long way around to turn 1 and backs off a little bit. And that 991.2 he's had since November, learning the ropes, and he's been doing so well. Charles Orangi's gets a bit of curve, and so does Aubrey. But he has to do so to catch up to Nicky Dix, who hasn't seen trouble so far. On the start, Orangi's somehow ahead of Hammond. Hammond must have done something wrong, because that is not the picture we had going into turn 1.
Oh, having a look through on the inside, takes a massive risk there.
Yeah.
It didn't end in tears this time around. But Roy, you'll notice the car lights flashing every now and again. They're battling with a bit of a gremlin with that car. Just listening to him chatting to Ari Neville during the lunch break and trying to pinpoint what is causing the electrical gremlin that they have got in that car. So Momia in that very immaculate 786 car. He has got Andrew Horn breathing down his neck once again. Yeah, and from fear and breathing down the neck of Sun Moodley. But in the meantime, Charles Orangi's has a very powerful V10 Lamborghini behind him. Getting ready to pick a spot is Damien Hammond, I would imagine, but still there's a car length in between them. What is going on? Charles Orangi's may have the widest Porsche in the southern hemisphere at the moment. Let's see how long that lasts as Damien Hammond tries to pick his spot. Already a nice little gap that Charles Orangi's has managed to pull over Damien Hammond. Hammond in that immaculate Lamborghini. Then a bit of a gap running in third place. Let's see who it is. The car number comes through. That is Nicky Dix. That is in third place. By some margin too. He might be defending soon. He seems to have some company coming. Does he? No. He's made clear of the nearest competitor that looks to be Momia. In the meantime, we're still Damien Hammond trying to engineer a spot, the point where he can get past Charles Orangi's. Interesting. Down the straight they go. Damien Hammond wants to go down the inside. You can see he's having a look, but he's struggling to do so far. Biding his time. It might be my imagination, but just the setup on the Lamborghini just looking a little bit different. It just seems to have a lot more body roll or rock front to back rock. So I don't know if there's been a setup change with that one, but the back of the car was just looking a little sluggish. So not too sure if he's nursing a problem there, but just not looking as racy as we saw it in races 1 and 2. Yeah. And now Charles Orangi is going to try and capitalize on that. In the meantime, Andrew Horn having a look down inside of Momia.
bit, thinks better of it, and will try and reattempt that perhaps not too long from now, but it's a difficult place to do so from the sweep onwards all the way down to turn one. Really, you kind of have to see the position if you haven't committed yet.
I just feel for Andrew Horn. He's going to go to sleep tonight with that imprint of the back wing of Mo Mears in his mind, because he has certainly spent the greater part of today looking at in the night race last night, the first ever GT night race in South Africa, made history at Scribante last night. He was also involved in a ding-dong battle there, so it has been an exciting tussle to watch, and it has ended in tears twice for Mo, unfortunately, but always great to have these guys showing what their skills are around Aldo Scribante Raceway.
Yeah, flame throwing there from the 57 Lamborghini is going to be throwing the car down the inside of Aranji. He's not as yet still. Aranji's fine, going down into braking at the hip, and then coming out of it, he finds a car length. Ooh, kicks up some dust, does Damien Hammond, and we'll have to resettle the car quickly. It looked like Andrew Horn down the straight found a place past Momia, but has lost it somewhere, because down the straight I swear I saw him tuck back in, hadn't really completed an overtaking route, but it's still Aranji's now preventing one such overtaking move rather from Damien Hammond, who's now side by side with him down the inside and makes it stick. Aranji's won't be unreasonable.
No. Deceptive with the camera angle. It makes the main straight look incredibly short, and it just looked like those cars were running side by side, door handle to door handle.
Exactly.
But just Damien Hammond backing out and slotting in once again behind the back of Charles Aranji's.
Yeah, and with the amount of lights, you just don't get a sense of shadow, or shade rather, between the two cars. You can't really tell which is brighter or darker. So they really look like looks like a 2D type of setup there. But we've got Damien Hammond now still keeping it at a car length, and he's not changing that, and won't be changing it for the time being, at least as far as Charles Aranji's can help it. The third, oh, there we go, down the inside at turn 7. Does he make?
Yeah, he's got it. Oh, the hairpin.
Long way around. Aranji's knows how to take the long way around, but this time around he loses out. It seems, yep, it's going to be a drag.
Aranji should be able to have carried a lot more speed through there.
He should have, and he looks like he can. Look,
we'll see now. This is going to be the last of the late breakers. Aranji's just managing to hold him at bay, having carried more speed there. Unfortunately, Damien having to take a completely different line through turn 7, which then obviously hampered his speed down the main straight. But Charles starting to ride the curbs there as well. He knows there's lots of pressure coming.
Yeah, trying to extend the realist stage there by going onto the curb. He's one of the few I've seen actually take the curb at the moment. Roy Aubrey towards the start was, but he's now in 1 second, maybe 0.8, 0.9 adrift of Nicky Dix. So it's that's really his focus now, trying to get reel in Nicky Dix in that battle for 3rd and 4th. We'll see how long it remains a battle. We'll see how long it remains a battle. But in the meantime, here's the battle. It's the likes of Aranji.
Yes, he's pushing it to the limit and snaking onto the main straight once again.
Let's see again. I've been using that.
He's got it this time around. Finally managing to get past that incredibly wide 54 car of Charles Aranji. So Damien Hammond into the lead, as we've seen race 1 and 2. We'll see now if he's just been playing with him. Their times are virtually identical. So we'll see now. He's got some clean air in front of him. What's going to happen? We're on board with Mo Mio once again.
Yep, the best time that Hammond has set is 1:08. That was in race 2. So that was the benchmark that he had. Going into this race now, the best we've seen from Hammond is a 1:03.3. So perspective-wise, it tells you there are three potential seconds in it for him, maybe 2.5. But let's see if that changes now, given the gap in front of him, which is just one car left, which means Aranji's in the back of his mind. He has a shot at it going into one of these quarters.
Yeah, you just think of Charles, taking part now and then going to be jumping in for the 5-hour later as well. Where is his focus? I must admit, it's been a very relaxed Charles Aranji's in the pit lane this weekend. He's very friendly, calm, collected, and great to see. as
Is that distance.
Damien Hammond riding the curves there once again, running it incredibly wide.
And there's that distance starting to form now. Yeah, Damien Hammond says, listen, we may have fought a bit, but now we're going to change that up. It's half a second for now between the two of them. But on board with Mo Mia here, perfect perspective of just that undulation. I've said that word so many times, but it's exactly the characteristic that makes, the exact characteristic rather, that makes the circuit so fun and enjoyable. Down at the hairpin goes Aubrey trying to catch up with Nicky Dix and Andrew Horn taking that shorter inside line at the hairpin. Looking like he's going to trouble Momia. At that point, he did not. But he'll make himself known, and it's so difficult to be perceived. So Momia is going to be having flashbacks, of course, of the past couple of races because these two are well familiar with each other by now. The way they're going to close it now. Look at that. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep, take a breath.
Take a breath.
That's, the home straight is where you take a breath. Because otherwise, you're just busy on the circuit until you get back to turn 7 again.
Once again, the focus in the eyes. Just a quick glance in the rearview mirror, and you obviously saw that Andrew Horn is still there. But the gap, we've got 7 laps, and Damien Hammond just having banged in the fastest lap of the race now, a 1019.942. So quickest car on circuit is the 57 car of Damien Hammond, the Lamborghini Hurricane.
Yep, there, down the inside
Yes,
goes Horn on
finally.
Mia and makes it stick.
Finally manages to get past.
Jeez, now Momia's gonna get familiar with the rear parts of Andrew Horn's Ligier. Yeah, see how low it is from the back this time. He knows how low it is on the sides and on his right hand, left hand side, and behind him. Oh, now Roy Aubrey late on the brakes with Nicky Dix. He does not connect at 7. Nicky Dix by now knows Roy Aubrey is there, but now Aubrey also knows his good buddy Andrew Horn is right behind him, so it's a bit of a sandwich there.
Roy Aubrey's lights flashing once again as he goes hard under the brakes. Nice and neatly through there. Ooh, just maybe having a look at a glance on the inside. Brave to try and overtake and move there.
Yeah.
The close proximity that these guys are, the best place would be once again turn 5, late under braking into turn 5, and we just wonder if we're not going to see a move from Andrew Hammond. He has a look on the outside this time around. You're going to be very brave if you want to go around the outside of turn 5. You want to get in on the inside and then just squeeze the cars across.
You can see the corner advantage, the turning advantage that Andrew Horn has as compared to his relatively bulkier Porsches. Oh, would you look at that? Aranji's out ahead of Hammond again. What happened there? What looked like it was a gap opening, a 1.5 to 2 second gap, has now turned into a second place for Damien Hammond behind Charles Aranji's. We are, we're 5 laps across this 10 lapper. So that is quite interesting. Very, very interesting stuff.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the lap times. Back to Aranji's and Hammond, back to virtually identical lap times once again. So it would be interesting to see where that overtake move came. It was just a surprise to see that Charles Aranji's had closed that gap down and was already immediately ahead of Damien Hammond.
Yeah, and what you mentioned earlier about just the way the slam number 57 Lamborghini is behaving, you can see there's a bit more body roll, it's a little bit touch bouncier.
Absolutely.
Touch bouncier than before. I wonder what that is. But, you can
see the rocking through the corners there. And I mean, we've seen that car has been on rails so far this weekend. And suddenly just looking a little bit more erratic and slots in behind Charles
Aranji's. Oh, Nicky Dix lost it. That looks like that's not 7, that is 5. That is turn 5.
That looks like he's outbraked himself at the hairpin.
Yeah. And that means then, of course, Roy Aubrey applying pressure on Nicky Dix seems to have paid off.
No, this is not the hairpin.
That is turn 7.
It's turn 7.
Yes.
He's going onto the main straight now. So yeah, you can actually see turn 5 in the background. You can see the cars going through into the background. So yeah, different. We've mentioned more than once this weekend the different camera angles and. I actually went home last night and watched the live stream on YouTube and got more accustomed with the different positions that we're using here this weekend, and it certainly is working and bringing yet another a dimension to the racing here at Aldo Scribante Raceway.
Yeah, getting that perspective there out of turn 5, you get the full S. You see the entire S of the sweep there. Momia on board with him now at 7. Get a sense of just how long this corner is. It's incredible. You can see how much of an opportunity there is then for one of the racing drivers to lose it. We've seen Damien Hammond make a few mistakes there, but he's correcting them, trying to. He's back ahead of Oranges as it stands. Seems to have made it stick at turn 1 again. Oranges will feel like he's still got something, having had a taste of leading the sports in GT race.
And Andrew Horn now suddenly the quickest car out on track, a 102.8 for him from the last time around. So
how about that?
Horn on a bit of a move now, ahead of Momia up into 3rd place.
102.8 is very impressive. We saw the 102 lap time set by the Mustang IRC last night, just before Material put the car back into pit. They were having to testing, having had to work on an issue that befell the car with, I think it was the hubs, one of the hubs broke off.
The back right, little
right hub.
Support arm that had broken on then. Purpose built to snap after an impact,
Yes.
and a quick turnaround, 2 bolts, and it was back ready to race. So we'll chat about that car a little bit later on when we see it back out on circuit again.
Wait, put it across there.
Yeah, it's a lot more erratic this time around.
Yeah.
As I said, he was on rails races 1 and 2, but just a little bit messy this time around. But substantial gap that he has got. The gap sitting at 1.3 seconds over Charles Oranges now. So whatever issues that Damien Hammond is having, he's managing to drive around them.
Yep. Roy Aubrey is going to have to try to find a way around Momia, and he's trying to reel him in. We have not too long to go to the end of the race, and this is about 2 laps, I think, of 15 laps. I beg your pardon, yes, it's 15 laps. And Momia is going to have to be defending the lead of Nose, and at the next curve, see if I can see Roy Aubrey. Yep, you can see his car. There's at 991.1 there, just right in the center of the frame. He's looking for, you can see him looking for penetration. Get the car past. Now, he's perfectly behind him, a little bit of a slipstream, tuck it in. And then wait for that moment where you step on the outside if Momia gives him a chance. But Roy Aubrey is going to wait a bit, look for a better opportunity. There will be plenty. Chicane is a very difficult place to do it at. It'd be even more impressive if he goes on the outside of turn 1. Look at that, a little bit early braking for Mo there.
Under pressure once again.
Yeah, and Roy had to respond to that in a sort of equal braking force, but Damien Hammond is running away with it from Charles Oranges, and that's pretty much said and done. He set the standard for himself. Race 1 and 2 has Damien Hammond, and he takes
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3 for him in the sports and GT race, and Charles Oranges takes 2nd place. A well-fought 3rd, a podium position for Andrew Horn.
In the Ligier coming across the line.
And now to close it up, it's
whoa, there he goes on the inside.
Makes it stick, Mo defends, clean, respectful racing, and brilliant 4th place there from Aubrey, taking it at the finish. The dead end from Momia. Nice lead. Oi, what was that? What was that?
I'd like to see that from a different angle if possible, because that was a late lunge there from Momia, and you just see the sportsmanship there, just congratulating Roy Aubrey. They kept it neat and tidy, and a great race. Great to see Mo bringing it home without any incidents.
Brilliant bit of racing, and everyone got theirs in and fought back. Momia avenged himself, and that is, of course, Damien Hammond had set a standard all weekend long, and naturally was going to take that win. Andrew Horn getting a 3rd place, a well-earned one. He's been fighting for a couple of days now to earn that podium position. But Roy Aubrey has equally so enjoyed his racing, earning that 4th place. And that's sport in GT said and done, and closing off their racing. And welcome back to our YouTube viewers and a welcome to our viewers on Supersport. You're on channel 215 and we're live here at the 5 hours, SAS 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. It is round 2 and as fast as round 1 came and went, we're here now and we're getting ready for an exciting 5 hours of endurance racing. My name is Prince Ndiweni and beside me is Gareth Burley and we're going to be enjoying an incredible endurance race here in bright and sunny Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, we've had most incredible 3 days. We started here on Thursday. Teams arrived, have been setting up. Practice yesterday in a bit of rain from an unusual direction. There's a strong easterly out on track coming off the ocean, but we are all set for a cracking 5-hour night race. And we have a local who's on the second row who's looking really, really good. And that's, of course, the Scribantes. Michael Stephen, fresh from his international duties, came from Paul Ricard Circuit, racing there. And he's here this weekend. He's looking super fast, as is Aldo and Silvio. And the local fans have come out in their numbers to support their local favorite, no doubt.
Yeah, and my local favorite feature at the moment is listening to people from Port Elizabeth predicting the weather. I have absolved myself of all weather predictive duties because of the commentator, Chris. But the best way to learn about it is on the ground with Chloe down in the grid at the moment.
Joining me now is the pole sitter, Jonathan Thomas, of course, in the Nova Ricobalo Racing. Jono, last year didn't get to start, but this time around you're in pole. Talk to us about the expectations and if you can convert this pole to a victory.
So we kind of just randomized the start, who's going to start, almost like pulling in, your name out of a hat. So it was me to start this time. It's going to be interesting. Obviously the Lambo has the horsepower for the straights, so that'll be a bit tricky to stay in front at the start. But we quicker over a period like over laps. But on this track, the straight's quite long, so we'll do the best we can. All we can do is everyone just keep the car safe, and whatever happens, happens.
Definitely, whatever happens, happens, and we're wishing you all the best, Jono. And when you go into now second place, you've got Into Africa. And one thing that is absolutely exciting about Rambo Lambo is the fact that everybody wants to take pictures. I'm trying to find Stuart White, and I've got Kolia Ditlaka now. XO, talk to us.
Okay, thanks.
You're in front of the grid, second place. The Nova is right next to you. Strategy, traffic, talk to us about that.
We are happy to be where we're at, in front of the grid, and we are happy to have come to this position. It's been a little bit tough for us. We have not had the pace this weekend, and the track has been a little difficult. But we are happy to be here. Strategy-wise, it's a long 5 hours. We will never be able to beat them on pace. I mean, it's a for sure thing. But we will surely try and really soup up our strategy for this weekend. And we are hopeful. I mean, we're ready. The team is ready. We've done crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's.
Yeah.
So we're ready. And, we really need this win. We came second in Swartkops. If we have any hope of defending this title, we need to start bringing some wins. So, So we're very hopeful.
On a lighter note, this seems to be a fan favorite. All the kids want to take a picture next to it. Talk to us about that.
I'm humbled by this because, it's so beautiful to see kids coming. And I've always said this sport is about lifting as we rise. Someday soon, there'll be these kids in these cars and we must create a platform. And it gives hope and it humbles you to see that they are here because they are the future of the sport. So I'm really happy about this.
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Well, when you continue, go into, of course, in fourth, Charles Rangers joining us now. Charles, man, we're in Aldo Scribante. Talk to us about, of course, sending the Porsche down straight. I mean, this is a long straight that everybody is really looking forward to.
Yeah, look, it's an amazing track. Short, but it gives you so much. It's a flowing track. It's such a lovely track. So yeah, nice long straight that doesn't suit us. Unfortunately, we're about a bit out of our depth here with the top end of the top few cars. But it's a long race, luckily, and we'll let's see what we can do.
Full send, yeah?
Well, that's about all we can do is full send.
All right. When we talk about Aldo Scribante, I mean, you look at the fact that this is the home race for Aldo, for Silvio, and it's really, really great to have you alongside. Aldo, talk to us about being at home and seeing so many people come out here, and of course getting to see the Lambo, the kids loving it, jumping onto it. Talk to us about that.
Super excited. Believe it or not, it's our first endurance event participating in the South African Endurance Series. Our other brother, Michael Stevens, we've asked him to join us. He's now our new team principal. We're super delighted about that. My brother, we've teamed up. But I think for us, the race is more about pooling our years of experience, looking after tyre wear, looking after fuel consumption, and bringing the car home in one piece. That's our race strategy in a nutshell.
And I want to jump to Michael real quick because, I mean, everybody on the paddock is absolutely excited to hear that you're the team manager. Talk to us about, of course, the role and what you're really looking forward to with this team.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity, and a big thank you to Scribante for the opportunity and looking forward to it. You know, there's so much involved in not only driving, but, you know, managing the team and managing the car, engineering the car, and that's what I live for. It's my passion. So to be able to combine your passion into your daily job is a dream come true. So looking forward to the adventure, and also get to drive the car every now and again, so that's an added bonus.
It definitely is. I'll jump in quickly to Silvio here. And I'd come to you, Silvio, because you gave me a quick tour on the Thursday. Talk to us about what you believe makes this track so special.
Well, I mean, my late grandfather built it, so, you know, that already is very special to us. But, yeah, look, it's our home track, so we know it really well. We've done hundreds of laps around here, and, yeah, I mean, it's just in a beautiful position. You're right at the sea. So yeah, we're happy.
I'm glad that you guys are happy. We're wishing you guys all the best, and hopefully we'll get to also see them, of course, in the podium. We continue, of course, to find out as we continue down the grid. We'll go over to find where's Steve Clark. I don't see Steve Clark. Mike McLaughlin. There's Mike. How you doing? All right, everybody gets so excited to see the carbon car because we expect pace. I was speaking to Brian, and he was talking about he will be so happy if he gets to see, of course, your carbon car overtake a Lamborghini.
Oh, okay, it's big expectation, but look, for 5 hours. We need to make sure that that our car makes it to 5 hours. We've planned a strategy that's light on hopefully lighter on tires, and then some of the cars ahead of us, and we just got to maybe take advantage of a couple of safety car windows if they present, and trying to get too caught up. We're sitting in the front of the 1 hour race here. Yeah. So a little bit of exercise, a bit of discipline, so we don't get, it's quick to seize all our mates, and so we can get a bit carried away with the 1 hour, and obviously thereafter we've still got hopefully another 4 to go. So no, we'll be cool. Looking forward.
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
We move over to Beyonce, is what we call her. Damon Hammond joins us now. I mean, we've also noticed, of course, victories in the sports and GT. So talk to us about that, Damon. I mean, you've done well throughout the day, and what are your expectations in the endurance race?
The endurance race we're going to tackle a little bit differently. We want to be mainly more consistent. I'm going to have a look and see what Aldo Scribante does. He's our main competitor at the moment with the 1 hour dash. He might be just a bit up us on pace, but yeah, let's just take it as it comes.
Wishing you all the best. Thank you. All right, so we continue. Marius Jackson now joins us, and one thing about the Audi R8 is that not only is it quick, but it sounds absolutely fantastic. Talk to us about the strategy today, Marius.
Well, I'm only doing the 1 hour this weekend. 2 of my drivers got other commitments and stuff, so I'm here to enjoy it, and we'll take it from there.
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Marius Jackson. Joining us now is, of course, the Ligier here. We've got Andrew. Andrew, talk to us about, one thing that's been exciting is seeing you earlier on alongside, of course, the Sports and GT Clubs, especially the Porsche, saying that one moment we see you, one moment we don't. Talk to us about what are you expecting today?
I don't know. I think try and survive an hour. We're in a much bigger pack than we were this morning. Unfortunately, with my car, these guys have just got the horsepower in a straight line, so I can annihilate them on the corners and under braking, but in a straight line, I'm dead. So it's going to be interesting. Might not be the best start you'll ever see out of me, but I'll certainly give it my best.
We're wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
All right, and when we continue to go down the paddock, we have to, of course, look into the car that is quite exciting. It's the RSC Mustang, and we've got Franco Di Matteo, and I'm going to jump in between you guys because we're basically family lately. I must start with you, Franco. Before we ask Julian my favorite question, I mean, you've been doing this for years. Talk to us about how she feels, the technology that's involved with this car.
You know, when you've been racing V8 supercars for 28 years, you got to actually boost and reset your whole computer because ABS, traction control, all these things come into play, and I'm not used to that. But this car's got it all, and the technology in it is fantastic. And yeah, Paul RSCI that built the car, I tell you something, he's done a fantastic job.
All right, so quick question to you, Julian. I mean, one thing Franco told me, he's got the wedding ring. When are you getting married?
Well, it's a 5-hour race. I'm quite in the zone at the moment, so I think let's discuss marriage questions after the race. When I get out the car, I'm going to run to the back, and you might not see me again. So.
But lastly, I mean, talking about the car, how does she feel? And I mean, we got to see it at night as well, and she's blistering quick.
Yeah, she's very quick. Frankie took it out last night for a test run. Wayne asked him to jump into the sprint race, thanks to him, and did really well. It's got good pace. Now it's purely just a challenge to the team to get it from flag to flag. So that's our goal for today.
All right, fantastic. We're wishing you guys all the best, full send. And when you continue going down, of course, the paddock, we've got Mo Mia. Mo, you've gone through quite the absolute most. I need you to come through this side, Mo. Come through this side.
You can go anywhere you want.
Oh, I absolutely love that. Talk to us about, I mean, the GT Cup and, of course, the Cup owners that you'd like to see more joining the series.
Yeah, so Chloe, thank you for having us. May I please first say thanks to the Almighty for having us here. Keep us safe for the weekend. Yeah. And thanks to Wayne and team, Golile as well, SAE, yes, to put all this up for us. So the GT Cup is the Porsche Cup Owners Registry in South Africa. These are Porsches that are made from the factory, right? So they are factory spec race cars. And we have got 22 guys in our registry. The first race, the Swarkops, we had 16. Numbers a bit lower here. But it's a whole lot of sort of friends, like a brotherhood coming together, like I said to you the other day, to have some fun and enjoy yourselves. But that being said, we would love to get, guys, anybody out there who owns a GT3, a GT2 RS or a G3 RS. Yes. Guys, come and join us by buying a Cup car. The entry level of those cars of the Cup cars are way more affordable than the GT2 RS, and it's a good jewel. And you bought the RSs because you like racing, right? Otherwise, you're never gonna buy it, right? Yeah. So please, guys, come on, join us. It's actually a lot of fun.
Looking forward to seeing what you do against Roy Aubrey and, of course, the rest of the paddock. When we go into, of course, down pit lane, we continue to then talk to Antoine Marks. Let me try to find him real quick as I really run. My goodness, I'm not as fast as you guys. Talk to us, Marks. I mean, she's ready, she's black, she's beautiful. Tight corners, but more than anything, that straight hairpin that looks absolutely fantastic. What are you expecting today?
Yeah, well, we're not as far up as we, wanted to be. So I think it's going to be a difficult one, especially like the first few laps. It is tight. I think there's going to be a lot of traffic. So we just need to keep the nose clean.
We're definitely wishing you all the best. And when we continue going down the paddock, we've got Sun Moodley. And one thing, of course, about this team is that they allowed me to be a part of course, their pit crew, and got to change the tires now and again, which was pretty cool. But Sun, when we talk about one thing about the Porsche yourself, how fit you're looking and how you've managed to trim. Talk to us about your program that you're currently a part of.
Which one? Is that for the 1 hour or my live program? Or?
Your live program, because you're looking really good, son.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for the compliments. Yeah. I try my best. I eat as healthy as possible. And I train at least 3 times a week. And focus myself a lot. So I'm very focused to what I want to achieve, what I want to do, my daily work. Yeah.
All right, I'm happy with that. Talk to us about then the battle. We've got Mo Mia, you've got Roy Aubrey there. What's your strategy to make sure that you get through and pass them?
I was thinking of that, but I believe I got a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure. I didn't do anything wrong, but they gave me a drive-through penalty because in my previous race, my guys filled the fuel without putting the outfits and a race helmet. So I think it was unfair, but I'm just going to enjoy it.
All right, hard luck and all the best, son. When you then continue to, of course, go down, down here in pit lane, you've got Rick joining us. And Rick, one thing that has been interesting about your car is that you've had to turn down your boost a little bit and change your setup. I mean, it was fine when we were in Johannesburg, but you get here and things changed a little bit.
Yes, yeah, thanks. We had a bit of issue obviously with the atmospheric pressure, so we had to just bring all the boost down, send the files back to Joburg, and kind of start from a new map and then build it up slowly. But for now, we're just going to leave it on low boost.
Low boost, and we're wishing you all the best to of course, making sure that they finish the race, because that's the important thing. Kyle Visser now, one thing that's interesting about Kyle is that at some point you were racing, I think, amongst the GT cars, and I thought, ooh, okay, we've got pace in this car.
Yes, so this car does about 270 kilowatt, built by VW Motorsport. My father, Zefri, our mechanic. Yeah. We're pushing the envelope a bit this weekend. Full boost, full speed, not going any slower, only faster.
Only faster. I mean, Dad, talk to us about what it means seeing your son race here.
Yeah, we're very privileged that Kylie can, pilot this car, and he's matric here. And obviously we're back for Polo Cup soon. We built a fantastic car with Volkswagen. We must also give credit to Zefri, our mechanic. Zefri, come here. Brilliant mechanic. He's been busy with the boys for many years in racing. And it's a privilege for us to be here. And Zef, you want to say something about the car?
All right, getting ready is what Zefri says. We're wishing you guys all the best. Hopefully you pass your matric as well. And then when you go down, I mean, you've got Richard here. We know him as the block. He says that if one thing he's going to try is to make sure that we block, but the livery looks great. I love this color. Talk to us about this new color, Richard.
We've got a new car, and this is the color that came at the can, eh? It's freaking awesome.
Is this a plan for the night so that we don't miss you?
That's exactly it. If the cameraman doesn't pick this up, there's something wrong with the cameraman.
Wishing you all the best, Richard. Man, we absolutely have to love, of course, everybody here down the paddock, and it's been absolutely great. Everybody, of course, is ready to fully send it here, and we are ready to, about to say, lights out, away we go into, of course, the second round of the Southern African Endurance Series here at Aldo Scribante.
Is a 28 car grid that we have before us, and if you saw 3 missing, that's because we have 3 pit lane starters. Is that not correct, Gareth?
Yeah, that's right. So the 88 Toyota Altezza, they will be competing, of course, in the B class rather. It's got that beautiful Lexus engines. They've had plenty of problems in getting oil in the turbo all weekend long. So they're going to be at the end of the pit lane, as is 2 of our Class C cars. The Samlin Racing Polo, the 100, they've had a couple of problems as well they've had to sort out. And you won't believe it, the 111, the Corridas Golf GTI, they've just finished putting an engine into that car. That blew on Thursday. Managed to find an engine.
Hold on. What do my eyes perceive on the right hand of your screen on the grid?
That is the Altezza, the Toyota Altezza we just mentioned, the 88 with the Lexus engine. And it's a...
They had enough time. We thought they were going to start in the pits, but it seems between the time that we got the information here, which was about 5-7 minutes ago, and now they managed to get their car back out into the grid. So that is a great start for them.
All right, so that's possibly then 26 cars that will start on the grid. Rolling start, 2 from the pit lane, both of them, of course, in Class C, the Samlin Racing Polo and the Corridas Golf GTI. Now, I can't wait to hear the story of the Golf GTI as we see Charles Visser in story there. He's one of the fast men in that Nova to look out for. This will be where the battle is up front, but 2 exciting talents behind as well. But just the story really about the Corridas is with that engine change, when they're going to run that engine in. Well, they're going to run it in a 5-hour endurance race. That's a night race here at Aldo Scribante.
They'll run it in the first hour.
And then we'll assess.
That's endurance racing for you. Okay, just get the thing to start and get it to finish. and you're good to go. And look, that's exactly the mentality that came behind, for example, the entry of what now we have Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark in the number 72 carbon car. They entered in a sub version of their car. They called it a super backdraft, but they were in Class A. They just needed to enter so that they could get points and still be in the running come the collective assessment later on into the season. So finishing is a very important thing when it comes to endurance racing.
Yeah, you saw our pole sitter there. That is the Rico Bala Racing Nova. Their combined times of 3 drivers yesterday was a 57.326. That is a phenomenal pace from 3 incredibly talented young drivers who are at the helm of that car. With Inter Africa Racing, just 2 drivers there. They averaged a 58.2, so incredibly fast. But 3rd and 4th also in the 58s. The Scribante Lamborghini in 3rd, the 45 averaging 58.6. Charles Arangis and Mr. Neveling 58.7. The front 4 are just in another league. And that race between the 4 of them, while we will enjoy a bit of speed at first, is going to be about attrition. But I think, Prince, we've got 2 races happening here. We've got different classes, but remind our viewers as to what's happening with the 1 hour dash.
Of course, the race within the race, the 1 hour dash, has pole sitter Damian Hammond. Should he collect the checkered flag at the 1 hour mark, well, their checkered flag would be the MSA flag. Come the 1 hour mark, that race ends, and we're going to have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 cars peeling off the grid for the end of that race. And we have an interesting twist there. We have, of course, pole sitter Damien over there for the 1 hour dash. We also have Marius Jackson side by side with Andrew Horn. Momia behind them on the grid. Then Nicky Dixon, Roy Aubrey are side by side. We've also got Sun Moodley as well as Antoine Marks, as well as Van Vieren, then the 273-911, and of course Kyle Visser, we just spoke to there, rearing up the grid for the 1 hour dash. But an interesting entry, Scuderia Scribante.
Yeah, so 3rd on the grid, we saw the Raging Bull Lamborghini Hurricane. We saw them speaking there to Aldo, Silvio, and of course Michael Stephen. We'll be talking a lot about Michael Stephen today. But Aldo is going to take part in the first Silvio and Michael, they'll be doing the full 5 hours. But he's also competing in the 1 hour. As a local, being given a special opportunity to do that. So there's a special race within a race. So we said Hammond's on pole, but actually it's Aldo is on pole. He's 3rd on the grid. Damian Hammond, who's won the super, the sports and GT races, all 3 races which took place yesterday and today, he'll be his closest contender. But meh, the excitement is building. The little breeze there. The fans will have to now clear the pit lane because, of course, it's an active pit lane here for an endurance race. And we are ready to get racing.
100%. Now, I beg your pardon, it is 11 cars in total in the 1 hour dash. My 11 became an 8, just like that 2-minute board you see on the right-hand side will quickly become 30 seconds because that's just how little time there is between now and the most exciting moment since the checkered flag fell at Swartkorps at round 1. It's round 2 now for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
Proton X50 leading the way. That's our safety car this weekend. Had a chance to ride that around this track. Absolutely phenomenal speed in sports mode. And out of sports mode, perfect for going to fetch my groceries at the shop. But here we go. At the front, there's no family mode with these boys. This is some serious stuff. It's going to be rolling start, so they'll get away nice and easy and make their way around for the start, of course, of the 5 hours night race here in Nelson Mandela Bay.
Yep, there we go. The signal for the formation. Of course, all of them already. Just going to go around one more time. Just to get those tires nice and warm, get the brakes ready and set in. There you go, bobbing and weaving, bob and weave. It's exactly what it takes to get the tire temperature optimal for the start, to get the car to at least grip enough going into turn 1 for that whole shot. You can see it's John O'Thomas now in that Nova Proto 2. We can see we're behind him on board with Aldo Scribante. I beg your pardon, with the Inter Africa Lamborghini of Stewie White at the wheel.
Yeah, apologies for that, but you can see the green monster there. You can see the green livery on the corners there. So this is our 2nd place, and Stewie White will be at the helm. Right, there's the X50 catching now our pole sitter, the Nova Proto. Of course, as we start to get into the race, we'll also understand who's in which cars. Some teams have got 2 drivers, some have 3, some have 4. Okay. And they've all got to do a minimum amount of time. We'll understand the rules and regulations for a 5-hour race. But hey, man, look at that Mustang. As Marius Jackson goes through, he's here just for the 1-hour dash for today's race.
Yeah, one more time, I'll post it. It is Jono Thomas in that Nova Pro 2. There he is in second place. Into Africa Racing's Stewie White in the green Lamborghini, unmistakable. In third, Aldo Scribante in the number 45 Lamborghini. Beside him, Charles Ranges in his number 86 Porsche 911. We've got behind him Damian Hammond in the 1-hour dash, and beside Damian Hammond is the number 72 carbon car of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. There it is in frame with Marius Jackson right behind them, side by side, or in front of the Di Matteo Mustang IRC. Very, very packed and uniquely mixed grid for the 5 hours.
Expect that Mustang to make its way through. Had a bit of troubles, and that's why it's a bit far back on the grid, but expecting them to quickly make their way through. But it's going to be tight going here. It's a 5-hour endurance race. Prince, we've been working hard over the last few weeks here at the track over the last 48 hours. It all comes down to this. Red lights, take us away.
There it is. It's lights on for 5 hours. Aldo Scribante and it's lights off and away. We're racing. It is down. The inside on, I think it's, still Jono Thomas still has the inside, but Stewie White takes it. Stewie White takes the whole shot. How quick were those reflexes? Jeez, that was instinctive racing there. Jono Thomas is seated first place. The whole shot gone in a flash, and that's exactly what you want. Look at how much curb that number 1 Lamborghini is taking. That is the championship defending car. Remember that, all the two of our viewers at home. We're live, direct, and now Jono Thomas is going to have to recover that. Let's see how he's going to respond. I mean, it's very... Ooh, look at that late braking with this number 72 carbon car there, nearly making a bit of a bit of a rubbing and racing there with the Aldo Scribante car. But in the meantime, Roy Aubrey as well as Mo Mia getting a bit close. They, of course, are in the 1-hour dash. It's Andrew Horn in tow of the Mustang IRC, getting busy very, very quickly. But for now, Jono Thomas wants to make sure Stewie White does not get away with it.
Right, lap 1 done and dusted, and typically the Nova's not been the best starters of race, just with how it wears its tyres down, but yeah, they're well on pace and a long, long way to go. So Charles Rangi is looking comfortable in third, and there is our local Scribante, that raging bull in fourth as they go through the sweep for the S's for the second time. They'll take a drop down to the left now. This is towards the ocean, and then look for your braking point. Little dab in the brakes, and then flat out through the right as they head towards hairpin. This will be a popular overtaking spot here this weekend. Let's just stay on board. Okay, now we're going to go back there onto the track, and he has a little hill to come here. This has caught quite a few of our bikes out this weekend. You can see it, just a little drop, and then the famous sweep. Fans will be packed on the outside there as they head to the final corner. And it is still the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini now coming under pressure from the Nova. Down the straight, of course, it should be the Lamborghini that has a bit more top speed, but that Nova is super agile as they go through the infield section.
Yeah, 100%. And there is that concertina that we can have between these two for the next couple of laps. Now, I wonder how much Jono Thomas is going to keep that pressure on Stewie White to try and get him to perhaps consume a bit more fuel than he would like. It's definitely going to help him out if he keeps him under pressure and Stewie focusing on what's going on behind him instead of ahead. In the meantime, it's Charles Rangi in third in that number 86 911 in a new livery, of course, at round on where it was a bright orange color that we had. This equally as impactful, beautiful setup there from the Stradale Motorsports stable.
Yeah, Rangi's, he just did a 59.9 last time out, but listen to this, the front two, Stuart White, a 57.9 and a 57.8 for Mr. Jonathan Thomas from the front two. That is almost top speed, top pace we've had all weekend long.
Yeah, they're encroaching on, I think they're 6/10 away from our quali time, which is in the threes. Yeah, our quali time was 57.3.
Well, in fact, that was the average time. It shows you how quick these boys have been going. But there we go. Aldo Scribante now, he is competing both in the 1 hour and the 5 hour, and he'll just be settling into his pace now. But keep an eye out for the Mustang. You might just see it. They're in shot now. Already made up a few places. Starting a bit out of position. He's gone past Marius Jackson. The two of them had an interesting battle, by the way, in the Sports and GT.
Yeah.
As we go back there with Aldo Scribante, that's the local team. They do lots of testing and practices here. It's in the family name. They know this track back to front, so expect them to find their pace and set into a bit of a rhythm at these early stages.
Yeah, getting a bit of curve there, but he knows exactly whether or not to put the wheels there. So as you're saying, he knows the track inside out, so do you expect to learn a thing or two in terms of racing line from Scribante stable. In the meantime, Steve Clark at the wheel now. He's getting around in what has been readjusted a couple of times, that carbon car. with some suspension work, was going to a different setup than familiar, especially at the rear, and then going back to what they did, but we still have in frame here. It is Aranji's getting started with the home straight. In the distance, some back markers already back marking there for Jono Thomas, but he's made light work of them having the power advantage, and he has to do so quickly because he's trying to pressurize Stewie White. And the two of them are relatively still within the same frame as Jono Thomas. Gets a bit unstable there at the exit of turn 1, but has to catch it quickly and focus on the next back marker, which is this. Oh, Jono Thomas!
He is not holding back.
Ooh, giving it everything.
Can someone show them the clock? We got 4 hours 55 to go. Hold on tight there, boys. We've got a long, long way to go. Of course, we're focusing particularly at the front of the race at this early stage, but you're seeing the Class D, the V8 Roadsters, their national championship, very much a race within a race. And of course, we had those 3 cars starting from the pits. We'll keep an eye out for them as we go through. But the battle is out in the front. The Lamborghini a bit compromised on its race line. Is this going to give Jonathan Thomas the opportunity? Well, there you can see, as mentioned, the top speed of that Lamborghini is going to be better than the Nova, but it's the infield section where Jonathan Thomas really closes up. And look at the compromise on the braking line here now, because there's a battle happening in Class D just in front.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets washed out off the track. Oh, does he see him? Wow. Brilliant racing, so respectful of one another. There's a long way to go. Now he goes full taps as he goes through the hangar once again here at Scribante.
And given the narrowness of the circuit, you're compromising a lot when you have to navigate back markers.
Washed out.
Oh, that was Dan Hurst, if I'm not mistaken. And then number 42, V8 Roadster. We'll get back into that in a moment. We're on board with Jono Thomas, bobbing and weaving his way through back markers. In number 33 of Scuderia Rossi there, with Charles Rangi's in tow. They, of course, are in 2 different classes, so that should be light work for Charles Rangi's as he quickly tucks back into the racing line he needs around the sweep and going on to turn 7.
Yeah, just to show you how the difference from lap time. So you mentioned earlier that in the late 57s, they've dropped down now outside a minute of these last few laps, and it just shows you the impact that the traffic will have. But there we go, the beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia QV, a fan favorite. And yeah, we can just see now various racing lines being taken as teams try and move out the way. There's races within races here, and with 28 cars on the track going at ferocious speeds, almost 300 kilometers per hour for our top cars down that straight, it gets very tight, and that's what endurance racing is all about. That's why the fans have come out here to enjoy the beauty that you see out here. Close action.
It is a face in palms type of moment for the majority of the past couple of laps, because look, it's so exciting to see how these obviously faster cars in the leading classes have to navigate the challenge of the circuit, the undulations, surface changes, and the narrowness of the circuit. On top of that, you've got back markers. This is going to be all race long. Don't think it's just reserved for the beginning of the circuit. Look at that, Tolerantes has to go out and in at the same time before braking. On time to make the turn at turn 7. That was skillful.
And can we just throw in one more element? It's going to get dark. We are doing a night race, and these incredible professional athletes are going to be doing this in the dark with massive headlights. You're not going to want to miss any bit of the action. We're coming through the line. So let's just remind you, all those back markers we were talking about, Jonathan Thomas lost 3 seconds over the last lap just from trying to get through. And it's just sometimes where you catch the back markers.
That was close. That was so close.
Prince, are you squeezing in a bit there? Huh?
You know,
you're not in the car.
Especially with the Scribante car, it's like, wow. That was, okay, second of the obstacles for Aldo to get past, a third of them gone by, and he's got that carbon car in tow, also bobbing and weaving side by side, and past goes Scribante. That is past the 262 of Bottom Pretorius, on board with Jono Thomas. Let's have a look at his concentration levels. They'll be at max at the moment with the Nova
wide
Pro
open.
2. Yep, 100%. Get a picture. Can you maybe help us there, Gareth?
That looks like the first corner, and now it looks like he's going to dive into the S's. Yeah, indeed he is. So famous, favorite spot here for locals.
Oh,
okay.
That's the number 11 Kubani car.
And this is a very strange place. This is actually come out of the hangar.
Yeah.
And he's lost and spun into the infield of the track. Look how far away he is from the track. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, Figile Olumisa, they're having to rejoin, kicking up a bit of dust, but luckily able to get off back into the circuit on his own steam.
Right, we're back now with Jonathan Thomas. We'll see if we can pick up where he is on the track. He's going down to the final corner. Famous yellow Dunlop walls in the background. We've seen a few incidents there. So let's just have a look at the gap now. Last time out, he was back up into the 58s, but look at the Lamborghini now. Well ahead, Stuart White enjoys being in the front. He likes leading races, and this is where he's comfortable. But he's, of course, getting up to Momia, who loves his cars. You must have a look at that car. Oh!
That was close.
Momia has been in a few incidents this weekend. You'll see a bit of damage on the front right there.
Stewie out on the marbles there. Look, it's always a tricky thing to get out onto the less grippier parts of the circuit. Look at that. Was that a flash of the brakes, dab and a flash of the light? Get out of my way, please.
That marshal is permanently waving blue flags there at the hairpin. It's just a blue flag, of course, warning slower drivers that someone fast is coming there. It's going to be...
Listen, it is a thought to the marshal's shoulders and hands. Today's arm day for y'all. It is a thought to Stewie's flash hand, whichever he's using to flash every racing driver with his lights. It's going to be always long because this is sort of, it's like a bowl, like it's a bit of a speed bowl, let's call it. So it's just constantly busy with something, apart from when you're here or get the clear perspective there, the onboard camera, Stewie down the straight. That's the only real rest you get. And then it's busy again on the brakes and into turn one, and you're getting into the sort of infield section, as Gareth calls it. Stewie loves to get onto those curbs on the exit of one, and very, very confident, absolutely attacking the curbs, absolutely doesn't mind. But look how relaxed he looks.
Yeah.
Look how calm he looks.
Is he awake? It's fantastic.
What is going
Inboard
on?
shots. Thank you so much to our amazing team bringing us this incredible footage. And you can imagine we're going to be enjoying these views tonight as we head into the darkness here in Nelson Mandela Bay. So Stu White now, 7.4 seconds. He's really stretching that gap now to the famous red number 1 plate on the side. All the championship category winners with the red numbers on their cars. So look out for that. These are the defending champions who didn't win race 1, by the way. They came second out in the opening round of Swat Course. It was the Nova that took the race victory. Right, Stu, lots of left and right. He's looking at back markers and looking for that breaking point now as he heads down to the first corner.
I'm going to need to have a word with Stewie White. Because when he's in that Lamborghini, it looks so excited, it looks so aggressive, it looks like a raging bull, but to think he looks so calm while bobbing and weaving around these back markers, most recent of which was Dan Hurst. The next now is Andrew Horn in the 1 hour dash, alongside Sun Mood lead. The places he chooses to do so are very interesting. And he makes it stick. That is impressive.
I think you've got to really understand the seating position in these cars. I've had a chance to sit in that beautiful Lamborghini. It is incredibly low. Stewie's a big man. He's much taller than me. So you don't get a full understanding of how low they actually are and how they can see, how you cannot see, in fact, who's next.
Someone's going off. That 113 of Betancourt, Garcia, who is in the wheel at the moment. I'll tell you now, it's in Class D. That is... Yes, that is...
It's Betancourt, yeah. Running in 5th position, drop down.
And I think yesterday Betancourt had a situation at that same part of the circuit, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the cars actually were struggling to come out of there. There's a bit of a bump as you come around the hairpin. And some of them, if you just miss it, but that looked like it was even before that bump. As we start to see cars with lights on, starting to flash already. It's still a long way to go. So just to remind you, let's touch base with the 1 hour dash, because just remember, they're going to be with us, those 11, 12 cars or so. They're only going to be with us for that first hour, and it is Scribante that's leading. He's 3 seconds ahead of Hammond. So there's an exciting battle that's out there. Maurice Jackson has dropped back 30 seconds, running in 3rd place in the 1 hour dash.
Yeah, in a dash it will be how time flies when it comes to that particular race. But strategic, we've got Kyle Fisser out on the side, door open, something's an issue there. That is at turn 7. Yeah,
that's the final corner.
That's the final corner.
But it looks like the car's actually leaning back to the front left. I wonder if he's got some damage, because that's going to bring out a safety car. There's no way you're going to recover that quickly. So we'll keep an eye out there.
Yeah, Kyle's out of the
There we go. I see changes here. Yellow flag, big wave there. Just keeping our safety car. Right, our first safety car. There we can see the SC board there, yellow flags out, and our first safety car. This is going to bring the field together now. So as they just got to stretch out, just to remind you, no one's letting anyone through now. You're going to stay in order, so if there's cars in between your positions.
Number 88 is back into the pits. Some work needs to continue. Dealing with an oil issue.
In the turbo. Oil's been
Nice.
getting into the turbo and causing problems with that. Lexus engine, that's the Toyota Altezza. They've had very little running. They've been working more in the pit, in the box than anywhere else. So
unfortunately so, and the endurance it starts a lot earlier than the fall or the lights off I beg your pardon. So it really is throughout the weekend. We have a situation where we've got challenges coming at you left, right, and center, and you really just have to take them in your stride. So in the meantime, yeah, it's Kyle Visser Beast at just before pit entry, going out of the car. He's got the Superior Rossi Alpha also in the pits now. That is not able to stop the issue dealt with there. So let's see. They were working on the rear end of the car, gearbox, transmission. Yeah, they had an issue out the weekend as well, but the most recent was that gearbox. They had, I believe it was a pinion issue. Yeah, the pinion was damaging the casing.
Yeah, in the rear diff, they had a problem over there. They had to make some change. There's the X50 now having caught the leader, and there we go. Let's just see how much traffic's in between. We've got one of the cars, that's the 100, that's sort of from the pit lane, the Salmon Racing Polo, and there is the Nova in fourth there, Maurice Jackson's Audi in between. So that's what we were saying now. When a safety car comes out, they're not going to sort themselves out. They're just going to catch the leader and they're going to stop there. So although the gap's closed between our front two, he's got some traffic in between.
Yeah, it's a game of Pac-Man, the fastest game of Pac-Man in the world. And it's the best place to do it at Aldo Scribante. There you go. Slow moving now gets you some perspective. Look at how our course car, look at the body roll in our course car going out of the hairpin there and now into the sweep. You can see at a slower pace and at this sort of angle, you get to understand the challenge, the fun, the thrill that stands before these 27, 28 cars for the next 5 hours. And we already had our first incident with Palfus out on the side.
Well, let's run through then the orders in the various categories. So just to remind you, there are 10 cars that are still on track. That are possibly more, but 10 cars in the 1 hour endurance. Led by Aldo Scribante. Just remind you that at the end of the hour, that car becomes a 5 hour race. But he is leading the class, which will be wonderful for him on his home track today. Hammond is in second then in that Lamborghini Hurricane Super Trofeo. Then we've got Maurice Jackson in the Audi. He is a lap down on the first two, but running in third. So those are your top three at the moment. Warren is not far behind him. He was about 2-3 seconds, so he's a contender there in that category. Right, move over to A-Class. Stewie White, we know, ahead of Jonathan Thomas. Charles Range is your top three. And then it was the Scribante Audi that was running in fourth. In Class B, we've only got Alvarez, who is, of course, was in that Toyota Altezza. And the Alfa Romeo, though, is also into the pits. So those two both having problems in Class B. In Class C, the one car that did start on the grid was the Honda, the Type R, Lario. Is started, and they are now... You might just see what's happening now. We're just waiting a little bit to clear the car, but all the cars need to catch up, of course, to the safety car. So Larira leading there. Rossi is second in Class C. That's the, alongside there. And that's what the rear end of a safety car looks like. Indeed, an X50 Proton. Capos running in third. And then we've not spoken much about the V8 Roadsters, but it is the defending champion. The 262 of Warren Pretorius leading the class at the moment ahead of the 31 Rook and then Dan Hirsch, the 42. We've had a number of roadsters doing a couple of drifting around the track. I think they must leave that to the Algoa Rally, Brendan. That's here in a few weeks' time. They do a bit of drifting off the track. Stick it on the tar, boys. Stick it on the tar.
PT2 find out the outer limits, extended the racing real estate for a couple of seconds, but luckily managed to recover the car, and is not the main cause of the safety car we're under right now. It's actually that man in frame. That is Cal Fisser being assisted by the course car and the officials. Safety officials quickly to the scene, and that angle really suggests that the front left has an issue. I assumed it was because of the change of the surface where it was at, but it really looks exaggerated. Definitely is a front left issue.
Yeah, that's right. And so what's going to need to happen now is it's not a tow, unfortunately. It means now we need a full recovery vehicle. It's nice to see the fans lining up here, enjoying a beautiful view from the other side of the main straight. Of course, you get to see all the actions in the pits that are taking place from that view as well.
Yep, and Chloe, of course, has some news from us down in the pits.
Peter van Heerden joins us. Peter, we're seeing you, of course, in pit lane. What's wrong? Is it a quick fix?
Chloe, yes, we just had a lock on the oil system. So we, unfortunately, the whole reservoir of the oil went into the engine. We're running low on oil, so we lost oil pressure. So hopefully we just fill up, get the system bled again, and we can get out in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
So far, with what you've seen, how do you think she's behaving?
It's going to be a difficult day. It's going to be a long day at the office, but I think all we want to do for today is just try and finish the race and just get a result and move on to Killarney.
Wishing you all the best.
Cool. Thanks, Chloe.
That sounded like Killarney or something. Not going to
Yeah.
be with us for the rest of the round.
Get a result and move on to Killarney. That's what he said. And look, Peter looks like he's accepted the fate. The notion and idea we discussed in the beginning, the fact that it's about getting a result, it's about finishing. And you can see the spirit. They fought to get it on a rolling start instead of the pits. The spirit is there, and I don't think they're not going to give up. They're working hard, they're sweating to get that result and carry on the momentum of what they can salvage here into Killarney.
Only 15 minutes into the race, starting from the pit. It's been a weekend to forget, but you go there, the festivities, there's always a vibe there. They're just a fantastic team. And all sorted there.
Yeah.
Right, so we are just waiting now for the recovery vehicle to actually tow the Carl Visser. Now he's participating in the 1 hour dash, the number 337. He's actually running in a 2025 spec Volkswagen Polo. It's in the Polo Cup. So there we go. They're going to have to put that car onto the bed with the damage to, looks like front left suspension or ball joint, something like that. And that's common from a little knock or a little interaction. So we didn't see that and how that happened, but that's a common sight to see here at Scribante.
It'll be interesting to see just how that happened a bit later on. Perhaps one of our onboard cams for either the car, cameras there from either the car that actually suffered the issue or maybe the neighboring cars will be able to assist us later. But in the meantime, we're on board with Marius Jackson, who is behind another car that has had to fight through some issues, the Samlin number 1 Henry Polo, which also an engine issue, similar to the 111, the Corridor's car. They had to face their motor, and
it was the wrong motor.
It was the wrong motor, which expanded the job by 4 or 5 hours, according to Keegan Campos. But he and Jason are going to fight their way across the field with the running motor that it has shown the reliability that they need. I was so glad to see them running again in the morning warm-up, and it's now the test of time that's before them. And the first 15 minutes has proven a lot for the number 88 Alteza, but they're going to fight through now off the race course to fix the car.
Yeah, keep an eye to see if we can see the 111, which is, and there
There it
they are,
is,
the
yep.
corridor. So
Yep.
they started also from the pit lane. They're the ones that have been, it's almost 48 hours that they've been changing that engine. It's been a long time. Thursday, and they just literally got it ready now before the race. So just incredible dedication. Actually borrowing an engine from one of the local races here in the Bay. So a big thank you to the local Go Motorsport guys.
Yeah.
They've jumped on board to say, hey, how can we help? And they're racing, or they're running it in, let's say. They're running it in.
Running it in should come with the results. I'm sure they would hope. Because just before we did our grid walk with Chloe, I mean, we're walking in the pits, trying to understand exactly what's going on, who's who, who's where. Obviously, 5 minutes before the race, it's cards to the chest. You're not going to be saying too much. But when we got past the 111, the Corridors team's pit, they were still holding some of the pipes, some of the parts in their hands. And it was just really, hello, okay, see you later. We'll leave you to it. And it's just so much pressure. And it's passion, really, that helps them push through that and get the car together and try their best. And it's really, really good to see them running without issue so far.
Yeah, just to mention that sunset is set for 6 minutes past 6. We sort of got it wrong a bit yesterday, but it's 6 minutes past 6 tonight, and you can see blue skies. So one of the things that started to take effect yesterday, and you might see it as they take the hairpin corner, is that as the sun goes down now, it's now 20 past 4 here, that we will start to see the sun having a little bit of impact. Now the drivers have not had a lot of that on Thursday's practice and yesterday.
Yeah.
This is the best conditions we've had. Yeah, you can see the sweep, and as they come up the sweep, there's the 337 being towed away. So that means when we get ready for racing soon. But yeah, as they come through the sweep, you'll start to see that the drivers are looking directly into the sun. And there's a few spots on the track. One is as you break into the S's, on this through the sweep, and that's going to be more of a factor today than it was over the last 2 days. So just see how that goes, because some of the drivers have said that they're not sure how that's going to play out.
Yeah, and if you're facing, by the time you're done with turn 1, you're facing the opposite direction of the sun. It's directly east. The sun sets in the west, so it's directly east. When you're coming back, the entire section from when you're facing the straight again from turn around 3, you're going to be facing the sun right up until you're done with turn 7. So it definitely is a challenge.
Yeah, and you've got to look for your braking points, but it becomes a bit of more of a habit. But unlike Kyalami, there's not a tree that you can spot. You're looking more for perhaps a factory in the distance, shadow, or maybe a bump, as you say.
Yeah.
Fabian Lance, interesting here, on the 42, had her seat fitted. We were watching her seat being fitted yesterday. So she actually sat in there, and then they got a chemical reaction. Well, this is actually confirmation, it's Dan Hirsch, but Fabian Lance is the co-pilot there that's sitting in the pits waiting for her turn. But they actually made the seat mold for her yesterday. We got to watch it in the pits, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, an innovation there for her to get the comfortable seating position. See how much of a difference it makes for her in terms of performing. And look, it's 5 hours. I mean, if you're seated, I mean, we're supposed to complete, because the two of them, they're going to probably split it 2.5, 2.5. Don't have the third racing driver, Ramchanda, not partaking this time. He was in the car in round 1. There's that 337 there for...
That's close enough.
Yeah. You think they saw your signal?
Yeah, I think they saw my signal. So there's enough there. All right, so just wait to see. Lights are off on the safety car. That means now that the green monster, the Lamborghini Into Africa Racing, becomes the safety car. And they're going to get us back underway, Prince.
Yep, Stu White is going to take it away, and quite a pace he's going to set as the safety car. Let's see how soon he gets fully onto that throttle for the Samlin Racing number 100 to try and keep up. And that is back into racing pace. How is Stu White doing? He left it really late.
Left it late there for the safety car.
Super late, but yeah, we're back, we're racing again. We've got greens and a Stu away. And John O'Thomas immediately trying to clear the traffic that he had before him. The safety car has been a bit of a favor now, because he's only one car in between him and leader of the race. He's been chasing him since lights out. He's really going to appreciate that, but Charlotte Rangers will not appreciate traffic. It is the 31 brown deck that went almost 3 abreast there with Charlotte Rangers profusely flashing his lights.
This is now looking back for one of the V8 Roadsters, and I think that is the carbon car just behind in Class A. A big daddy, if you like, of the same car, and let's just see quickly how quickly they get past. Right, so there we go.
Thomas.
He is past now Marius Jackson. They're in 2 separate races, and now you can chase him down. Looks like it's a similar gap to what it was a bit earlier on today.
Yeah. Donald Thomas wants to immediately get back in the fight with the car. He's going pound for pound again. Strategy is paramount when it comes to endurance racing, so he's going to want to make sure not to upset the idyllic plan that they would have left that Barber Racing pit garage with. I think that is the youngest average age we have on the grid, and that is a prospect in and of itself. The competitive nature of young contest, Aldo Scribante coming out of a sandwich, going out onto the straight there, navigating the back market traffic. Then there is no moment to rest. And mind you, Aldo is leading the 1 hour dash as it stands, and in second place is bigger partner, I think it's Hammond, Damien Hammond in the 57 Lamborghini. So keep an eye on that race.
Yeah, Orangi's then coming through the hairpin. Once again, he's flashing the back markers, just saying, I'm here, just be aware of it. It's going to catch him at a critical point as he makes his way around the hairpin. He has that little drop we spoke about as they make their way through the sweep. As Horn goes through in the beautiful Ligier. There's that sunshine now starting to go into their eyes. Look for your braking point, and watch how quickly that Porsche catches up with that Ligier. 2 different categories there. Of course, we are talking about the 10th place, A Horn, who's running in the 311, and Orangi's, who's running 3rd on the road in the 86 Porsche, that beautiful 911 GT3, and keep an eye on them coming first. Right, we're going to go down to the pits in a moment. Chloe is going to give us some updates as to what's happening with the teams.
Well, we're down in pit lane. Carl Blister joining us now, and unfortunately, talk to us about what happened, and it's really sad to see you here, Carl. So sorry.
I'm definitely a bit sad. The race started out well, and coming into Chevy, I felt the car losing a bit of drivability in the front, a bit of creaking. Then all of a sudden, snap. First I thought the engine backed up, but it's a VW, it doesn't brake. And then I saw smoke, and I just felt when I took the power steering off, the car just started swerving to one side. So either one of the rims broke, the tire popped, or the shock broke. And after getting out, I see the car standing absolutely lopsided. So it seems like one of the shocks is broken.
That's absolutely unfortunate. So what's next now? Killarney, are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, so we're going to send the car home. I'm going to take it on the shoulder. At least I got some track time in PE. We're going to fix it right, come back in Cape Town and show everybody what the VW is made of.
Wishing you all the best. Let's go back into commentary.
There it is. There you have it from Kyle Visser. We're back on board now with the number 100 of Samlin Racing. He describing there, of course, the snap that he felt, thinking perhaps maybe the power steering was gone because of the weight of the steering, but he soon discovered that it definitely is something that is beyond the car just being recovered in a matter of maybe less than an hour for him to get back into the race. And the conversation now, fortunately for Kyle, is Kilani. So, a young man always with a smile on his face, but someone who's going to have a smile on their face right now is the man steering that number 100 Polo at the moment. It's look at how they're closing in a tighter section. It's a 911 ahead of you, but you're catching up. Definitely going to be in a good mood there to try and challenge for position where you can really. It's not a matter of obviously beating the 911, but when you have the pace to try and upset the likes of that, I think that's Sun Moodley also in the 1 hour race there, then definitely go for it.
Yeah, look. Aubrey and Woodley ahead are in the 1 hour endurance, which is now at the halfway point. You can see they're 30 minutes into the race, while he is focusing on finishing a 5 hour endurance race. So, two different races happening there. You don't want to get tripped up over a race that you're not involved with.
But I'm sure Keegan has a smile on his face and a grin that he's actually able to fill up Roy Aubrey's
Listen, this looks a bit familiar. This looks a bit familiar this weekend.
Very familiar.
Mo and Aubrey's.
Flashbacks, and I know wherever Brendan Kelly is, he knows exactly what this looks like and what it materialized into towards the end of not only the third, but the second and first of the SA Sports and GT races that we had over the course of the weekend. It's Mo looking at Aubrey in his rearview mirror, and I think they've studied each other during the course of the weekend, so they'll know where to sort of push the limit and where not to. In the meantime, the man in second place, Damien Hammond, in second place for. That is a raceful position that we have between Hammond and Scribante. That is 1 and 2 in the 1 hour dash, right behind each other there. So the back markers are no longer a factor. So we should watch out for that number 45 Lamborghini. We're on board right now with, I believe that is the number 11 Kubani car, right behind the Scuderia Rossi number 33 Alpha, which has been recovered and is back onto the circuit. That is fantastic to see. Two different classes at play here.
Right, we're going to have a quick change of commentary. Brendan Kelly, Mr. Motormouth, who's the local commentator here for the Aldo Motorsport Club. He's going to be jumping in. He's been out to the pits, got some information. I'm going to see if we can find out some details as well. We've got a 4 lineup team here of commentators bringing you all the action live on Super Sports. So stay with us.
Exciting times at Aldo Scribante, a bit of a lock-up, or meeting the curb there with Fidile Olumisa in his V8 Roadster, that number 11 Kubani car. We'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, Maurice Jackson clearing the Class C car. Not as yet, can't be too late. He's, of course, in the 1 hour dash, different race altogether. Combined Racing is going for the 5 in that Type R. So Scuderia Rossi's 33 is going to make way. And off goes Jackson. He's got other things. He's got business to attend to in his class. He is fighting for the final podium position. Brendan, how's it gone so far? What's the mood? What it's like? What is it like, rather, in the pits?
Oh, I'll tell you what, it was a busy, frenetic area to be, but it was really the calm before the storm, and the team's now just settling down. Guys obviously battling with one or two issues. It was sad to see the demise of Charles Visser. Heartbreak there for Charles, one of the rising superstars of motorsport in South Africa. And pity to see him an early withdrawal from the race, and Peter van Heerden and his team as well. We have got
track battle.
This is on track battle. This is for the battle for the 1 hour dash.
Yeah, and Damien Hammond, I don't know where he found the space. He passed Aldo Scribante because he was in the lead about a lap ago, while diving through all of these back markers. And now Aldo, of course, it's a foot in both worlds. He's in the race within the race, but his team overall, of course, is also in the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. So it's he knows he's playing long games. So it's like there is a part of them that is not going to take silly risks. Going to be calculated at most. I see the number 88 Alteza now beached at the exit of that. Is that turn 3?
Or did they get back out on circuit again?
Yeah, they
it
did
looks
get
like
back
it
out
did
on
when
circuit.
it did go out, but now stopped there. So will we see another safety car intervention?
Yep, we've got yellows
So
out.
it's already yellow flags
Yeah.
have gone out, and the safety car boards are out already. So yet another twist in the tail.
And the tail twisted the most right now is the 1 hour dash.
Absolutely.
We've had position change between Aldo Scribante as well as Damien Hammond, who is, of course, shown his speed throughout the weekend. But now, with this, it's going to be an opportunity for Scribante and Hammond to jostle for position there, and between amongst themselves and also in between the back markers. So Hammond, wherever he is going to be like, okay, thank you, grateful for the back markers holding Aldo back, but now with the safety car, he's just going to be like, oh, geez, not this again. But so far, we haven't seen the SC board out yet. We're still under yellows.
No, I did see it go out.
Did it go out?
It was definitely out.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
Down in the sweep, I saw the boards were out there. So
Okay, there
we
we
are
are.
under safety. We see the 88 car parked on the side of the circuit.
Oh man!
And Stuart White already into the pits as well as the Nova. Ricky Barlow car into the pits as well. So strategic move now. The splash and dash with these guys. I just had a chat to Stuart White before the start of the race, moments before the start, and he just said, safety cars play such a crucial role in endurance racing that it's just they just have to play it out for the first hour of the race, see how it goes, and see where they're situated. But this race already from the moment the flags, the lights went out to start the race, we could see that the Into Africa team were here on a mission and a great job. There goes the Nova out ahead of them.
And we can see also Steve Clark to the right of your screen in frame,
Yeah,
watching.
Steve just looking.
Oh, the pit stop phenomenon! It's watching Into Africa practice their pit stops all weekend long has just been quite a sight. It's you see people walking past and pause and watch a lot of the time during the course of the weekend. Just very very efficient, very professional setup. We've had to enjoy. They were on board now after that. Switch up for Stewie White, a splash and dash, of course, for him as well. Back out onto the circuit. Now, the mark of this pit stop for both, for number 1 and 2 in Class A, the Nova Proto 2, Rico Barlow Racing, as well as Lamborghini of Inter Africa, is interesting because they need to meet 33.33% of the duration of the race. Each of the racing drivers needs to cover, and that translates to around 1 hour 40 minutes. Between 1 hour 30 and 1 hour 40 minutes. We're 30 minutes or so across this race. 36 minutes into this one. So perhaps we can then expect another hour perhaps of running for each of the racing drivers currently in those cars.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting, this is where the team tactics now really come into it, and the guys are going to have to box clever. I see that the safety car, our recovery vehicle out on track, our course car, Ian Riddle behind the wheel of that one. They've got the 88 under tow by now, so it shouldn't be too long before we go racing once again. And we have got exactly 23 minutes and 2 seconds left in the 1 hour dash. So that one's going to get interesting. Can Aldo Scribante fight back to wrestle the lead away from Damien Hammond? It's Lamborghini Hurricane versus Lamborghini Hurricane. So interesting times. Marius Jackson still very much in the mix as well in the 1 hour dash. Currently I would have him in 3rd place at the moment in the 1 hour dash. So he's just been slightly off pace this weekend. There's just been something missing there, but always a top contender. And Ian Riddle bringing the stricken 88 home at a fairly decent rate of knots, bringing him off the circuit. So it won't be long that the safety car boards will go down. Safety cars will peel off the circuit. There the course car towing him in. Past Dunlop turn 7. See, are they going to use the slip road? No, it looks like they're going to bypass the slip road and come into the main pit entrance.
Oh man, it's been a fight.
Those guys have worked themselves their fingers to the bone.
Yeah, they've tried their best, and they're just not giving up, and I don't see them doing so, not one bit. As soon as our car gets into the garage, I can almost guarantee they're going to get it undone, disassembled, and working on exactly what's wrong. That gives us a perspective of just how firstly the pit entry looks and what you have to navigate, and of course it will be clear because it's a live pit at the moment. And fortuitously for them, their pit is right at the beginning of the pit lane. So being there also allows them to recover their car. But I'm going to go over to Chloe to find out exactly what's going on in the pits.
Down in pit 8, Stuart Wild joins us now. Of course, we just had a safety car. Stewie, we've seen, of course, you guys decided to refuel. Talk to us about the strategy now going forward.
Yeah, it's obviously a difficult race. 5 hours is a very odd number for endurance race, so you have to take the knock somewhere and do a shorter stint. So with so many safety cars in the first hour, decided, okay, let's get Kulila in before obviously before it gets dark. It obviously gets a lot more tricky in about 2 hours. So put him in now. The car seems very good in the high temps, so we'll give him a lot of confidence. And also, I think we're looking quite good at the moment. Obviously, it's going to come down to a strategy game today.
And one thing about Rambo Lambo is that she always manages the traffic. Talk to us about that pace and really the traffic here at Aldo Scribante.
Yeah, obviously I think it comes with a lot of experience. My 9th season doing the South African Endurance Championship, so obviously confidence in reading the traffic is quite good. But also the team gave me an excellent car, so thanks to Luciano and Gerald for all the hard work they've been doing and the whole team. We have a very good package.
All right, that is of course Stuart White from Into Africa. While we're going back into commentary, we'll continue to be bringing you the conversations down here at pit lane.
Surprise driver change there as well. A very, very early driver change. As I said, I did chat to Stuart and he said it'll all come down to safety car decisions. So playing their trump card there, I think early driver change. So Odile Ledlaka taking over the driving duties of the Into Africa Lamborghini.
Jeez, what an early driver change, unexpected, but you can expect the unexpected when you have this kind of racing ahead of you. Look how much bobbing and weaving needs to be done by Jonah Thomas, who we're on board with now. And Damien Hammond was in a 1 hour race with the man ahead of him, Maurice Jackson, but he's lapping him.
There's somebody on the outside. I think it might have been the Mustang on the outside. I just caught a glimpse of a wheel there.
There is, yeah.
So it's certainly getting hectic. No, it's not. It's
the number 72.
It's a 72,
yeah.
The backdraft. The 72 car that is right up there with them as well.
Yeah, it's Mike McLachlan in the car at the moment. Of course, you saw Steve Clark
was standing, yeah.
On the Into Africa pits. In the meantime, past the Adapt, Swiss Hotel School's Adapt V8 Roadster to backmarker is all John. Ryan Nyker now would be thinking if there was a driver change there too, but I do believe we just saw splash and dash and no driver change with the Nova Pro 2 car. So we'll get confirmation of that in a moment. In a moment we get off on Sprung is resetting themselves, but we're back in full grades with Claudia Lidaka now in the car, and he must be shaking his head slightly at the traffic that's ahead of him. Like it's like midweek prime time between 6 and 7. I tell you what, can't wait to get to the office.
No, absolutely. It is hectic out there at the moment. We've got 18 minutes, 15 seconds left in the 1 hour dash. We will then obviously have a lot of the cars leaving the race. And the man that's leading proceedings out there still is Damien Hammond in the Lamborghini Hurricane with Aldo Scribante in second, and then running in third it is Maurice Jackson in the Audi R8. So those are our top three in the 1 hour dashes.
Similarity of those liveries just occurred to me.
Jonathan Thomas fighting his way through the back markers up against Sun Mudley. He just dives through on the inside. Just the aero of that car, just making it stick on that the inside of turn 7 and side by side through turn 7 onto the main straight.
What is going on? My goodness, all of your reflexes are called for today. All of these racing drivers. But they're doing a very good job of navigating safely and navigating quickly. It's Mike McLachlan with a view of Jonah Thomas. They're slicing and dicing past the field. Arangis is, of course, in tow of Damien Hammond, that's Jonah Thomas now done. He's already done with that traffic, so he's going to be fine now. Arangis flashing his lights profusely. There, of course, he's in a different league at the moment. He's playing a different game, so past Damien Hammond, he goes, beautifully done at the exit of the hairpin, making sure to make it stick. Up in 2 different races. Please get out of my way.
Mike McLaughlin doing a fine job in the 72 backdraft Cobra. That's the carbon car that they're in. And every time you see that car out in circuit, it seems like there's been some extra development. There's always exciting changes to that car. And Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark, all those contenders with the 42 car into the pits. It doesn't look like there's going to be, or is it going to be a scheduled driver change? It doesn't look like it's just waiting for the refueling to be completed. That's Dan Hirsch sharing the car with Fabian Lance. Once the refueling is started up, it looks like a splash and dash. And into the grass, the 55. Mario De Silva, Jan van der Merwe, the backdraft, the 55 backdraft. That's boarded a little bit of real estate. Heading down to the sweep. So possibly yet another one of them that outbreak themselves in turn 5 and gone off as you head down the hill to the sweep on board with the Ricky Barlow Nova Proto 2. Once again, Jonathan Thomas. He's been battling, just uncomfortable in the car. The seating position's quite a lot shorter than Charles Visser and Ryan Nyker, his teammates in that car. So he's had some modifications out there, and I just saw him stretching and rubbing his back before the start of the race. But he was looking at doing an extended stint to start, but also just said, it's all going to depend on any safety car interventions that might come along.
Yeah, interventions might be appreciated, but some maybe not so. We've seen they've had to adapt. We've had to adapt to the situation. Earlier driver changes than expected. I did not see new racing drivers get into the car before we've seen the 1 hour mark go by. And there's Antonio Marks now with Aubrey right behind him. These men are in the same race. They are, and they're definitely going to be wary of each other. In fact, that is 1, 2, 3 cars. Very, very gingy.
Oh, having a look on the inside and making a stick. That's where you're just forcing the 100 car just a little bit wider there.
Yeah, look at Campos. Campos having to be aware. It's very difficult to see, to always be aware of exactly where Andrew Horn is, given the lowness of the car and the height difference. It's well navigated there. That was 2 sort of practical challenges for Keegan Campos. At the moment, he's had to make way also for Antonio Marks. It is 3 cars blazing past him in the 1 hour dash, which has 14 minutes and then some to go.
And it's just fantastic to have Keegan Campos out there sharing the drive with Jason Campos. I mean, the torrid time that they've had, a complete engine change in that car. And what should have been about a 1.5 hour engine change turned out to be a lot worse, because it had an SA GTC motor in the VW Super Polo, and they put a standard Super Polo motor into it just to finish off the weekend. So great that they are out there and going incredibly well at this stage. Let's have a look where the Campos car is running 14th overall at the moment. Just on 13 minutes left in the 1 hour dash.
Yep. 13 minutes left in the 1 hour dash. And an interesting occurrence here. Hammond and Scribante were in the lead, in the front of that fight for the 1 hour dash. But Scribante has fallen back to 7th place when it comes to the runnings for the 1 hour dash. Of course, the bigger picture is that Scribante is also a part of the longer race, so he'll not be part of the cars that peel off at the 1 hour mark, which marks the end of the 1 hour dash. So we do bear that in mind. But in the meantime, that front 3 for the 1 hour dash is Damian Hammond, Maurice Jackson, number 55, is in the pits that had an issue there. It's back in the pits for the V8 to 6 work. About to be done for gentlemen. It's going to be a long Saturday afternoon. In third place for the 1 hour dash is Andrew Horn, who we saw get past Keegan Campos. In the meantime, Colin Daga getting past your Saturday afternoon traffic, and my does it come in beautiful form.
Just watching Damian Hammond go through there, followed by Mike McLaughlin, Holile Letlaka, the next of the cars to go through there. So it had been a bit of a shake-up up front with the overall positions after that first pit stop with the guys under the safety car. Jonathan Thomas leads it. Charles Orangi's running second with Nathan Hammond in third place.
Yeah, let's have a look now. There's down the inside again goes Litlaka. It's plenty of around the outside. Forced is really
Oh no, oh no.
The
Why?
Mustang IRC is in a splash and dash situation with the brakes.
Just the brakes.
Yeah, the brakes are hot.
We haven't really spoken about this car. It has been one of the highlights of the weekend for a lot of the people and a lot of eyes on this car at the moment. Could this be the future of endurance racing in South Africa? It's the only one of its kind in the country. Purpose-built endurance car.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful Mustang. Those brakes. Looks like we've got a bit of a fuel leak there. Spillage happening, but those brakes smoking already.
Yeah, you can see the Australian built by a South African in Australia.
Correct.
Being run in South Africa here at for the first time in anger. So literally, when you stick your head into the cockpit, it's pure. It's just new car smell.
Yep, absolutely.
You do not smell any fuel fumes or oil. It's just new car smell. So that's how new a race car is, and it's a learning curve for Familiaris, Matteo, as well as Romano there for the duration of the racing weekend. In the meantime, it's again the Daga. It's car after car after car. You really have your concentration and your wits about you, and the amount of work that Inter Africa does, racing from circuit to circuit around the world, mind you, means that Ole Daga and Stewie White are sharp as you need, sharp as ever for any race event. Just because of the amount of competing they do. In the meantime, these are two cars in the same class. You do not think that number 72 is a back marker.
That's fighting for track position.
100%. Mike McLaughlin is going to make Olele Tlaka work for it, because that is a Class A competition.
And going back to the Mustang before that pit stop was running. It was Julian, I think, was Familiaris, was up into 6th place there. So it was well placed with that first stop. He's dropped down to 13th at the moment, but lots and lots of eyes. Let's go on board with Holile Letlaka, a very relaxed looking Holile.
Yep.
He's a happy man. He just chatted to him before the start of the race, and just he was just impressed with the number of people that had come out, and being the friendly city that we're in, just everybody just wants a piece of him.
Yep.
Come and chat to him, have the selfie taken with him, and always welcome to entertain the adoring fans as they come to have a chat with him.
Oh man, and there's plenty for the fans to adore. I mean, during the night practice, the sound of this Lamborghini going down the straight and going through the gears, it literally felt like Stewie didn't stop.
Problems.
Charlotte Ranges. What is going on?
Oh no.
Oh dear, gingerly goes Shaw. Maurice Jackson has to brake a bit earlier. There's just after turn 1. Yeah, the S's. They're approaching the S's now, and Charlotte Ranges Charlotte Ranges hasn't completed that section. He's gone out. Looks like onto the grass. We have him just out of frame, slightly to the right is where the car is, and he's on the grass now. There's no way he's on 5 centimeters of tarmac. He's on the grass there, and it's gonna. What has gone on there? We'll find out just now. But in the meantime, there it is, that Mustang IRC with Familiaris, Di Matteo, as well as Sartori. It's going to be an exciting race for them. They've really done well to get their car back into it. But we're going down to the pits for the meantime to hear exactly what's going on.
Franco Di Matteo joins us now. I mean, we've just seen a quick splash and dash and an unfortunate drive-through penalty. But talk to us about the race so far and really the strategy, Franco.
Well, the strategy is a 5 hour is not a common race. So you got to have a small in between. You got to cut it short somewhere along the line. So we've decided to come in and give him a little bit longer laps. So we filled him up again. So we'll keep him out there so that his pace is very good. So he can. We were lane 5th when he came in for the pit stop. So the strategy is to keep him out there as long as possible. So we know the other cars are coming in every hour or so. So it's a bonus for us to come in now. And on the next one, we'll do a driver change as well. So we'll be doing this on a regular basis, where we'll come in about an hour, 10 minutes or so, and put petrol. So, and we did it just before the 1 hour, because at the 1 hour, the pits would be chaos, so we did it before the time.
All right, then quickly, the drive-through penalty, does that impact you guys?
Yeah, it was just a pity. We did it so well, and the guy actually dropped the exhaust can, and a bit of fuel ran out, and that's the rules. We'll accept it. We've done a drive-through, so that's it.
That's it, but we're looking forward to seeing what, of course, the RSC Mustang will be able to do. Let's head over to commentary as we continue, of course, to see what's happening on track.
Interesting words there from Franco Di Matteo. Very relaxed looking Franco as well, and he's certainly loving the switch from the traditional V8s into this beautiful V8, the Ford Mustang, and a purpose-built endurance car. And I just can't get enough of it. It's the test, the ultimate test for it today. Lots and lots of interest, as we have said. And the car, just having a look at the design and the build of it, it's all modular. You want to work on the front of the car, 8 bolts. You just take the whole front section with the front axle comes off, the engine is exposed, and then another 8 bolts, and the whole engine comes out. So purpose-built and absolutely stunning car. And the best part for me getting into it yesterday was just that brand new car smell.
Yep, exactly. Well, you smell the car and you see this right here when you're driving it in anger here at Aldo Scribante race circuit, and it's an interesting concept to think that. Does this mean that you don't necessarily have to be a specialist actually to run this car? This allows for greater customer offering, but in the meantime, 55 out on the circuit. Once more, same piece of tarmac that's been bothering the team. And we've got the Type R of combined racing. Oh no, Ricky Lorero is out at the sweep, to the right-hand side of the sweep there, deep into the grass.
They've been nursing that car all weekend. They turned down the boost, they turned down everything on it just to make it survive. That Honda Type R, Ricky Lorero and Polo Lorero sharing that car. And that team's going to be gutted because they have had a torrid weekend. They have worked on that car tirelessly from the moment they arrived. And yet another spinner, the 23 spinning this time. That's the car shared by Philip Mayer, Mark Harvey and Dean Wolfson. Spinning there, getting back onto the circuit. So things, once again, the action starting to happen thick and fast. There we have not neglecting the 1 hour dash, but we've got 4 minutes left in the 1 hour dash, and I would assume it is still the man leading out front in the 1 hours. Let's pick up the 1 hour. It is
Damien Hammond.
Well, we've got N Hammond on the live timing, but it's Damien Hammond in the 57. And then Marius Jackson running second, and Aldo Scribante back up to third.
Lorero pulled into the car on his own steam, but the AC board and yellows are still out. So I think we're probably going to have that reset by the time we get back out to start finish again, because luckily we've averted.
Not Charles Rangi still out on the circuit. Charles Rangi might still be out on the circuit, so we'll just have to wait to see.
Let's see,
if
we have
we can
on
pick
board
up.
now. If we stay on board, we'll see Rangi
with them,
because he went out round about here. We're going to get him in frame now. Just after the Proton branding is where he came out. He's not
He was
there.
limping along on the grass.
And
we
don't
changed.
see Rangi's. We don't see Rangi's.
Don't see any activity in the pits. Don't see the Rangi's Porsche that's in the pits. So I would assume it is still out on the circuit somewhere.
Has to be because he went out of frame very gingerly around there. He never cleared this part of the circuit. So we're trying to understand exactly. We see blue flags now, which means we're back into
racing. So
there's Rangi.
Oh, there's a Rangi coming. Well.
Whatever switch it was, there was an electrical niggle. He found it. You press the reset button, which is
rebooted, and away he went.
You know what I mean? The best layman IT advice or race software engineering advice that you need. Great to see the 111 out there fighting time, fighting its competitors in their class. And we've got the Nova Proto 2 now, with John Thomas still going at it. He's trying to find space to pass that 111. It's not going to be an easy one. You've got to be smart about the way you do it so you don't get yourself in a bind. Unfortunately, with a car that's in another class. Number 23, Swiss Hotel Schools of Wilson, Harvey, as well as Philip Mayer, getting a bit of a splash there. And I do believe we may have also gotten, we had this out of frame, of course. We don't know if we got a driver change or not. So we can't tell us yet. We will have where that not too long from now. We still have Steve Clark Peacock in the back there watching things closely around him. Back on board with Jono Thomas with clear air ahead of him, which I'd imagine is something that this car appreciates very much. Pole sitting car going into this race. The average of the 3 lap times that we saw set by this man, Jono Thomas, Ryan Nyker, as well as Charles Visser, older brother of Kyle Visser, who bowed out of the 1 hour dash race not too long ago.
Sorry, on the onboard camera, they don't you love the map of the circuit on the windscreens. You think these guys need to know the directions around the circuit at this stage? It's absolutely brilliant.
Perhaps you do. I mean, if the red mist comes and you have to reset and get to touch some grass or touch some tarmac, yeah, blowing us kisses. We love racing as much as you do. Fantastic to see the passion there. Yeah, there it is, back on board with Jono Thomas as we are encroaching on the end of the 1 hour dash race. We're under normal racing conditions. Oh, there we go. We're back into safety car condition. What has been going on over the past few minutes? So someone else must have gone off, and we're trying to clear the circuit and get it safe again. Cars are being led out. I believe these are cars. Yep, some back markers they've got totally out. Okay, we need a clear situation as to exactly what's going on the circuit, because we thought Charles Ranges was beached out on the exit of turn 1. He recovered himself under his own steam. We had Ricky Lorero also lose some power, something out at the right-hand side of the sweep, at the exit of the sweep, the runoff grass there. But he got into the pits on his own steam, so he's being held by his team at the moment. So we want to understand exactly what is the picture not too long from now on the circuit, which has called for a full safety car, which closes up the field at the 1 hour mark, with Damian Hammond leading the 1 hour dash, Marius Jackson in second, and Scribante in third now. He was in 7th just before we had the past couple of laps. Yep, there is Scribante right behind Jackson.
Has been a complete shake-up of the positions, and scheduled stop there.
Yep.
That the McLaughlin car that I just saw the big wing of one of the backdraft Cobras. It looked like it was the McLaughlin car that had peeled off into the pits. We go on board with Olile Letlaka once again.
Yeah. Hearing a number of cars, of course, are positioning here in the commentary box. We can hear the cars going into the pit. We're at just about positioned at pit entry. So we can hear them changing down, going to pit lane speed, and being attended to by their teams. Got a splash there for Mike McLaughlin. Still going at it.
Looks like by the time we've already we've got 3 minutes 58 seconds left in the 1 hour dash, and more fuel being spilled there. 1 minute.
Yeah, I think we're done. We're at the hour mark on the 1 hour dash. We are at the hour mark.
Both using different timing applications.
Yeah, we're past the 1 hour mark, because just before we hit the hour, that was when we saw that was 2 minutes before we hit the clear hour. We had a couple of the cars peeling in, and we've got there's Anthony Marks, one of the 1 hour dash competitors. Now, is this 1 hour dash? What it looks like this 1 hour dash is definitely ending under safety car conditions, at least as it stands. We're just not too aware of exactly what has called for these conditions, because we had a clearance of the 2 incidents that we were aware of on camera. Yeah, so we'll learn a bit more about that. Of course, we've got our team out in the pits learning exactly what's going on. Of course, safety is paramount, so the safety car clearly has a very, very good reason for being on circuit for the safety of all the competitors that you see here. Safety car, the lights are still on.
There's the MSA flag as well, signaling the end of the 1 hour dash. So just once more around the circuit, the 1 hour dash cars will go. So it's Nathan Hammond that takes the win in the 1 hour dash. Right behind him, Marius Jackson in the Audi R8 that comes across in second, and then somebody just darting into the pit there.
That was Damian Hammond.
Damian Hammond,
the winner race,
straight into the pits for him. And then it's Aldo Scribante that comes home in third. Andrew Horn is in 4th place in the 1 hour dash. So Roy Obery, Anthony Marks finishes 5th ahead of Roy Obery in 6th, and Mo Mia taking 7th, and Keegan Campos coming across the line in 8th, followed by Sun Woodley in 9th, and then unfortunately not classified Kyle Visser. And happy moments there
Here's your 1 hour dash
For
winner.
our 1 hour dash winner.
Damien Hammond. A lot of work has gone into getting to this car running smoothly, and you can see just how much
Gareth Burley with him
Yeah.
straight away.
Yeah. Well done, Damien. A lot of work has gone into that. A lot of work has gone into that car. Marius Jackson
parked.
Where is he parked?
He's parked
I see
behind
the
the
Proton.
tyres.
Yes. Okay. Was he getting back into the pits? No, he was not.
It's behind the blue container, so he has.
He took an earlier exit.
Early exit, and he
took
has
an
gone
earlier
down
exit,
gone down the main straight. We need to
Yeah.
get that car out onto the into the pit area for the podium celebrations.
Yeah.
That will take place. There's the number 1 board out.
Damien must be super, super proud of the work that's gone into getting this win. You can see how much it means to him. You can feel the passion under the surface when you speak to him about the car, about the team, and how much work just it takes for them to be there. But in the meantime, we're going to see the rest of the competitors of the 1 hour dash race getting into the pits. That's right, everybody. See to the right of your screen, apart from the backdraft, the brown deck backdrafting speed of the circuit.
Mia, just his drama-filled weekend continues, and it's like, hey, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm finished. So I'm heading to the pits.
Heading to the pits. I'm done with this. And someone else all peeled in. Part of the 5 hour race, though, is the Team Kubani car. There is your second place. Marius Jackson. He found his way to the podium for the 1 hour dash, and we're waiting now, of course, to see if Aldo Scribante is going to choose this moment to get into the pits, or because he's part of the overall 5 hour race, just continue as normal, and that looks to be the case. He's choosing not to take part of the podium ceremony for the 1 hour dash as it stands, or so we think.
Yeah, so we think. Yeah, he's certainly not going to leave the car there to go.
Whoa!
Whoa! We were well
Round
caught.
deck.
Well
Round deck.
caught. Hey, he's had a
Fantastic.
keepers after diving that incident with Mo a couple of moments ago, and then just losing the back end of the car. So exciting action happening out on the track. Mike McLaughlin still going well around the outside, so very much in the mix there. So it's we are still under safety car conditions as far as I'm aware.
Trying to have a look on board now. We are with Lily Jaga. Do not see yellow on my right hand side. We're racing again.
We're racing by the look
overtaking
of
now.
things.
We're racing again. Safety cars out. Heavy braking with Scribante clearly continuing with the race. He's got 4 hours ahead of him. Michael Steven, as well as brother Silvio, are going to go in for the endurance now. Fantastic to see this particular Lamborghini in an endurance trim. We haven't had them on the circuit in a while, and not an endurance race any less. And we've got the Brown Day cards, had a couple of interesting laps, a couple of laps now, and we're on board again still with Olile, now clearing that and getting around the hip, which has been very tricky to get around. I can imagine just how much dust is there, but fortunately, because we have so many cars on the grid, we're clearing a lot of the dirt that has come onto the circuit. But we're going to now go to the pits to hear what Clary has to say for us.
Well, joining us now is the winner of the 1 hour dash, Damon Hammond, who's officially managed to break that curse. Damon, talk to us about how it feels.
Oh, it feels amazing. Car couldn't step a foot wrong. I mean, yes, lap after lap, it just went better and better and better. Started in 6th, started hunting them down, and I couldn't ask for a better result. It was a great end to a great 1 hour.
It definitely was, and you've been so consistent throughout the entire weekend. What was it that you got right about the setup, and really, what's so special about this track?
I must give my hat off to the team that worked endless hours, late nights to get the car sorted. I would say our main success for today is hard work, the team, and everybody just backing me. I did the easy part of the job, that I must say.
Are we putting a ring on Beyonce?
Sure, it definitely had a ring on before this.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, the winner of the 1 hour dash. Let's try and find third place, Marius Jackson, who, of course, also finished within the podium. Joining us now, of course. I mean, we spoke a bit earlier on, and you spoke about the fact that you're looking forward to just finishing, and here you are on the podium. Talk to us about what it means and really what it took to be on the podium today.
It's hard. It was a lot of effort to be here today, but I've made it. Unfortunately, I ran out of fuel on the last lap, So, but I'm still on the podium, and I'm happy for my team, and thank you for everybody that made it possible to be here today.
If you had to just paint a picture for the viewers at home, how it is to drive this R8 on track, and really the amount of focus that needs to go out to make sure that you get, of course, the precision and the result that you got today.
Well, yeah, you have to be really fit, number one, to drive these cars and that. And it's endurance, so it's for an hour, full send the whole time. There's no slacking off, and you have to be wide awake for other drivers as well, because there's a lot of slower cars on the track. So yeah, it's planning ahead for the cars in front of you so that you don't cause an accident.
Congratulations on fully sending it as you said you would.
Sorry, say again?
Congratulations on fully sending it as you said you would in the grid.
Thank you very much.
Super. That is, of course, third place of the 1 hour dash. First place, of course, we've already spoken to Damon Hammond. It's been absolutely great. Well, let's go back to commentary as the race continues.
Definitely is about planning ahead, and it pays off in the end, and that's why Maurice Jackson was able to get that second place. And of course, Aldo Scribante, being in 2 races, taking part with the 1 hour dash as well as the 5 hour, will not be getting into the pits. He has already earned that third place. He's well aware of that, but now he's going to focus on the next race. So 1 car, 2 races, a very interesting combination we don't often see in motorsport racing. So he won't be collecting the podium prize as yet for the third place in the 1 hour dash. So that's why I won't be hearing from them for the time being. In the meantime, the race continues with Jono Thomas leading the endurance race. It's 4 hours of racing ahead of us as the sun begins to elongate the shadows. You can see time has come and gone. We're now on board with the betting court number 116 in the pits. We just went into the pits now. This is the privilege we have to be on board with our racing drivers as we celebrate how beautiful the track is, but also bemoan the fact that there's a technical issue there.
Either a technical issue, or he says he hit somebody, just trying to decipher the sign language there, but definitely the issue. He shut the car down, and obviously that's going to be a prolonged stop there for the Bettencourt car.
Yeah.
So.
Guess who's back?
Back on track again.
Oh, I love it. The tenacity, okay? The little Alteza that could.
The little Alteza with that big V8 Lexus motor in it.
100%. Back onto the circuit. Love to see it.
33-second lead that Jonathan Thomas has got over Charles Rangi's. Olile Letlaka running in third, 41 seconds off the lead. And then that giant killer, the McLaughlin, Mike McLaughlin in the 72 backdraft car, still banging away out there, Class A car, and then right behind him the 45 car, the Scribante car of Aldo Scribante. So I'm sure he'll go to about a 1 hour 20 before we see the driver change with Silvio, the next of the drivers into the car. So just having a look to see what's going on. The 111 car.
We're on board now. I believe that's Julian.
That's Julian Familiaris, and also just looking super relaxed, and he's just loving that car. Between him and Franco, they are absolutely loving being behind the wheel of that very impressive Ford Mustang.
Yep. Just look at if you look at deep into the car, you can see just how pristine the condition it is in at the moment. It's just fantastic to see there. Look at the steering, inputs, smooth, gentle does it. A lot of the racing drivers, we saw the relaxation of Stewie, we saw the relaxation of Kolile, we saw Charles. All the inputs are smooth as ever, but when you look at the body language of the car, on the outside of it, it looks so violent.
Absolutely.
It's like attack. As you can see here with the Lamborghini Huracan of Inter Africa under brake with Olile at the wheel at the moment, going slightly narrow. It doesn't want to get out onto the marbles, and he's going to want to keep it clean as he now gets past another back marker. See how much he doesn't want to explore the outer extremities of the exit of the sweep there, and down into turn 7 and onto the home straight he goes.
Let's go further on down to have a look at one of our local teams. Holele Jumbunqa in the number 11 car, running down in 11th at the moment. Fikile Holomisa behind the wheel of the number 11 car at the moment. They were also estimating they were going to do 1 hour 20 sessions between the 3 drivers there.
Yeah.
So, and Keegan Campos still going well, running in 7th place at the moment in the 100 car.
Yep, still going strong, and you love to see it. Everything on song for them. I think we've got, yep, that is, if I'm not mistaken, Pretorius still in the car, bottom Pretorius now. Yeah, that is Pretorius, of course, because the Betancourt 113 is in the pits. And then now we're on board with Keegan. There it is, having a look in his rear views, trying to see what's going on around him. A different perspective in each and every one of these cars, in terms of the spatial placing of things, the ergonomics, and where a car is or is not ballasted. All of that comes into effect with each of the cars. But you see how much higher you are here. It looks like he's at the S's, given just how much steering inputs you've got there.
For a moment, I thought he was waving at us. So just have a look how casual that is. Just
what on earth?
Just resting. Unless it's that loose piece that's irritating him a bit, just moving and just holding it in position.
At the hairpin we go. That's the only place demanding so much steering inputs. Let's have a look what the sweep looks like.
Once again,
he's adjusting something.
He's adjusting something up there. But slightly underpowered from the GTC motor that he had in the car. It is a lone motor that they went and slapped in there. So
interesting place to pass there at the S's. I have not seen someone get past at the S's, getting past the back
Jonathan
marker.
diving in.
Yeah. Jonathan clearing the Scuderia Rossi number 33 car. At the moment, we're still going to see a lot of these interesting transitions, because you can see we're at that point, like it comes in waves where field opens up and then it concentrates and compresses again. Each and every time, each and every couple of laps, like every 5 or so laps.
Locking up, yeah.
For the Swiss hotel schools, lap car number 23 having to lock up, try to get past its own opponent, catch up with the Class B car, use its toe.
Have a safety car intervention, shit all gets compressed once again, and then they start stretching out. So that's what we love about endurance racing, down the main straight into turn 1, side by side.
Dan Hirsch.
Dan Hirsch sharing that drive with Fabian Lance, the number 42 car. Let's have a look where they are running at the moment. They're in 14th place at the stage overall.
Yep, long race to go.
And sixth in class, so they're running in Class D.
Yep, it's going to be interesting now, because also we're getting to that cooling phase of the someone lost it a bit. The two of them, Dan Hirsch firstly went off, and now he's completely lost it.
Stay out of the tires. He's managed to keep it out of the tires and get straight back onto the circuit. So I must say, turn 5, they're out the hairpin. It certainly caught a lot of the guys unawares so far this weekend.
It really has, and we've got to thank the timing of being on the onboard at that particular moment, because you got a perspective of just how easy it is to lose it there. You can see the rear of the car just stepping out. We're back on now with Dan Hirsch, who's recovered the car, and at the time the Swiss Hotel Schools number 23 was right behind him at that point, and you can see he lost it as well and tried to recover it as quick as he can. Philip Mayer at the wheel at the moment in that number 23 car, so he had to do a bit of a recovery job, but he stayed on course, and he's now back ahead of Dan Hirsch. I'm still on board with Hirsch now as he gets into the S's there. There it is. Here's that incident. We get an instant replay. Let's see. So it went pear-shaped there for Hirsch first. Tried to save it, but it was gone. One correction too much. Had to recorrect his correction. Mayer! Wow! Oh my gosh!
Wow!
Oh my word! How close is that?
That was almost very nasty.
How close was that?
But good recovery in the end.
Oh man, it was like the two cars were trying to come together and pinch a hair. That's how little space there was there in between the two of them. Scribante is still out now, getting past Keegan Campos, and in tow is John O'Thomas. We're at the hairpin, and two cars with an interestingly similar collection of colors. Campos lost it at the hairpin. What happened there?
I just maybe caught unawares with Jonathan Thomas going through on the inside, and Keegan Campos just running it a bit wide out of turn 5 of the hairpin, and onto the grass he went. But also a very quick recovery as Jonathan Thomas goes past Aldo Scribante. Scribante just moves straight back into the slip behind the Ricky Barlow Nova Proto. It's Thomas through, and then it's Aldo Scribante right behind them. Right, the last glimpse of the Lambo there. We're going to head back down to the pit lane and catch up with Chloe in pit.
Bruno joins us now. Of course, he's just finished and we've just witnessed the driver change with Sandra out now. Bruno, talk to us about your first stint. How was that?
Oh, was good. The car very good. We have a big job last night, changing engine. First one blow. We tired, but the car is doing well, and we hope we can fight for the podium on that race in P.
You talk about the hard work and really having to change the engine. Talk to us about what it took to make sure that the car is running and how long it took to fix the car.
Sorry?
How long did it take to fix the car?
It was. We try. You asked me how long too?
How long to fix the car yesterday?
Yeah, we work almost full day. The car blows in the morning, the engine. We stay in the track until midnight. It was terrible, believe me. We almost don't sleep yesterday, but today we're still working very well. 10 minutes before the race start, the car was ready and until now is good.
We're definitely happy that the car is good. Let's head over back to commentary as we continue finding out what's happening here on track at Aldo Scribante.
There you have it from the pit lane, the action happening thick and fast in the pit lane as well as out on track. And we just believe we've got some onboard footage. Just hearing that it was possibly onboard footage of the Mustang that has spun. But joining me in commentary now, once again, Steve Koenig. You've just come straight back from the pit lane. What's happening out there?
Well, so far, very, very tense at the moment. Everyone trying to suss out the competition. The sunset becoming a little bit more of a worrisome factor. The 1 hour dash are quite happy where they finished. Andrew Horn is going and saying it was quite successful. But we do have the number 11, the Team Kubani, going and parked out on the circuit, trying to get themselves going. And not quite a place you want to spin off, especially that's where the track narrows after the sweep.
Yeah, that's Fikile Holomisa that I think is still behind the wheel there. They're only scheduled to change after the 1 hour 20 mark. I think it is Holomisa, and straight into the pits. It looks like he's going to come there. So we're probably going to have a driver change there in the number 11 backdraft Roadster.
Absolutely great stuff. But just down in the pits, chatting to a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers, everyone getting themselves settled, but waiting for the night to come in and become a little bit more effective. And others trying to save fuel. I overheard a couple of radios where the guys are trying to tell the drivers, lift and coast, lift and coast. Let's try and stretch it out a little bit more, try and get over that hour mark. The safety cars have really thrown a spanner in the works for a number of teams. They're on plan, well, C, D, E, going into F at this point.
It is a scheduled driver change there. It's not, it doesn't look like it was Jumbuka that's getting into the car. So I would imagine that's Sichaba Mashigo taking over the driving duty. So bang on the 1 hour 20 mark, as they did tell us in the beginning, and just unfortunate that spin on their outlap might have just hampered their progress a little. But they certainly one team that is focusing on the balance, not the balance of performance, the index of performance. They are aiming for the index of performance title.
Well, you can see the Pesty Racing team also trying to get past the Brown Deck Racing team and just battling their way through. A bit of a tyre change going on, and just double checking what's underneath. Possibly, maybe going and seeing the suspension to see if there's a little bit of play there.
You can just see how much heat is being dissipated from those brakes while the guys are working on the car.
Absolutely frantic. Now, beautiful iCams getting powered by the Vodacom for You SIM cards, and absolutely fantastic to see the data coverage coming through. Also had a chat to the Corridors Racing team. Said it was a long night, and all I got was, I need sleep.
Just you mentioned the cameras in the car, and the cameras, the beauty of them, it is a forward-facing as well as a rear-facing camera, so we get those close-up facial shots. So, problem for Aldo Scribante, just getting back onto the circuit. So drama for the 45 car, the 45 team of Aldo and Silvio Scribante, as well as Michael Stephen, the local heroes, and it looks like they're possibly front right damage on the aero on the front of the car. We'll have another look when it comes down. It just looked like there's something out of place on the front right, so we just wonder if there was possibly contact. We'll have a look at it as it comes through here. Doesn't seem to be any damage there, so possibly just going off the circuit. We'll see, but we're going back to the cameras, the onboard cameras that we were talking about, as the 88 car limping around the circuit once again. Their torrid weekend continues. The cameras, all the data, the footage from the cameras goes into the cloud, so it is there. They can use it at any stage, which it's absolutely brilliant. And to have Vodacom for You on board as well now, being able to transfer all of that data and stay connected, it is absolutely brilliant.
What I'm hearing is possibly pulling more information like G-forces and such in the future. So that's going to be a very interesting one to get in, and bringing that international standard here into South Africa. But it does look like the Scribante racing team having to change up their tactics. Running in 4th place, and they are getting hunted down by the backdraft carbon car that is on the back of them. Mike McLaughlin's not going to give the Scribante any room to breathe as they do come into the pit lane. Drivers making their way through. Keaton Campos is waiting to go out, chomping at the bit, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just I wonder if this is going to be a scheduled driver change as well. Aldo already having done almost an hour and a half in the car. It looks like they are loosening belts there, so I'm sure it will be Silvio getting into the car as Aldo exits the car.
And
Silvio starts climbing in the black overalls. Michael Stephen in the red overalls this weekend, so we will be able to spot immediately. That's our local team as the beautiful Mustang comes through to complete another lap. Hasn't missed a beat so far. And Julian Familiaris just looking so comfortable in that car.
I had a chat to Julian. I asked him about the IRC Ford Mustang. He said, comparison V8s that you have raced with, he says it's a far more comfortable car, very used to, it's very forgiving, but at the same time, it's easy to drive, but hard to master. And that's what's challenging him. Being a multiple national champion across various forms of motorsport, he's going and trying out his hand in endurance racing a bit more. Instead of him driving anything else but the V8. Franco echoed that same statement, and this is coming from 40 years of motorsport. Franco actually turned around and said the hardest part for him is forgetting 40 years of what he knew
learned
to come through. So the IRC Ford Mustang with the Damatio team becoming a challenge to that. Had a chat to Romano. He said, hey, I got it across the line. I'm happy. I stopped in my box. I'm happy. I'm going to go out. Damage, unfortunately, for one of our backdrafts on that left rear.
We just caught a glimpse of that immaculate Alpha, the Alpha as well. They've had a challenging weekend as well. Their back left, the suspension, they just had bolts that kept coming loose as
this is Gavin Rook.
Gavin Rook involved in a ding dong here.
And that is the Pesci Racing team fighting out Bono Pretorius. And this is actually for first in class. So Gavin Rook not making it easy. We can also see very defensive lines, middle of the circuit, forcing Pretorius to look left, look right, going and moving around, and that's taking just a little bit of pace out of them.
But the focus go back to the Mustang, who are just such a comfortable car, but also the beauty of it, it's built in a modular fashion that it is also very, very easy to work on. And as we saw last night when they were involved in an incident and damaging the suspension, and within 20 minutes they were back out on track.
Apparently it comes apart in 3 pieces.
That's
so you've
correct,
got your front, middle and back.
Yes.
So does that mean it's like a Lego? You can just swap it around?
That's it. I mean, chatting to the guys there this morning, they said it's 8 bolts. 8 bolts. The whole front section comes off. The wheels, it all comes off. Then you've got yet another 8 bolts, and the whole motor comes off as well. So very modular and purpose-built endurance car. And I think it's just got such a massive future.
So now we're taking a look at a couple of racing. That is the we got our Toyota Gazoo currently racing, having Masheko going and pushing as hard as he can and really into the back.
You see the grass in the front grille of the backdraft the Cobra. That is full of grass. They've obviously had a long off-track excursion there. Look at on the right-hand side. Just look at the grass.
That is not going to be healthy for the radiator, and you can be sure the temperature is starting to climb. Masheko having to battle his way through. We got one car very slow.
The 88.
Oh man, this Toyota is definitely battling through. Fun fact though, it uses the same engine as backdraft Roadsters.
The Lexus V8. Oh, that is a fun fact.
It's just turbocharged.
Yeah.
So when they needed spares, they actually went to backdraft and said, listen, you've got the National V8 Roadsters, utilizing the same engine. We need a few spares. Can we purchase some?
Well, it looks like the 88 is going to peel off into the pits once again.
There is the Stradale machine making his way through with the Just for Sleep Nova Proto hard on the tail, trying to clear through some of the traffic. And this is where you've actually just got to work with the drivers and get a bit patient. And Aldo Scribante is all about that. You've got to be fast, but you've got to be patient through the traffic. So easy running on the way through. And a quick flasher light saying, listen, I'm going to come by. Dives up on the inside, door to door, and back onto the hammer. The Australia team just taking it carefully. And I actually had a chat to them and said, listen, we're just going to keep it consistent. It's 5 hours of racing to get it going. Bit of a venture for the Campos
the 111, the Campos car, Bruno Campos, Sandro Alves, and they have come to a standstill on the grass.
That's in the S's.
That's heading just out of the S's. So it looks like there's going to be yet another safety car intervention coming our way, and that will once again close up the field. So at this stage of the race, let's just have a look at the overall running positions. The Rico Barlow Nova Proto, a massive lead that they have suddenly managed to open up as the 111 gets going once again. So it's Jonathan Thomas that leads in the Nova Proto. Second is the Into Africa Lamborghini Hurricane of Olile Letlaka and Stuart White. So we're just waiting for them to go past so we can see what the time difference is between the cars.
The sun starting to set. Now, I've got to ask, Bryn, you've been around the circuit multiple times. You've been, whether it's day, it's night, morning, all of it. Time starting to happen now, 5:30 in the afternoon here in South Africa. It is extremely hot on those cars. I walked past and I think I got sunburned just by being around them. What are the drivers going to be facing, and especially where's the sun going to be setting?
They're going to, when they head up the short straight from the hairpin up to turn 5 to turn 7, they're going to be looking straight into the sun. And in the past we have seen, especially when we start going into winter, just the afternoon sun, the setting sun, it's incredibly tricky for the guys, and you have to have your wits about you, because you glancing straight into the sun. Maybe when it gets a little bit later, we'll see with the onboard cameras or from the cars where we look straight into the sun, because it's going to be this section of the circuit now that they start heading up. They're looking directly into the setting sun, so it does become a challenge. I see most of the guys in the closed cars with their visors up at the moment, but I'm sure later on we're going to see some visors coming down. So let's head down to the pit lane once again and join Chloe, who is down in the pit lane with an interview set up.
Joining us now down in pit lane is Aldo Scribante, who is part of the podium of the 1 hour dash, finished second place. Aldo, at home, podium. Talk to us firstly about why you pitted, because that's the big question as to why you came into pit lane as you were leading at some point.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate midway through my stint. I took an inside line on one of the Super Cups and we came together. My right rear took a bad knock. So yeah, I think there was a slow puncher and the rim buckled. There was a vibration coming through the car. It was affecting the handling very badly on the understeer. So yeah, Mike made the decision, pit. changed the tyre that sorted the problem out. The car stabilized again, it went better. But I think the most hair-raising moment was 2 laps from the end of my stint where Cobras were crossing over in front of me, and then there was a blind spot, slow car. How I kept that Lamborghini straight, I don't know, God was on my side there. So I'm just thankful we're still in the 5-hour race. We didn't destroy the front end of the Lamborghini, so yeah, we'll take the second, thanks.
Talk to us about the fact that the car is still ongoing, and I mean, you mentioned during the grid walk the fact that this is, of course, part of the first endurance race you've done in a very long time. How is she looking, and really the strategy going forward?
Absolutely, the guys are geared up. I don't even know where we're lying, but we've got 4 different strategies, so I'll find out now which strategy we're going to be on. Things have changed quite dramatically for us. We didn't expect to be in this position, but yeah, very confident. I just spoke to the team briefly. They're very, very confident that we can make up some time. We got our semi-professional and our professional driver in there, so we got something in the back. Something in the back, and there's 4 hours to go. It's a long race.
All right, but main thing is congratulations for P2 in the 1-hour dash.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Aldo Scribante, who completes the podium. We do know that in 3rd place, we had Marius Jackson in the R8. 1st place was Damon Hammond in, of course, the Lamborghini as well. So really great to see all the podium finishes looking really fantastic and fully sending it on track for the 1-hour dash. Back to commentary.
Oh, dramatic end to Aldo Scribante's stint, and oof, straight. That's the Alpha that is.
That's lost front of its diffuser.
It looked like diffuser pieces flying. So, yeah, dramatic.
Oh,
and
another
smoke.
one.
Oh, that got the door open as well. So
Was there
smoke.
contact? Possibly, because
wonder.
that's barreling out. That's almost like bodywork rub.
It's rubbing there, the front left. It looks like front left tire. So there's possibly damage on the 133 car as well. So see the front door is open. Is it out off the tires or out of the engine? So yeah, dramatic as we cross back from that interview with Aldo Scribante, and it certainly does look like there's been contact with the front left of that of the 133 car.
113.
Andre Betancourt and Pedro Garcia.
Well, that's definitely going to make life rather interesting, and the team are going to be rather frantic, but Backcraft is here with their Pentechnicon, tons and tons of spares available. All he needs to do is try and nurse it back. Bit of a worry, once again, of what's gone on. The only way you're going to be able to do it, but it also looks like the Alpha is going to be joining.
Going to head into the pits as well, so their dramatic weekend continues.
We'll see bits of damage to the front diffuser. You can see it off the corner. Must have been as he mounted the curb. It was just too low. And
yeah, the camera caught just the last part of that incident. So, well, the Alpha, their team has certainly pulled out all stops to keep that car going.
But we have got Mr. Thomas himself in the Just for Sleep Nova Proto, absolutely hammering it at the moment. You can see the focus into every corner, minor adjustments all the way through to ensure he can keep up through the order. But that being said, he's going to have to place trust in his fellow drivers to do exactly the same when he climbs out of the car.
Oh, exactly, and to have the pedigree of Charles Visser and Ryan Nyko getting into the car after him, and they're looking strong. I mean, two laps in front at the moment. Big lead that they have got over Charles Ranges, who's running in second, with Kolile Letlaka that is down in third. But still a very, very long way to go. Still 3 hours and 22 minutes left in the race, and whoever said that endurance racing was boring has obviously never been to an endurance race in their lives. These are the guys that won the first round of the championship up at Swartkops that are leading, and they've come here with a serious game plan. They've right from the moment go, they have stamped their authority on this race.
Well, last year they never actually got to go out in the race as well, so this is now making up a lot of time. We do have our IRC Ford Mustang going and giving it everything it's got, but it's going to have the Just for Sleep Nova Prototype going around. I mean, take a look. Let's compare the Mustang. Okay, everyone loves it. It's got a 6.2 litre V8 producing 550 horsepower. Okay, Nova running a 5 litre, producing 460 to 500 horsepower. But here's the kicker. The Mustang currently weighs 1.1 tons, where the Nova runs 830. So power to weight ratio is over 100 kilowatts, 0.100 kilowatts per kilogram over the Ford Mustang. Yet it's purpose built as well, and it just shows you of how the different components are used. I mean, the Norman Nova is closer to an LMP3 car, and we get to have it here. Oh, three wide.
3 wide around through turn 5. That certainly takes some doing. And with Jonathan Thomas right in the mix there as well, you don't want to get hooked up in that battle when you're leading by 2 laps. And it's just, I see lots of smoke.
That's Stradali going off into the dirt.
Was it dirt or was that smoke there running very wide, exiting? But at least, you know, the crowd at Aldo Scribante, first they get a chance to see the Ricky Bonner Nova Proto 2 in action. As you mentioned, we were robbed of that privilege last year. They see underneath the car, it looks like there's a problem, and then into the pits it looked like the
Stradali.
It's like Stradali. I wonder if that's a scheduled driver change there. I know Arnie Neveling will be wanting to get in. Oh, looks like a little bit of argy-bargy going on there. How's your mother?
Yeah, a little bit of talking to, but I can tell you one team in that 3 wide that was just going, please no, and that was the Corridors team, stuck on the outside. They've had a weekend of note. None of them have had the right amount of sleep. They were still frantically working to improve and get their car sorted out after a massive blast where the Conrod went through the front of the block and the rear of the block.
Yeah, torrid weekend indeed. I'm going to get ready for a driver change here on my side. I'm going to step out of the hot seat and Gareth Burley will be taking my place. I'm going to go for a scheduled stop and then go down the pit lane and find out what's been going on.
Absolutely great stuff. Well, as we carry on, 3 hours and 19 minutes left of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. We do have a couple of cars pulling in and trying to get their stops sorted out. Some unscheduled, some are part of the scheduled stops, but the safety car definitely threw a spanner in the works for a lot as the Swiss Hotel Schools comes on by. And we do have one of our backdrafts gently going down the pit lane, not at the quickest of pace though, on 42, going and just trying to keep it all together at this point. And as Dan Hirsch into a gentle stop, the team not looking very frantic around, and Brian Martin also just surveying the car a little bit. I don't think something's gone too to plan for that little backdraft roadster.
Steve, good to be back with you. Just concluded prize giving there for some of our earlier races, including the 1 hour dash, and just having a talk with Aldo Scribante. And so had a little incident with one of the back markers, and they've actually damaged the wheel. And they've got now, that's why he pitted. He was needing the 1 hour dash, came in for the pits to sort that out. They decided to change the wheel and have a look. So they've gone back out. It's nice and cleanly goes through there on the final corner. And by the way, beautiful sunset looks like we're in store for, so stunning scenes here. But Silvio now running down in 6th place, and they do have a vibration on that car at the moment, so they're not sure how they're going to manage that. Oh, I'm just thinking of Michael Stephen. He's a man built for any moment, but this is going to be a tough one with still 3 hours and 17 minutes to go.
That's it, but you got to not take away the Inter Africa still on a heavy charge at the moment, trying to improve their time. Not quite getting as close as they would like to Inter Africa, but still trying to improve. Came second at Swat Corps, and now trying to get a win under their belt. They don't want to have 2 second places in a row, especially leading up to round 3, which is going to be for double points for the championship.
Yeah, so if you have a look at your timing there on the left of your screen, you'll see the top 6 all running A-class spec cars. Wonderful to see it being so competitive so far into the race. So just 5 laps separating them, with the 6th place Scribante Lamborghini with a bit of a vibration. And then from there, you would have seen a list of the Class D, these are the backdraft roadsters. Class B and C, they've taken massive punishment here this weekend. in and out of the pits as we go on board. This is a beautiful shot of the first corner. The Lamborghini I just mentioned, of Silvio Scribante ahead. He's trying to make his way. There's the sun setting in the distance as he makes his way through the S's now. There'll be a little drop to the left as they go through Hanger. Here it is. Just have a look if you see if he touches the brakes. Yeah, just a little dab on the brakes. There it is. And then full throttle onto the back straight. This is the furthest point, or the highest point rather, of the track. We're on board here with Lekatla, who's looking to put another lap on the Lamborghini, the Scribante Lamborghini. We make our way around the hairpin. This is the sweep. Now, not an overtaking spot. If someone hasn't seen you, there's that sun in your eyes that the drivers have been talking about. Haven't had much clear sky conditions. And Lekatla now looking for an opportunity. With a bit more grunt, it'll be down the main straight as Silvio puts another lap onto that Raging Bull, the Scribante Lamborghini Hurricane. And let's just watch the pace here. Very evenly matched on a straight line. And just look at this. He's not actually getting closer. Let's just see now on the brakes. But these are cars in different laps now with 3 hours 15 to go. And the haze starting to set in across the Aldo Scribante racetrack. So where is he going to overtake? Does he know that he's there? Don't want to compromise your race. They've already got a vibration on that car, the Silvio Scribante, number 45, running in 6th place.
I think it's a more follow me round, let's keep it going. And into Africa, a little bit of a dive, a bit of a cheeky show of the nose there, saying, listen, I need to get round you. But Silvio saying, listen, bud, you're going to have to work for it at this point.
Yeah, and this is one thing I've been saying is that these cars, when you sit in them, I've sat in that both of those Lamborghinis, they're very low. You need a big, tall Stuart White to see a little bit further up over the bonnet, but otherwise, you need those cameras in that Scribante Lamborghini to actually see who's behind you. But just staying on board now with the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini, just tremendous pace, 270, almost 280 down this main straight, braking there very late, and Silvio just missing the apex a little bit now. They've caught the carbon car. Now the carbon car, the Mike McLaughlin car, running in 3rd. So we've got 1st, 3rd, and 6th all next to each other. And has the carbon car spotted. I think it's a bit more easier to hear these Lambos coming behind you with that open cockpit.
Well, to a point. I mean, he's got a turbocharged V8 that's hounding him, and big send from Silvio gets it booked in. But unfortunately, the Inter-Africa Lamborghini was not close enough to go and capitalize on the moment. It's going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Quick dab on the brakes. There's the sunset that Brendan Kennedy was talking about of getting into the driver's eyes, and man, oh man, confidence on the brakes.
Late on the brakes there to start another lap. Just to remind you, it's Jonathan Thomas out in the lead, and he's already completed lap 94 as Lekatla goes for lap 92. So the Nova, who picked up the race victory in race 1. Look at the traffic here. Really braking. See how much he closes in. And here we go now through the S's once again. This is Scribante ahead of him, looking at the back markers as he spotted him. It's always tight. Remember, these are tremendous speeds, the power of the Lamborghini. And Lekatla, has to back off there.
Getting caught with the pesty.
That is pesty, that's right.
They're trying to just keep themselves in
order.
order.
And look at the carbon car saying, I'll take a place back, thank you.
Just going to fight, puts on the inside. And unfortunately for Monotorious, he is put to the outside line, has to just wait it out, but doesn't want to mess with the one and only carbon car. I mean, it's the only one in existence. So definitely some interesting times out there.
Right, let's go down to the pits. Chloe has an update for us, some of the action.
Dan Hurst joins us now down in pit lane, car number 42. Dan, what's going on with the car?
I'm not exactly sure. It looks like they just got it started, so they're going to want to be in a rush to get out of here. But yeah, we were doing fine. We had an issue with our splitter, and then the car started cutting out going around the track, and then I managed to coast it in here, but it wasn't running.
And then we noticed as well there was an almost oopsie on the other side, but you managed to save the car.
I think I had a few almost one of those moments, but yeah, but that's all part of it. You're not trying unless you try every once in a while, get a little out of shape, but.
Fortunately, there's a few more hours to go, so she'll be back ready.
Yeah, I think we'll be back. I just heard it fire up, so give us a couple minutes. We'll get back out there. We'll see what we can do.
Definitely, we'll see what Dan Hirsch and Fabian Lance will be able to do. Let's go back to commentary.
Right, so Dan Hirsch, one of our Americans. Dan Hirsch there, one of our American riders, and he is wonderful to have him here with us. So they've had a couple of issues with that car. Fabian Lance, of course, co-driving there. She had her seat fitted rather yesterday. Wonderful to see that action as we got plenty of track action. By the way, sun setting, 6 minutes past 6, might be a bit of cloud cover on the horizon, bringing it in a bit early.
Well, taking a look as well, those headlights are becoming more and more visible. Fabian Lance actually in the car and on her way out. So talk about the driver, and suddenly they appear.
Yeah, quite a bit of moisture there. That can't be water there. On the track.
They actually use that as a bit of water just to ensure that none of the fuel spills are out. Because the last thing you want to do is bring a hot exhaust, get over it, and then you land up with a bit of a problem. So many of the teams going and splashing water just to ensure that, one, no fuel is left around to cause a problem, and two, they need to ensure they have a damp cloth whenever refueling to ensure that there's no spillage that can create a flame as it goes over the brake duct. But how's this?
Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3 in shot. And there's number 4 as well, the McLaughlin. So is the Nova looking for another lap on the Lamborghini, and it's Arunjis who's looking to unlap himself on the Nova as well.
So this is going to be interesting. Wow. Arunji's in third, has done 94 laps, where Into Africa has done 95. So this can put them back onto the lead, onto the second place lap. But now it's going to be all about Mr. Tlaka to go and give it everything he's got. Stuck on the outside and has a just for sleep. Open the door. Arunji's dives in for the inside. Couldn't quite get the pass done and dusted, but it's definitely showing that the Porsche is not as scared of the Raging Bull.
So just to confirm, Jonathan Thomas still in the Nova. I spoke to Charles Visser just a few minutes ago before coming on commentary, and he was saying he's going to be third driver here tonight, so they're splitting it evenly, sort of 3 sessions for each of the drivers. So expecting that Nova to come in soon, but can Arunjis unlap himself and be on the same lap as second place here? Might see a Porsche diving down on the right-hand side. He did say that they're a bit down on power on the main straight, but on the infield, as they come off that main straight, they're far stronger, and you could see a challenge here perhaps going down into the hairpin.
Going to keep relying on the pressure and on leveling on when I was walking around the pits, was quite happy on the pace at the moment. But I do see Taka going in, soaring away at the wheel. He lost a bit of momentum, and Charles dives up on the inside. So now Charles got to open up that little bit more of a gap and put himself back onto the same lap as Into Africa. But I wonder if Lutaka's tyres are starting to fade a little bit as we get closer and closer to 2 hours completion in just 8 minutes.
All right, so sun about to set over the next couple of minutes. We're expecting another array of pit stops as well to come through from the leading team. So keep an eye on that as we go back on board with the green monster, that Into Africa Racing green Lamborghini, a hot favorite here with the spectators. And you can see, despite Arunji's not having the top speed of the Lamborghini, he is very strong on the braking and around the corners and able to open up a bit of a gap now. So on the same lap then as the Lamborghini Hurricane, that GT3 with Kolile Lekatla behind the wheel.
So all he needs to do is actually keep the Stradale Porsche within your front windscreen, and that's it. The moment they lose track of it, that's where the problem comes in. And that's where your pit stops are going to be absolutely critical. But it also comes to play into traffic. Fabian Lance is going to witness the Porsche going and closing up and showing its 6 cylinders, all giving as much power. Whoa, look to the left-hand side, had to duck right, fade, and back on the inside. So going and taking 2 cars in one fell swoop, the Honda Type R, with the Loureiro family going and doing everything they can. But it is definitely going to be a deep breath moment for the Stradale team.
Yeah, beautiful sunset. That's towards Cape Town direction, and beautiful over Lady Slipper Mountain. And stunning scenes here as we start to get into the night session now, almost halfway through the race here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante night race. So just to bring us up to speed where we are, this is Jonathan Thomas. He's in the lead Nova Proto car. This is the Just for Sleep Ricobala racing car, one opening round of the year, and they are looking fairly comfortable, but of course they've got the potential championship leader stepping into that car up next.
Well, this is going to be the interesting one and where the pressure comes in, because as time gets a little bit closer to the dark, Ryan Nyker needs to get into the vehicle, and I've got a funny feeling the little gremlin of last year is sitting in the back of the field. I was having a chat to Wayne Riddell, and we're just trying to watch. Ryan is trying to put pass behind him, concentrate onto the future, and show what he can do. But momentum is what he's going to need in the long run now.
Yeah, of course, you're referring to an accident he had here at Aldo Scribante in the night session. And it was evident in his lap times last night, right here at the second half of the hangar, where he seemed to be lifting off a little bit. So, yeah, let's see how that plays out. They did have a bit of a practice session last night in the dark, and he was noticeably slower. But, yeah, these are experienced racing drivers. He has the chance to take the solo lead in the championship with Adcock and Jensen not here. So he's certainly not going to slip up on that opportunity as Arangis comes through now. Interesting, the Stradale Porsche and the Inter-Africa Lamborghini, they're a two-driver team, where the Inter-Africa, rather the Ricobala Racing Nova is a 3-team. Now, we haven't spoken much about the beautiful Mustang that's come in here. They have had a drive-through penalty earlier on today. They had a drive-through penalty, which is why we saw them in the pits in quick succession. And here's a driver change. Is that an Australian climbing in there?
That is Romano Sartori going to be climbing into the car, and Julian Familiaris will be exiting. So it's going to be a changeover, a little bit of a slow changeover though, trying to just adjust the belts as well. And the team just refueling, getting themselves sorted. And Sartori, with many years of racing experience, has been out of competition for about 4 years. Now going to be stepping back in for the first time in 4 years.
Look in the background there, Franco Di Matteo. He's going to be the final driver in that team still to come. He's not even got his racing overalls on. He's looking like he's going out for some dinner first.
He was having a pizza when I actually went past, and Romano was sitting on the chair going and saying, well, I'm going to have another slice before I go out. It's the most relaxed pit there is.
Yeah, we just quickly saw there the 111 in the back of this trio. Yeah, that's the car that had an engine change. And they are looking good. Hey, the 111 rather, running in 15th place. Not the best of lap times, but they just want to be in contention. So second in category. And this is because they benefit from the troubles of that Honda just ahead of him, the Lerero Honda. That is, there it is up ahead. So it is actually the brakes that are smoking. I was wondering what was coming off that Mustang. Running super hot, eh?
Just shows how much work has been going into the car to ensure that it can be put in the fantastic lap times. But Julian giving a little bit of information, saying this is what the car's doing. Be careful out there. It is busy, but they are getting their stop done early before the pits get too busy. And this is quite handy for the team because they were battling to see the car coming in to the headlights.
Yeah, so Sartori, of course, will take the middle session because the first session is super busy in traffic. You want your experienced driver, and then you'd like your fastest, most experienced driver to do it last because of the night session. So Sartori definitely the slowest of the three drivers. This is a perfect time for him to climb into that car now. And as per what we heard from Aldo Scribante, it's a 1 hour 15, 1 hour 17 minimum time. I think the driver's got to be behind the wheel, each driver. So he'll come out cautiously now and want to bring that beautiful Mustang home.
Well, he's going to get a face full of that's McLaughlin going to go around the outside.
That's very slow.
Sartori just trying to get to grips, watching his mirrors, and will put the power down on very, very quickly. Thankfully, he's got warmer tires. They didn't replace it, so he's still got a bit of temperature in the tires to get himself sorted out and get more accustomed to the circuit. But I actually had a chat to him. He said he's in for the long shot, he's in for the fun. Last time he was actually in an endurance race, he was in a Ligier, which is the very same Ligier that Andrew Horn has.
Okay, Andrew Horn had a great weekend, of course, picking up a trophy. I handed over to him just a couple of minutes ago. As we go now to the carbon car, the 72, we'll start to see the numbers on the sides of the cars lighting up. It is a requirement that they are lit up as he dives closer. This is an old gen versus new gen. Just quickly talk to us about the two generations of backdrops we've got in shot.
All right, so we've got the carbon car, which is a big white well, just absolute behemoth out on circuit. That is a prototype, one of one that they've been working on developing. Then you've got the National V8 Roadster, which is like what the Pesty have. It's a car that you can rent to race, you can go and purchase outright, and being a national category car, being an most affordable way to go racing in national endurance, which is absolutely great. The Backdraft team going and building out in KZN, massive manufacturing plant, and also huge customer support. They offer insurances, parts, they can get themselves going. Where the carbon car is, well, Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark going into the factory, into the laboratory, and just coming up with everything they can think of, throw it against the wall, and make this absolute monster.
Right, let's cross over to the pits. Chloe is down with Julian, who's just come out of that Mustang, and let's find out how that stint went.
Julian Familiaris joins us now from the RSU, the Ford Mustang. He recorded a minute, of course, as a personal best. Julian, talk to us about how she felt out there.
Look, it was a tough session. A lot of the guys were quite fast in the beginning. You know, everyone was fighting for positions. So I just tried to keep out of the tussle and keep our nose clean. I didn't want any unneeded damage. So we just kept a good pace. I was trying to do a little bit of fuel saving, look after the tires. The track surface was quite hot. So it took a lot of nursing and, you know, while trying to keep up the pace. But big thank you to the team. The guys are learning, you know, it's our first event. So, you know, onwards and upwards from here. And hopefully we have many more successful ones, make it to the end.
We definitely do hope so. Talk to us about the lap times, because I do know that was a big thing as well in practice session, just trying to cut out the time and make sure that you're within a minute.
Yes, look, the pace is there, and you know, in qualifying we went under a minute. We got to a 59, which, you know, we were very happy with the car for first time out. So, you know, it's development every lap. So it's feedback from each driver, feedback to the team. So we're growing and we're learning.
Definitely growing and learning, and currently on track is Romana Satori. So let's see what the Ford Mustang can do, but let's head over back to commentary.
What's happening as you hit the wall?
Oh, that is the number 100 going into the wall, outbraking himself. And that's turn one.
Yeah, that's Sandman Racing Polo, and it is, no, this is actually, this could be the hairpin. I'm just trying to see, there's the bank up on the side. So just keep an eye on where we are on the track here. But this is one of the cars that have had major work done on it. It looks like it is the hairpin. There's the sunset on your left. And there we go, back down towards the sweep there. There's beautiful sunset in the distance. So that is the 100, and who was behind the wheel of that one?
That looks to be possibly Keegan Campos.
Yeah. So he was running down in 11th position, the 100, and just outbraking himself. It's so easy to do. We have to remind ourselves that these. Oh, he's got a bit of damage there on the front of the car, but that's cosmetic. Hopefully they can continue. But you've got to remind yourself, these guys have been going at this for a couple of hours now.
Dirt in the distance as well into turn one.
See if we can catch what's happened there in turn one. Is the Campos number 100 is going to go straight into the pits. Taking a wide turn here around the camera crew, and
that looks to be a bit of bodywork.
That's Damien Hammond that you see here. He has of course picked up a couple of trophies this weekend. Okay, let's see what happened.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit interesting. Bit of a replay of what went on.
Straight on.
And into the wall, and that went and broke the left fender completely off. So they're going to have to strap that up to get going as well. So a bit of hard work for the team.
Yeah, look, the lights are all working, so it looks like that's just perhaps cosmetic. Well, let's have a look. The team will just obviously check everything. Oh, they've broken lights. So
the one light's working.
Yeah, so that is going to be a requirement. So then they're setting up some big lights to be able to work now. They're going to spend some time fixing that because these teams are going to want to finish the race. And please don't get confused by that windscreen wipers that you see going there as a Stradale Porsche is doing a bit of sidewinding coming up towards the S's. So Now, why would the windscreen wipers be on? There could be an electronic problem, or it could be having a bit of oil there, perhaps, on the windscreen, trying to clear it off. Certainly not from rain.
No, and what actually might have been it is when you catch a slide, you've still got your normal windscreen wiper, the stick, on
It's
the
on the
steering.
same side.
So going and catching it. A lot of drivers have been able to have that, especially if it's been a road car converted to a race car. They still got those components lurking around. And I think he may have just caught it by mistake, but as a driver, you tend to... Oh, forget, that's a Stradale! Gone off into the final corner and saves it from the wall. Charles Orangi's deep breath, and I think the entire Stradale team just went and saw their light flash before their eyes.
Wow, that was quick. And is he going to dive into the pits? No, he says, don't worry, guys. I'll ride it off, clean the tires quickly on this lap. And yeah, just the skills of these drivers, so familiar with the weight of the car, where the power is. So back onto the track quickly as we pass now the 3-hour mark. So, or 2-hour mark, just under 3 hours to go here of the 5 hours of Scribante as the sun starts going down and tricky conditions. So are we expecting the track to get slippery, or has there been enough rubber laid down that we should be able to see some quick times still?
I think there's still enough rubber on the ground to be able to get going. Track temperature starting to come down, but I don't think it's going to be enough to slow the drivers down. But we are starting to see critical mistakes coming from the drivers, pushing a little bit too hard, and also we're heading towards the night, so the shadows are getting a bit long out there. Brake markers are starting to become a little bit harder, especially at speed. And also the headlights can go and catch you off guard quite quickly.
Yeah, so Rangers will be kicking himself because, of course, he had unlapped himself from second place Lekatla in the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini and was catching him. He was actually closing the gap, and all that hard work is now just undone as he now has to, of course, get back onto the pace and onto the racing line. So he has a replay of that. You can just have a look there just to see now, Steve. Does he miss his braking one?
Brake late, lost it, and just save it. You can notice he's on and off, and back onto the power just to try and get it to turn around. Most drivers would land up in the tyre wall there.
Yeah, so brilliant driving from Charles Orangi. He's one of the most experienced drivers on the grid as we go back now to the front of the race. And we have a driver change, so we've missed that. But Nike now is into the Nova, and now just one lap between Orangi's. Maybe Orangi's got a sniff of that and is trying to push a little bit too hard, but there we go. We've got a change in the lead car, and of course this is the man that can take the championship lead this weekend because picked up victory in race 1 out at Swartkorps as he navigates the entry to the S's. Just the second car. He's going to look on the inside line. Just look at the power of this Mikobala Racing Nova. I mean, he doesn't even question it. Just absolutely flying. Ryan Nike here, flat out the top side of the track. Look at that hairpin. Where's his braking point? There's the 25-meter mark, and he hits it hard. Stay right now as we go down a slight little hill here. See just over the crest, there it is, and then a left turn through the sweep. Fast section of track. Love for spectators to go and see there. That's one of the favourite spots. And this is where Orangi's came unstuck. Left it quite late on the braking. Nike fully in control, looking absolutely sublime. Although not the fastest car on the track in terms of top speed, certainly around the track looking mighty, mighty fast.
Mechanical grip, the aero grip, the power to weight ratio, all playing into the favour. And the closest you're going to get to an LMP3 here in South Africa for now. The car of this machine, though, however slow, pulling into the pits, did foul up the IRC Mustang. And now you see the Stradale team pushing on. He's trying to get a little bit closer towards the corner, and it gets himself beautifully hooked in.
Just an indicator to say you're most welcome.
Yes.
I'm not racing you right now.
Just to try and get on by, and time's up on our 127 backdraft. A Roadster that is just out there having a huge
Brander's
amount of
at the wheel there of that V8 Roadster. They're of course running in Class D. So those are all the V8 Roadsters, and we've still got Baron Pretorius, the 262, leading that class.
Stradale once again making short work and just trying to play a little bit of a recovery game here. As 2 hours and 52 minutes to go, drivers are going to be starting to consider their options, weighing it up a little bit more, and also fatigue starting to kick in for those who have been in the car for quite some time. Two-man teams, very, very difficult to run in 5 hours.
Sartori there at the Mustang is really just going extremely slow. He's doing 110s at the moment, really falling back, and a big gap now to 5th place, which is Silvio Scribante. Scribante did a 101 last time out. McLaughlin in the 72 carbon car did a 104, and the front three all in the 101. So it just shows he's losing. The Mustang is 8 to 9 seconds a lap he's losing. As you can see, he's just cautiously, just tiptoeing around the track at the moment. And we jump on board now with that 100.
Now this is the Samlin Polo that landed up into the wall. Lots of frantic work. And much like a chiropractor, you use a hammer and you try and get yourself sorted out.
What chiropractor do you go to?
Did you not ever see a chiropractor?
Moving back onto the Mustang quickly. This is now through the hangar. Sartori at the wheel, the Australian. Great to have the Mustang with us. One of just 15 built, and one of them, yeah, of course, at the South African Endurance Series, making its debut in round 2. This is through the sweep, Romano Sartori. You see that sun there? Keeping an eye out on the apex, and then look for your braking point here. This is where Rangi's got it wrong. There's the 50-meter mark. Oh, as a Lamborghini dives on the inside, that looks like Silvio Scribante. He's looking angry today. The Scribantes, they were in fact diving into the pits, looks like, possibly there. They were running up, started 3rd on the grid, and in 5th at the moment.
And the Blue Sands, the Ford Mustang, the IRC absolutely giving it all. But I've got to say, rather impressive. Gavin Rook got into the pits and Masheko up into 2nd place, but they still hold the fastest lap time for their class on the way through. Much the same as our Honda Type R of the Rero family, the combined racing. They hold the fastest lap time of their class as well, but yet 2nd.
So Steve, just give us a little insight for our race fans out there. We're seeing different lights. I mean, these are tiny little lights on the back there in the front. We've got some really big, look at that, big bright lights. What's the regulation requirements for these cars? We see some side lights as well, LEDs. I mean, the 72, we're not going to be able to see that number soon unless some lights come on. So what are the requirements lighting-wise as we talk about endurance racing, particularly into a night race?
All right, so you need to have headlights on standard normal headlights that you get in your cars, but the one thing you have to have is it can't be just candles in the wind. So ideally get yourself some LEDs or halogens, put it in and get going. You have to have illuminated number boards on the side of the car for the officials to see. It also acts as a bit of a help to see.
Oh, a spin there. Was that Olomisa?
It looks like it may have been that.
The 55. It was the 55.
That's Van der Merwe that's behind the wheel. Getting out.
Not for the first time, a V8 Roadster spinning out at the hairpin on the top side of the track.
So definitely a tough one out there. So in other words, they have to have reflective on the side so they're visible in case of spins like that. Illuminated number board on the side for the officials and for the teams. They have to have working headlights and working tail lights. If one of those are out, you give them the technical flag, pull in the pits, get it fixed.
All right, so this is the carbon car currently running in 4th place, and it's the 2nd place Rangi's car. So Steve, we seem to have missed this now. Perhaps Lekantla dropped into the pits, but we actually have Arangi's now running in 2nd place. So we've not spotted that on the track, but perhaps the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini is coming for a fuel stop because there's a gap now between 2nd and 3rd, and it's Arangi's. Oh, and look at this camera view. This just shows you the open cockpit. Just to get a feel for the guys. Last year out here, they were filling up like a bathtub there with rain. Just shows you how real the experience is of driving, which is why the guys love doing it.
Absolutely incredible. And also, you'll notice the dash that they got on is a little bit of a strange one. It's actually a Garmin dash that gets used. So let's take a look at the replay here. And this is the carbon car. Oh, a little bit twitch to get going. Not quite a full slide. Oh, there we go. There's Van der Merwe going and giving us a bit of a power.
He must have hit the grass there because he was actually, it looks like he must have been actually slipped off the track there perhaps. Let's have a look here now. So we're on board with the car.
So trying to make his way through, and there is the Inter-Africa. Well, we wondered where it was. There is the Inter-Africa Lamborghini. So let's go down to pit lane and find out what's happening.
Keegan Compass joins us now, and it's unfortunate that the car is currently being worked on. Talk to us about the damage and how long it will take to get it fixed.
Yeah, so unfortunately my brother Jason was in the car. He says one of the cars came out the pit lane. It looked like it was that new Mustang of Franco Di Matteo. Obviously, the tyres of my car would obviously be cold, so I understand that concept. And yeah, the driver just drove a little bit erratic according to our driver. And yeah, entering, once you come through a hangar, they had a little bit of a tussle in the sense of the Mustang tried to defend the inside and then just proceeded to hit brakes in front of our car. So took evasive action, which unfortunately put us on the grass. And then, yeah, race cars don't stop on grass.
They definitely don't. With about 3 more hours to go of the endurance race, what are your expectations and really the hopes now and the change of strategy with what just happened?
Well, so unfortunately, you know, we race with a little bit of a slower car, but with the team and the drivers and the whole combination, we're able to fight with the bigger boys. So overall result within the top 5 was our target. I think the damage is quite severe. We've lost our front splitter, which means we should lose about 2 seconds a lap just on pace. And then, yeah, now it's just a case of recovery. I think the class win is still in hand, but our overall top 5, maybe we'll get lucky and maybe you and I'll be throwing champagne later.
I'll definitely be hoping to do that, Keegan. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Let's go back to commentary.
All right, so that's some vital information there which we didn't know about, was that actually he was in a bit of a battle there with the Mustang. We didn't see that, we just saw him going off, but he tried to avoid an incident there and saying that the Mustang looked like it might have been on cold tires. He was talking something about that. So, oh, what's going on here now?
That is spark. Something is
fairing. That's actually some of the splitter that's touching the ground.
Yep, not quite what you want to have, and you're going to feel a grinding sensation. It looks like the front actually has got a bit of damage on it for the number 11. That's the...
Yeah, they're running in second place. Mashiko there was in second. They're going to have to dive into the pits, or can he carry on like that?
No, not at all. That's going to be a technical flag coming out very, very quickly, because it's through every left-hander, it's dragging the nose. So he's had contact at some point, and now it's just gone and created a bit of damage. Bit of duct tape to fix it up will be needed for the team. Backdraft are going to be working hard to get it done and dusted, and we'll have to see if Mashiko is going.
Look how dark that is. What are those lights doing? You can't see anything there.
I think it's more dirt that's actually been picked up from possibly going and venturing through. So he comes on by, and you can see that front splitter is not happy, bouncing up and down. Every left hand, every time he goes through a right hander, that left hand is dragging on the ground. He's going to be feeling it, and the team will be taking notes. There's going to be a fair amount of work being done.
Yeah, look, I comment about the sparks, because we see Formula 1 cars these days with sparks so much of the time that they sort of carry on and eventually just wear down. But that looks a bit more damage than just a little touch. Eh? But he continues around, and he doesn't want to really come in either, because he's comfortably running in second position, and with Van Heerden a lap behind, he'll sort of lose that advantage if he has to dive into the pits.
So hoping maybe for the splitter to start fading away, and it looks like that seems to be the case. So a little bit worn down now, no sparks, maybe a little bit more comfortable, but something to keep an eye out for the team. And when he gets into the pits, they will be looking at that nose.
Right, with Khwelile Khatla, yeah, the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini now running in third place. So they'll be on the same lap as second place Charles Arangis in the Stradale Porsche. But yeah, they have lost a bit of time. So coming through that, we'll just have a quick look at that lap time there now. 119 laps, this is 120, and that was a 101 flat for Khwelile as the leader. He's also doing a 101.8. In fact, that's a quicker time out of everybody on that lap. So Khwelile just seems to be finding his groove. Right, let's go on board and hear the beauty of this beautiful Lamborghini Hurricane GT3.
Is there anything you want to know? Go into the
Beautiful shots on board with Lamborghini GT3 Hurricane, and absolutely giving it home. So you can also see how calm the driver is, but looking not at the corner he's in, but the next corner ahead. And that's what you get trained to do. Start looking 2 corners ahead, keep yourself going, and also just focus on the rhythm all the way through, hitting the gear shifts in the right places the entire time. Don't strain the motor, and just ensure you get the ideal lap time so your fuel usage matches what your stint needs to be.
Yeah, we just saw there the Silvio Scribante Lamborghini. They're just going through shot in front of us. They're actually catching the McLaughlin 72, about 2 seconds a lap quicker. They are a lap down, so that's one to keep an eye out for. As they get a little bit of a loss of grip there. Oh, and he's lost a bit of drive there. Oh, now I told you that there's a bit of vibration in the car. You thought of maybe diving into the pits. There's a bit of vibration on that car, as Aldo Scribante earlier had a bit of an incident. They had to change the wheel, and so a bit of vibration. Michael Stephen, of course, still has to climb into that car. So, and again, just looking a little bit slow there through that corner as the Lekatla Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini comes past. So what's happening here? Something definitely happening with the Scribante Lamborghini.
Getting a bit of a flash of light from the Inter Africa saying, okay, I need to get on by, need you to open up the door a little bit. Does so. Blue flags mean that you hold your racing line, but you're not allowed to fight. You've got to help facilitate the pass. No jumping out of the way if needed. But if you want to be a gentleman, you mind out the way, open the door a little bit and keep going. The corridor's going and getting stuck on the outside.
Okay, you can get out the way, but you don't have to go on the grass. We'll make that. There's the Mustang that's limping around, lapping in the 110s.
That's
really off
that's
pace.
the same times as the Backcroft Roadsters.
Yeah, really just cautiously taking it around. And of course, you've got to finish to be in the race still, and that's really what they want to do. Their priority is to bring that car home. And yeah, we're really glad that it is here. But now Silvio looks back up to pace. I mean, he's really there again. So perhaps with the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini, so perhaps just a... Oh, as the number one touches onto the grass there. And it could have so easily slipped.
So the defending champions now trying to battle their way through, as Inter Africa just starting to feel the pressure. And I wonder how long can he keep going. Oh, a little bit of a tank slapper on the throttle.
Right, let's go through to the pits then. Chloe has got some more information for us.
Well, Pigile Holomisa joins us now from car number 11 with the backdrop. Pigile, first stint, you went out, new livery. How does you feel, and really how was your first stint on track?
We had a good run until I lost it at the hangar. I lost it because the car that brought in loose gravel onto the track, and I had already committed, so I couldn't go over, or I couldn't avoid it. So I went over it, and then the car just went off. And then, yeah, but I brought it back. That was the first time. The second time at 10.6, there was 113 that blocked my way. And unfortunately, I had already committed as well on the corner, and I had to take him out of, and I bumped him from the back. I went off, but then I came in, we did a driver change because of that. But the car is damaged, but not mechanically, just the bodyworks that are damaged.
A lot of commitment, and I mean, we see also commitment on your car in terms of the 2 color schemes there. Talk to us about that.
Okay, we've just got a new sponsorship, and we had it's 50% of the racing costs. So we said, okay, we will paint half of the car to show our gratefulness from what they're doing for us. We left the other half, which is still available for someone that would be interested in sponsoring. So we will paint it their colors, whoever is willing to come on board.
All right, well, we do know that Chaba Mashigo is currently on for car 11 rather. So let's go back, of course, to commentary to see how that car is running at the race of the rest of the track, of course.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you. That is, of course, the number 11. They haven't come in, and they are lapping quite competitively in the 111s. The leader, the Bar of Pretoria, is 262, also doing the 111. So there's a nice little battle there between the 11 and the 262. Despite that incident, they were leading at one point. Of course, we jump on board here with Polile Lekatla flashing away at the carbon car and looking to put another lap on the car currently running in 4th position. Mike McLaughlin behind the wheel.
Mike just holding his line once again. Blue flags doesn't mean you have to jump out the way. You can be the nice guy, but he's also in a race to try and catch it and make his way through. He's looking to have Lataka go and add yet another lap on top of him. but I'm getting reports that Stradali is starting to get their pit crew ready, possibly for a stop, or maybe just to start baiting for a situation.
Well, I mean, Charles Rangi started the race. He's been at the wheel there for half of the race now, so you would say that we're probably heading towards a driver change there in the Stradali Porsche, running number 86 in second place. We're on board, of course, with the third place man, the number 1 plated Into Africa Racing Lamborghini Hurricane, and doing a neat job there. And yeah, the Leclerc running at 2 laps down with heading up towards the halfway point. 5-hour night race here at Aldo Scribante.
Well, one person we haven't spoken about, or one team, is the Just for Sleep, running in first place, a lap ahead of the Stradali team, and 2 laps above the likes of Into Africa. So once again, dominating effect. Ryan Nyker keeping the consistency at the moment. Mike McLaughlin for the backdraft, going and doing everything he can to try and make the way through. Scribante still in for the fight, and don't count out Blue Sands as they're running in 5th. Sorry, they're running in 6th.
Yeah, in 6th. So absolutely. So the Satori Ford Mustang that you mentioned there now, really losing a lot of time there. Satori doing his minimum stint right now. But I think if you look at the top 6 teams, they've all got very fast drivers to come. Let's just touch base with some of them. Charles Visser into the Rico Bala Racing Nova that we see on screen now, the winner of the opening round here of the year. Then you've got Charles Arangis, who's now going to be handing over. He's been doing a long stint. He's 2.5 hours behind the wheel. He's got to be getting tired. He's been racing just support races as well. So Nevilling's waiting in the wings. He'll be hungry to get going. Stewie White is set to go, of course, in the number 1, running in 3rd. Steve Clark, he's set to go, also very fast. And as we get our first little image now, inside, is this the Nova with Nyker? Yeah.
This is Ryan Nyker keeping it consistent, keeping it together, and just focusing on what he needs to do to get the car across the line. Team effort is what's needed. Trust your drivers. Gets it just going and blinking every so often. Just when there's a straightaway, you'll watch through the corners, eyes wide open all the way through.
This is the Stradali. You mentioned that. I want to come back to my point about some fast drivers still to come, but this is the Stradali. They've got this unusual pit box that's just a little bit forward from those first few pits, so you recognize it straight away, and it is indeed. And let's just see, we've got a driver change. You can see Neveling waiting on the side of these little cushion there. And that's because the drivers are all different heights, different builds. So as Charles Arangis, who's done a 2.5 hour stint, comes out of the car, and how many other races has he done today? I mean, he's been really busy, while Neveling's been walking around in shorts and slops, just enjoying racing. Right, so driver change here. So just talk to us through the fuel's going in on the Porsche on the nose, but you can't do it at the same time as the wheels.
No, you have to go and wait it out. As soon as the fuel is done, you're allowed to jack the car up. The jackman's getting onto it. Only 6 people are allowed to touch the car at one time. Any more than that, you'll incur a penalty. You've got a wheel jackman, you've got a tyre carrier, so it's all down to the wheel jackman getting his job absolutely perfect to ensure he can keep going. Oh, that wheel not coming off. So it looks like the air gun not working. He's just not able to get the tyre off properly.
Yeah, some fresh tackies going onto the Stradali Porsche. He gets it working now, hands in the air.
That's just to say clear. Everyone puts their hands in the air. Airs are clear.
Drops the car and off they go. Right, so just lost a few seconds there. Of course, just remember they were running in 2nd place. It was the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini in 3rd. That was almost a lap back, so could see a change of position there now as they make their way around. And darkness sets in. And we're going to really be at our best here to identify these cars from their light configuration up front.
And that's the Pesty Racing that's also gone out as well.
There we go. We saw the Inter Africa Racing landing through the S's, so that's a change there for position.
Yeah, Charles Rangi's out the car. Arnold Neveling now on a fresh set of boots to go hunting. And we've also got the Pesty Racing came out of the pits. Might be Horan that's gotten behind the wheel of the car to ensure he can go. We'll confirm once they get across the line. Bit of tough racing all around, but headlights all over. This is going to be tricky. Something we saw last night where it was Mo Mia against Andrew Horn getting caught out in the headlights.
So just coming back to my point, as the Scuderia Scribante Lamborghini comes through, we've got Michael Stephen waiting in the wing. Michael Stephen, the golden boy of racing four wheels here, multiple South African production car champion. Michael Stephen last weekend was not sitting here in Nelson Mandela Bay, Gqeberha. He was sitting at the Paul Ricard circuit over in France, and being part of an amazing team which involves Nick Adcock, who runs the Nova team, who's racing against, by the way, Michael Stephen, and participating in that international series. He signed up for the first few races. Things didn't quite go his way, but it's great to see Mike, who has got so much experience. He knows this track so well. It's hard to imagine how many laps he's possibly done around here. But he has been as fast as anybody in the free practices over the last 24 hours here at Aldo Scribante. And I'm not going to be surprised to see him climbing in from Silvio as Mr. Motormouth comes and joins me alongside in the commentary booth. Mike Stephen, just a phenomenal talent. Eh?
No, absolutely. I've had a couple of chats to him during the course of the day today, and fantastic to have him here with his brand new daughter as well, still in the pram, and he's just absolutely loving being here and a real hometown hero. And it is just great to have him out in circuit, joining the likes of Scuderia Scribante with Aldo and Silvio Scribante in that magnificent Lamborghini Hurricane.
Right, so Masheka is using the right side of this straight to mitigate the fairing that's scraping the tar. This is the news that we're just getting through here. This is the 111 car. They are using, actually, as we saw, the sparks being flashed up from the car. We actually seeing that he's actually using a certain side of the track to sort of mitigate against that. So we were just chatting a little about Michael Stephen, fresh from Paul Ricard, just enjoying being here. Hey?
Absolutely, yep. Just he's completely relaxed. But now game face on, he's getting ready for his extended stint into the night. So looking rather cool and collected. But just going right down the pit lane. I had the privilege of going down to most of the pits, and a couple of tempers starting to flare, not amongst amongst drivers on track, but within the teams as well. So it's really game face time now, and the guys are getting themselves worked up, looking for a decent result here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
So we have now passed the halfway point here of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante night race. We're going to go down to the pits as Charles Arranges, after a long session, he's chatting to Chloe.
Charles Arranges joins us now after 2.5 hours on track. Charles, talk to us about that stint and how long it was, and really the comfortability of the car as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I must say the team just kind of dropped it on me. By the way, you're staying in the car now. So, but luckily it's a lovely car. It's a comfortable car. It's the aircon on, Actually, I had to put it off here and there. So no, it's a good car for this. It's just the track is dirty. There's a lot of oil. I had a lot of offs, and we had a bit of a problem with the fuel pumps. Looks like one of the fuel pumps backed up, so we had a scare there, parked next to the track for a lap or so. But in any case, sorted that out, and yeah, here we go. So yeah, now Ari has to bring it home, and hopefully we can get some result after a bit of a fiasco here and there.
All right, they're currently, of course, running in third in their class, and we're looking forward to seeing how far they can go with this. Let's go back to commentary as we go back to seeing what's happening on track.
So Arnie Nevling then at the wheel of the Stradale. I'm surprised there's Scholl saying that some kind of result. They're running in third. They're challenging for the podium.
Absolutely, but on board with Olile Letlaka, and once again just enjoying the onboard action. Brilliant action. You just can't believe the quality of these cameras in the dark, and you can just see what a busy man Olile Letlaka is at this stage. Totally focused. He knows he has got to keep it neat and tidy, but what a driver to hand over when he hands over to Stuart White. So I think we're going to be in for an exciting finish once again, but the guys have got a lot of time to make up a 2-lap deficit that they have got. So it's the Ricky Bollo team that has got a massive lead in that Nova Proto 2. So lots of work to be done by the Into Africa team, and then Neveling and Charlotte Ranges in that third place with Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark running in fourth overall in the carbon backdraft car. So that's they always major contenders in endurance racing.
Yeah, we go back on board. I think this is the Khulile Lekatla Lamborghini, and just in terms of lap times, super impressive. And he's doing a 1 minute flat, a 1:00.9 last time out. And just to put that in context of who's around him, Nike currently leading the way. He just did last time out a 1:04, so been getting caught in traffic, while behind him Neveling is on pace, a 1:00.2, fastest man on the track at the moment. But Silvio Scribante just put in a 1:02 as well. So our top five, perhaps Sartori dropping off the pace a little bit, is really sickling at the moment. But the front five, in fact, are just on the pace at the moment.
Nike, that's 57.8, the best time from him so far. But I mean, very impressive times from Khulile Lekatla as well. I mean, for him to have done a 57.9, that is brilliant. Well, I think that might have been while Stuart White was in the car. So their best of 57.9. So I think once we see Stuart getting back into that car, I mean, that car and the lights just looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, you're here often at the track, these night lights, and there's not many tracks there. We look at the beautiful sunset of Algoa, well, in fact, that's on the other side of Algoa Bay, Nelson Mandela Bay, but just not many tracks have this kind of facilities, these kind of night lights. I know they don't do a lot for these drivers, but it certainly assists us as race fans.
And for the spectators as well. It's brilliant for the spectators out on circuit. And let me tell you, there are still loads and loads of spectators out on the embankments enjoying the action. It has been absolutely brilliant to see how the crowds have come out in their numbers to support the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. And we're just making some adjustments there.
Yeah.
Just wonder,
or ordering supper, I'm not sure.
Possibly. Just wanted to know how he has his steak, medium rare. And
brilliant.
I think we are possibly going to see.
Whoa! Is this the S's? Yeah.
Or is that coming into the pit lane? I'm just having a look to see where we are.
I think this is now going down the hangar, then second part of the hangar. And now he'll be making his way up towards the hairpin, looking for his braking spot. Yeah, there we go, around the hairpin. This is on the top side of the track. Then you've got that little dip going through the sweep there as well. This is now at the end of the main straight. Now there we can see the beautiful lights there of the 33.
That is fantastic.
That's the Alfa Romeo Giulia, the QV. That's currently running in Class B. And with the Toyota Altezza having plenty of problems, they are comfortably in the lead as the leader comes past.
But right in the curbs.
Wow.
That Nova bouncing over the curbs there, looking away, flashing his lights, just indicating that he needs to come through in a hurry. Finally gets through into turn 5, just through on the inside line.
Yeah, full respect for one another there. But you can just see the height difference in the two cars. The driver's seat is probably almost 60 centimeters apart in terms of how far they are from the road. So just incredible control from these really experienced drivers who have been doing this for a long time. It's second habit to them.
We are well past the halfway mark of the race now, and still the lead that the Nike, Visser and Thomas car has got still sitting at 2 laps. So Khulile Lekatla not managing to close up that gap at the moment, but we are I'm sure we are going to see some changes in the lap times when the next set of drivers get into the various cars, as you mentioned earlier. So it is still it's going to be an exciting climax to the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante Raceway.
Yeah, some fast cars to come, but we do have a change in Class D. And the car that we said was hobbling along and scraping along and trying to find a different racing line to protect the car is the number 11 Mashiko. We'll see if we can catch there, but they are now leading on track as we keep an eye there. That's the 55 of Fundamadva. He's running down in 6th place, about 9 laps behind Mashiko, who's now leading. So Pretorius in the 262 could have come into the pits, we didn't see, but there is a change for the lead in Class D as we enjoy the sights of that beautiful Stradale Porsche going through. Arnold Neveling there, just doing a 1:00.2 last time out, 132 laps for him into the race of the team.
Yeah, that number 11 car of Polamisa, Mashigo and Jumbu, going for the index of performance. That's where their main focus is for this weekend, and looking very, very good at this stage.
Brander's there, the 127, that is the Backdraft Racing SA team, along with Peter Blowfield in the pits at the moment. Looks like maybe a driver change there as we go on board with one of our Backdraft Roadsters. This possibly is our leader, the number 11. Looks like a blue and white stripers, which is what they're customarily known for as they go into the first corner, possibly, or last corner, in fact. Oh, it's hard to see. No, that was the first corner. They're now into the S's. A little flick to the right, then to the left.
Yep.
The lighting not as bright as it is on some of the other cars. So we're just trying to look for the apex. And you can't see. Oh, it's a fast car. Is that the Mustang?
It looked like the Mustang going past them, and obviously then
there's the number 11 going past. There we go. That's the leader. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and obviously with the camera being exposed, the lens has obviously got dirty as well. So just a bit of a blurred view from that onboard camera.
So that looked like a slow-moving car there. That's the 127, which was possibly coming out of the pits. Yeah, it was the Branders. Whoa, and what was that came off the Lamborghini? Or could be a big piece of carbon fiber from another car. It just flicked up in the air there. So unsure as to...
Oh, that's the way to get overtaken. Left and right hand side at the same time.
We call that a V8 Roadster sandwich, I believe. Brilliant riding from the drivers.
Now these guys, I mean, putting it all out there on the circuit at the moment. The action, as I said earlier, I mean, 5 hours of racing, it goes by just like that. I mean, so quick. There's just so much going on. The races within the race, the various classes, and the personal battles that are going on between all of the teams out on track at the moment.
I guess the danger is you get so familiar just with that someone will move out the way, and it's just that late split decision that causes an incident. It looks like a slow-moving car, but it's just because the other cars are coming so fast past here. This is the bright yellow V8 Roadster that's going through for another lap. As there goes the Stradale Porsche, and Neveling is on a charge at the moment. What's the gap looking like now? Well, I can tell you that Lekatla is also lapping in the 1 minute, so Neveling not really closing the gap. Just shows you how confident Kolile is getting in the dark, lap by lap.
Just having a look at the information coming through. There goes the Mustang passing them once again. The Alpha, once again, they're battling with that back left suspension on the vehicle with bolts that keep coming loose. They've tried everything. They've tried nylock, they've tried nylock nuts, they've tried Loctite, they've tried every trick in the book. They've wired the bolts in place, and they're still coming loose. So they've just decided they're going to nurse that Alpha, that very, very impressive Alpha Giulia QV. They're going to nurse that car home. That's the team of Mario Rossi, Rechard van Sale, and Werner Jonk. They have and Claudio Rossi as well. They've had lots of problems with their left rear suspension on the vehicle this weekend.
Yeah, so it was Fabian Lance that we were on board with. She's now in the behind the wheel of the number 42 that we were on board with. Right, this is now back into the pits. This is the Corridas. This is the car that's had the engine change, and they've got it from the pit lane, the 111, and covering the wheel. That's interesting. I'm not too sure what's happening there, but they've done exceptionally well, knowing the massive back foot that they've started for the race on. There's the Alfa Romeo that you mentioned.
Yeah,
33.
They're going to just bring it home, just backed off and make sure that they finish. I wonder if that wasn't a wet rag going onto the wheel. Possibly there's an issue with the brakes there. They just want to try and cool it down a little bit so they can work on that back right wheel of the car.
We join now our race leader, Ryan Nijker, and last time out lapping in the 104, so traffic perhaps hindering him a bit there, because second, third and fourth all in the 1 minute flats, looking very impressive, as is Silvio Scribante in fifth place. So some mighty fast times here from some really experienced drivers as we join Fabian Lance now, the 42 And what a view of Aldo Scribante. There's the sun setting on the right. And so you'll see a fast car closing in quickly. Let's see how quick they come in.
As you mentioned, Silvio Scribante, so he moved up a place. He's moved up into 4th overall now in the 45 Lamborghini Huracan in the colours of Scuderia Scribante, and finally a driver change for the 72 car. Steve, looks like the car actually fallen off its jacks there.
Yeah, he's not that strong. Okay.
Steve Clark about to get behind the wheel of that one. Have they already changed the drivers?
Well, so this is why the Scribante has gone through, because they benefited from this pit stop here.
Yes.
So there's going to be a tyre change. There's going to be, just have a look at the rubber. Mounted rubber onto the car. That's phenomenal. And this is these boys are like Spitfire fighter pilots. So they actually looks like they don't have a drill here for these tyres. Steve Clark now goes into the driver's seat, and let's see. Okay, there I can see an air gun there just past us. But it just looks like he's going to tighten as much as he can with his hands. One air gun looks like for all 4 tyres. So he's just tightening with his hand, and here comes the air gun. So the last little bit just to save a bit of time, the 72. Then Steve Clark, I liken him to a fighter pilot. He's always got some grease on his hands and his face. And
he certainly had his game face on this afternoon.
Amazing.
I mean, he's gone through a whole range of emotions out there so far today, and just couldn't wait for his stint to come along and finally getting to see Steve Clark behind there. So it's going to be interesting to see what his times, how his times compare to Michael McLaughlin in that magnificent 70.
Well, let's backdraft. Let's keep an eye on Mike McLaughlin's quickest time was a 101.4, and let's see how Steve Clark does. So he comes out now. That's going to be in 5th place. Driver change there. This is in our A class. Just to remind you, our top 5 cars all within 6 laps of each other. The Mustang fallen back a little bit now, 9 laps down, with the number 11 still leading the Class D. So have a look there.
That's an absolutely brilliant performance so far from the number 11 car. Mashicho at the wheel at the moment, and then our local man Olile Jumgupta will share in the drive with them as well. So as well as Fikile Holomisa. So great performance from the number 11 car.
So just to remind you, on screen now, we'll have a look at the running order there, but in shot there is Ryan Nike. He's leading the race. He's got a lap over Lekaka. We've still got some big fast guys to come, as we have just over 2 hours of racing to go. Neveling is also chasing them down. We know Mike Stevens still has to climb into the 45, currently running in 4th place, 4 laps down. And then Mike McLaughlin, it hasn't come up yet on screen, but we think there's a driver change there. Steve Clark now stepping in. The Ford Mustang losing a bit of distance now to the front 5 as we go on board then with the Nova.
Yeah, once again, fantastic onboard footage, this time looking forward and just seeing the different lines that the guys take through turn 1, the never-ending turn 1, through turn 2, and straight into the S's, the complex part of the circuit.
I was asking some of the drivers, about, does the lights around the track have an effect? They certainly do look so in that little image that we had there on board. It looks like the track's fairly well lit up.
Yeah, just looking from there, it is very, very well lit up. But the other thing that becomes a bit of a hindrance as well is spectators, moving around the circuit, and you often find they'll stop somewhere but leave their lights on as well, and that's also just the sparks flying from one.
Yeah, that's Mashiko there, the number 11, is it?
They've got something dragging.
That's still that splitter that we've been talking about. You can see it actually vibrating
down.
And that's what we were saying. He's actually moving to the one side of the track to try and avoid it touching the ground. So they're trying to make it work as he now flies down Nike. This is into our first corner, long right-hander. Now it's the S's. Stay on board with him. Look at the amazing turning speed of this car. And he's just super impressive behind the wheel. This is the man that could lead the championship going to Cape Town, 7th of June, if he can get a little bit more points than the Inter-Africa Racing team. So sole lead of the championship, because his 2 international teammates are doing duty this weekend and they're not here.
Into the pits for Olile Letlaka, driver change Right, we are now getting to the real interesting part of the race. Stuart White, these guys, I've just watched them over the last 2 weeks while they've been here. The amount of practice that goes into it's a well-oiled machine. As soon as one driver gets out, the driver helps him strap in, and very quick driver change. Fueling is stopped up on the jacks for the tyre change, and there's another very efficient scheduled stop for the Into Africa Lamborghini Hurricane.
So keep an eye up now. We had Nevling, who was not too far behind in third place. We look to close the gap then on Stewie White. And here he gets start procedures underway. That was quick pit stop. That was fuel. Was it tyres?
Tyres
and
as well.
driver.
And driver, correct. Just last, tightening the belts now.
So they're going to keep track position as well. It was super fast. Still busy, just tightening a little bit more. He's settling himself in for a long stint here for Stewie White. 2 hours, 11 minutes to go here at the 5 hours of Aldo's Scribante night race. And it is the man with, you see FS on his helmet there, Formula Stuart, they call him. And he is now settling in for a long. Is he checking a mirror, maybe checking his eyes, his makeup, just to see everything going? He's just fiddling around there while he's busy hauling around the track.
Just as he settles into the seat as well, it just keeps adjusting those belts, making them tighter and tighter. And just you want to feel as one with the car, get those belts as tight as possible. And just another adjustment of the belts. And then my radio's not plugged in, no wonder. So
anything else?
Oh no, I'm tuned into Algo FM. And
my shoelace.
My shoelace. Yeah. It seems a ritual. There he goes. He carries on. And we've seen similar things from while I'm playing with my belts
through the S's.
So just continuously tightening those belts and just making sure he's.
I'll just overtake a car, tighten the seat belt, fix my hair
all the time in the
connect
world.
The radio.
Oh, you say the FS on his crash helmet. I thought that was for Free State, being from Bloemfontein.
Right, there he goes now down through the sweep. No doubt fiddling a little bit more. Just overtake a car, flash a light, fix a seat belt.
Yeah, pull a belt again.
He's going to just need a lap or two just to familiarize himself, but he is expected to be challenging for the lead. Of course, we've got a big driver change still to come with the race leader, Charles Visser, expected to climb in behind the wheel of the Nova, and that is the Rico Bala Racing race leader, winner of race 1. This was the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini that picked up second place, and there we do actually have a change. We've got on our timing there. Nevling, I thought perhaps was close, so we'll just keep an eye and see how that plays out with the timing. But Nevling was close on the track despite a quick pit stop. Stuart White is possibly in third place, and we know Nevling is done. They've done their final change. So this is going to be a straight race now with strategy, fuel, maybe tyres, but no more driver changes perhaps in these two teams.
Stuart
while the leaders
just
will change.
Using all of the track and a little bit more.
Just keeping on the timing.
We're having to take evasive action. There's a big one. Steve Clark.
And that's going to be
that's
big. Now this is coming out of the sweep, and he's actually swung and hit the narrow part of the track. Oh, and the car's
it's not light now.
And we need the marshals out there quickly. Now this is where the track actually narrows. And he's now braking. We need marshals to quickly get those flags out. And this is going to have to be red flagged here. We've got a car on fire and another car. And you can see the track closing up.
Absolutely, but Stuart White also had to take evasive action and ran onto the.
No, we've got some. No, there's a spectator.
That's a spectator.
Oh no, it's a marshal. It is a marshal. We can see. Yeah, it's a marshal there. Don't worry, it's marshals on the track. Sure, this is not a scene that we'd like to have, but driver looks okay. Marshals coming out to sort things out, get their fire extinguishers out. Okay, there we go. Safety car.
That's an unusual place. I mean, that's on the short straight over the bridge.
Sure.
That looks like he made heavy contact with that wall there.
Yeah, apologies there. We've got a bit of a fright. Just somebody running out with a jack. No, we didn't see the marshal colours on him.
Yeah, it's very difficult under the lights. And so high drama at the 2 hours 52 minutes into the race. I see Steve is still in the car.
So just to recap there, the reason the track closes up there is this is actually where the trucks cross over.
Correct, yes.
Into the track, and there's a tunnel underneath the track where the teams can also come through as well. Right. Just waiting to get confirmation as to where we are in terms of racing conditions. And that is the race officials there. They've got up there very quickly to the incident.
Yeah, I'd like to just dial it back a bit and see what happened to Stuart White as well, because we saw him running wide off the track, and I'm not sure if it was that same incident, because he had to take evasive action as well and ran off the track momentarily.
Okay, so looks like the driver's possibly still in the car. Let's have a look. So Stuart White comes around the corner.
They hit brakes, and that's where
the
Stuart
Mustang
White
actually got there first. Keep an eye now for that second impact. So obviously the first driver gets to see the guy behind doesn't see him, and he brakes heavily. We'll see it's not that car. We'll see a V8 Roadster coming through. There was the little fire that started, and here we go. He brakes. And it's actually the third car in line.
Third car, yeah. Just the guys seeing the incident, jumping on the brakes and running into the back of the
unfortunate
car.
incident. So safety car is out, and this is going to take. And we've got fire once again there. Okay, confirmation driver is safe, so that's good news. Steve Clark safely out the car, and a nasty incident. You can actually see the skid marks.
You see the skid marks there, and you just wonder.
So there we go. Our marshals and race officials are out there chatting to the drivers. We'll just see if we are able to clear this within a couple of laps, or whether it would be best just to perhaps bring out a red flag. We'll see.
We'll see what the officials decide on. But while the guys have used this opportunity to go into the pits, and I know that Franco Di Matteo is about to get ready to go out in the Mustang. So
they actually caught the Corridus car here, which is great to see them back out. We didn't see that. They've now, safety cars actually caught them, and we'll see who we're on board with. But man, that was a nasty incident. In fact, we've had one or two incidents today in some tight racing, and it's really because of big fields. We've had so many cars and bikes on the track.
Yep.
And just a testament to the amazing safety, just a shout out to amazing marshals out there, and of course the incredible work that our medics do as well out on track as well.
But just the McLaughlin and Clark car, the car that was involved in that accident, I mentioned it earlier. Every time that car comes out, there's more development having gone into it. It's now got the halo system, which I don't think it's going to be too long, and we'll see most of the backdraft cars running with them. And
so let's just have a look if we can see the car on the right as well. So there's on the left, the carbon car. So looks like they've cleared the car on the right. And we're going to try and get confirmation, because there are two cars involved, V8 Roadsters. One hit from the back. Okay, so we're on board with Jason Campos. So he is in the Samlin Racing Polo, the 100. And then we've got the 111 Corridus. The two cars that started from the pit lane, both running in Class C, but are actually behind the safety car at the moment. So, right, this is the leader.
It looks like we've possibly. There's no driver in the car at the moment.
Well,
I wonder what's
involved.
happened.
Now, that's what we weren't sure which of the V8 roads.
One of them was hit from behind.
Let's see now, they're going to possibly try and get the car going, or should it looks like they're getting going, yeah.
I didn't see there's definitely a driver in the car, so get started. So I wonder if they've had a driver change there as well, because
possibly.
Olele Jumbuka would be the next driver to jump into the number 11 car.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we're uncertain as to which of the V8 Roadsters were actually involved in that incident, and so we're going to, partly because it's dark and we can't quite see, who is there. So we're waiting for the timing just to clear itself, but we do have...
Oh, look at the damage on the back, that one that took the main impact in the back. It's still out on track. They've obviously got it started, and if you just see the back end of it has been completely redesigned.
Okay, here's the 42, that's in now. That was Fabian Lance.
Fabian Lance and Dan Hirsch.
And they are refueling, so we can see refueling at the back there, so they're taking opportunity. And Fabian, of course, national karting champion, and she was fitting her seat yesterday. We were there watching. They were putting foam in and getting herself a bit comfortable and settled in. And for some of these teams, this is a great opportunity to pick up some valuable points in the championship with all of the incidents happening in front of them.
Absolutely, and just watching after that fuel state, we've seen a couple of teams being penalised for fuel spillages with drive-through penalties. So the marshals and the officials obviously they brought their A game here this weekend and keeping a tight eye on what's happening in pit lane, and certainly not shy to dish out the drive-through penalties. They've got the Steve Clark car across the track now. It looks like it is under tow, and they are able to tow it by the looks.
Is the driver still in the car?
It looks like Steve is still sitting in the car. There's the back of the damaged Cobra that we can see there. Just look at the back of it. So it's not is it the Pesky Racing?
No,
it's not. It's the other. That's the 113.
Yeah, there we go. Right, so that's confirmation then. The 113 was the one that got hit from behind.
Betancourt Garcia and Remy Gige. That took all the damage at the back, but it seems to be going still. And I just check if there are still lights working.
Right, so that is the car that was hit from behind. We are still waiting for confirmation as to who hit them. Okay, so this was that rear end. So you can see now. Oh, and that is the white with the green livery. Hey, that's possibly the 55. That could have been the one that took the knock. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get confirmation as we go. But one of the things that have been just updated here is that the Mustang has had a driver change.
Yeah, Franco Di Matteo having got behind the wheel. So it's going to be an interesting. The interesting scenario there.
And Michael Stephen has stepped into the Scribante.
So Scribante also using that.
So who's missed out here is possibly the race leader. They didn't take the opportunity, but there's still 2 hours to go here. So possibly more on strategy.
Exactly 2 hours.
Exactly 2 hours to go. So let's just use this opportunity to remind you where we are in the classes. If you're just joining us, 5 hours night race here at Aldo Scribante. We've just had a huge incident in which one of our front runners, the carbon car, seems to have lost it and hit one of the barriers. Now you can see the runoffs are quite far on this track, except for one little point.
That point,
and that's the point which we're coming up to now. This is through the sweep, and this is where the trucks actually come into the middle of the track, and there's a tunnel underneath here. And as we get to this point here, you can see the barriers actually come in. It squeezes in, and there's the skid marks.
See the skid marks
there. The carbon car hits the wall at quite some speed. So we've lost the carbon car, but it is the Nova that is leading Class A with Nike behind the wheel. They didn't do a driver change, but Neveling is in the Porsche, has got the Stradale Porsche in second with Stuart White right behind him now, so that he would have lost that little bit of gap. In third, Michael Stephen, the very fast Michael Stephen, in fourth. And looks like we've got a car coming into the pits. Slowly, please, boys. Slowly out there. That was Class A.
Lolileli Klaka joins us now. Exo, talk to us about Rambo Lambo, the stint that you've just pulled. You're saying 51 years old, but man, you still got it.
Yeah, thank you, man. We had a beautiful stint. I enjoyed that. Yeah. Made a little mistake. We had a radio issue and miscommunication. Thought they said I must box. They were saying I mustn't box. But anyway, these things happen in racing. We were one lap behind. I was 2 hours, 18 minutes in the car. It is the longest stint I've done in an endurance race, and we had pace. We were even at some point a second quicker than the Nova in my stint. I'm super proud of that stint. I mean, I enjoyed the car. It's amazing. Yesterday I said I have a good feeling about today. I think we have a chance of bringing this race home. I'm sure Stu is in the car now, and we'll give it our best.
He definitely is. And one thing also about Stewie is that he enjoys a little bit of traffic. He enjoys to go on to overtake. Talk to us about what we can expect in the next few hours that is left on the race.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of overtaking. Stewie these conditions suit him quite well. He's been racing all over the world. He's a pro, and we could not have put him in the car at a better time. And yeah, I mean, the racing is good. Unfortunately, we just had a big crash now, but this is endurance racing, and you know, I wish we could get this support. We get support from people at home. We need to make this series better. We need corporate, and I want to thank Vodacom for you. I really need to thank Vodacom for you. They've been amazing. After a long 3 years of talking to corporate, trying to get people involved in this beautiful sport so that we can showcase what we can do. We are talking about hosting a Formula One, but you know what? We need to start embracing this and building on this. Yeah.
All right. We're definitely wishing you guys all the best. Let's go back into commentary and, of course, find out what's been happening.
Well said there from Olile Dezaka. Not bad for a 51-year-old as more and more cars now start peeling into the pits.
Now, this is unusual. Why would they be doing this? Because possibly race is going to be paused.
The race is going to be paused. We were briefed beforehand. They said they're not going to go under safety car conditions. The cars will be stopped on the grid, and the team's not allowed to touch them. You will get stopped outside your pit box, switch the car off, and you're not allowed to do any work on the car. Instead of us sitting here for hours with the cars just going around and around the circuit behind the safety car, obviously there's a bit of oil from that incident that's got to be cleaned up on the circuit, and possibly the tire wall in that area having taken a bit of a knock as well. So cars now getting into place in the pit lane. Engines will be switched off, and
so we can see the cars now going into the pits. So this is going to be race paused and park for May conditions, so you can't touch the car, and they'll be in this limestone. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights then as to what's been happening in the first 3 hours of the 5 hours of night racing here at Scribante. Take us away there, please, Brennan.
All right, back into broad daylight again, and at this stage, I mean, the fever pitch, it was running high. It was absolutely exciting, and I was positioned right at the control tower with my phone, videoing the start and just the sight and the sound of these cars bearing down on us. It was absolutely brilliant, and a great start from Stuart White, immediately just drifting across and closing down the race line, leaving the Nova Proto nowhere to go and having to slot into second place. So brilliant start from the Into Africa team. We go on board with the Nova Proto once again.
Yeah, of course, we had 28 cars at the start, including our 1 hour dashes. So that was plenty of traffic. And just speaking to Aldo Scribante, who came through to finish second in the 1 hour dash, he was at the wheel day of the 45. He said he's never raced this long before. Normally he's done like an hour long race. But this was one of those spinners, one of a few, in fact, out at the hairpin. But they were just saying the traffic was just insane. 28 cars going at full speed around the track was quite an experience. This, unfortunately, was young Visser. He had some serious damage done. In fact, the suspension had snapped. So actually went to go and see the car, and that was game over. He said, we'll see you at Kalani.
Yeah, any idea what the cause of that was? I heard something. There was a power steering issue, and unfortunately having lost control, and game over. So
yeah. This was Damien Hammond, of course, coming around. That was the 1 hour race. It got all concertinaed back up, but he would eventually take the checkered flag to win the 1 hour dash. This was young Horn enjoying. He has had a fantastic weekend in that Leger.
That Leger has run like clockwork this weekend. Fantastic little car, Honda powered. And then talking about Honda power, the Civic off the circuit once again. They have been plagued by mechanical issues the whole weekend.
Now, the Lariro brothers, it was wonderful to have them with us, but not the weekend that they had planned, as we got behind the safety car once again. And we'll see here There we can see the MSA flag there, Wayne Riddell actually holding it up.
Yes,
and here we
that's
go.
the end of the 1 hour dash.
Hammond dived in there and we actually did the prize giving straight away there for them. There we were getting ready. Damien Hammond picking up the race victory in the 1 hour dash. He's had a great weekend. By the way, I asked him afterwards, him and Maurice Jackson, would you prefer to be doing the 5 hour? They said, yeah, they would have. And there was the 31. Another, whoa, beautiful drift, hey?
Campos just going through on the inside, and a bit of a moment there for the backdraft car. Just getting it completely out of shape. Aldo running onto the dirt, as you said. He continued taking part. He's in the 5 hour. Him and his brother Silvio with Michael Stephen in the car, side by side. Into turn 1 we go.
Yeah, Dan Hirsch at the 42 wheel. He was looking racy early on. Unfortunately, they've picked up some damage later on in the race, but we're looking super fast. And there again.
The drifting.
And
then onto the grass.
Yeah, a bit of oversteer. Oh!
What a moment there. And just contact. But the 42 car onto the dirt.
Were those not the two cars that came together?
Dan Hirsch.
Dan Hirsch was in the 42, but I think it was the same car, the white with the green livery, that also caused an incident a bit later on. This was, of course, the 111 that has had a huge engine change in the Golf GTI. Had some problems early on. More dirt touching there, coming out from the hangar on towards 3 abreast. We see the cars just. Look how many cars you've got in one little stretch. Beautiful to see.
That was brilliant. And the Nova looking for a way through and into the tyres. I didn't see that.
Yeah, so this was the Samlin Racing.
Is that the front end that was all rearranged?
We want to chat. Looks like Mark Harvey might be able to join us in studio. So we'll bring him in here. That was when Charles Arangis went off. Just before that, by the way, the Samlin Racing Polo had gone off because they were actually avoiding a collision with the Mustang. So they had actually tried to avoid some of that collision. This was then the 72 with Mike McLaughlin behind the wheel. This was before the incident. The number 11.
That's the 11 car, yeah.
Yeah, with the splitter touching the ground. And they've actually managed to maintain that or somehow keep that out of trouble. And were continuing through the race despite having that little bit of a problem with the car. So they're still running around. Well, in fact, under Park Fermé conditions now, we'll see where they've played out as we have been under this paused race. We continue here with highlights. This was as night started to fall, the 27 with Julian Familiaris behind the wheel of that very popular Mustang.
Oh, that's the car that I've spoken about the most this weekend. But at this stage, Gareth, I'm going to jump out of the hot seat here. Mark Harvey is going to join up with you, and I'm just going to change position.
All right, so we continue here with highlights. Mark Harvey going to be joining us here as this was now into the night race, and this was the build-up to the big reason why we've paused the race. And you can see the front runners just struggling under the conditions. We'll chat to Mark in a moment just to understand how tricky it is out there. And there we go, the Nova. This was with Nika behind the wheel, and this is where the big incident happened with the carbon car, the 72. And we'll actually see a bit of flames starting to form. And there we go. He stayed in the car, Steve Clark. The ever mechanic he is, trying to figure out what's going on. And then we had this incident from behind. The three cars next to each other. And unfortunately, the third car not aware of what was happening ahead of them. And marshals then had to quickly come out and start warning everybody. So, Mr. Harvey.
Yeah.
What? Thank you for joining us here live in the studio. Tell us about what it's been like out there in the conditions.
It actually wasn't too bad out there. It's always difficult at night, but that I just wasn't expecting. You know, come through a corner in a train of three cars. I was focused on the back of the car in front of me, and for some reason, the first car in our train just jumped on the brakes when they saw the car on the side, and there was space to go past. But then the pesky car obviously had to react, and I tried, but there was no way I could miss it.
So what's the damage?
The car's terminal.
Terminal
damage.
Well, that's disappointing.
So, yeah. But I can just say to my family and friends who are watching, haven't had a chance to look at my phone. I'm okay?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. That's good. You seem a bit shaken up.
Yeah, I'm out of breath. Bit sore.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been an action-packed day out there. Just talk to us about the growth of the series and, of course, the the exciting things that are happening around? New sponsors on board in the midst of all of this, while you're having all of this, there seems to be some great excitement around the series.
Yeah, there is. It's great to have Vodacom for you on board. That's really super. That's a big sponsor for the series. I've got involved with my signage company, so I'm excited for that. With regards to signage, I've got another Carter brand now, which is our own. But yeah, it's good. The racing's tough. There's quite a speed differential, so you've got to have your wits about you. Yeah, some cars look, some don't, and some of the faster cars. Actually, I must say, most of the faster cars they really don't take chances. They make sure that we're aware of them. I had one or two corners where I started to take the corner and realized that the Nova or something was up next to me. It was clean racing.
Yeah, so what's it like? I mean, the open cockpits, and you've got a fast car coming. Can you hear them?
No.
You can't hear them?
No. So I'm always looking in my rearview mirror, especially when you get to the straight. You get about halfway down, you look to see if there's lights. You get used to which lights are from which cars in the dark. So the Nova's got very distinctive lights, so that's great. You can see him coming, so you know by the end of the straight he's going to be on you.
And then the lights around the track, is it assisting? We all want to know?
No, the lights around the track are amazing. I mean, this compared to Kyalami is just so different. Kyalami is pitch dark. This is great. I mean, if your lights went out for some reason, like I actually drove what was left of our car back to the pits, I'm pretty sure there was no lights on it.
But you could see.
I could see where I was going.
Yeah, I suppose this is a testament to, as we see, there we go, stay warm there, nice little braai there with the family, enjoying the last hour and a bit as we hope to get back racing soon. But just a testament to the series and these cars. I mean, you guys are going to be back strong, 7 June, out to Killarney.
Absolutely. I must say, testament to Backdraft and building these cars, that was a massive shunt. And the fact that the wheels were pointing different directions, but I could drive it back to the pits, that shows how strong these cars are. So yeah, well done to Backdraft, Brian, Tony, Martin, and the whole team. They're really good cars.
Yeah, and it seems to be a bit of a let's just see what it's saying here. Yeah, so we've got Michael Stephen over here. There's Aldo Scribante. He came second in the 1 hour dash. There's Silvio, and then they're chatting. They're talking about the shunt there, of course. Mr. Di Matteo and Jonathan as well. Jonathan Thomas, some of the fast boys out there. Yeah, so you're so close to the track as you're driving along. I mean, you could reach out and touch the track driving in these V8 Roadsters. So the thrill, the experience of driving a car like that around a track like this must be sensational.
It's amazing. It's a massive adrenaline rush. This series it's going so well. It's a pity to end the race like this. I mean, this is the second time I've seen the slingshot go off in front of me. It's a pity because there's bad damage to that car as well. But it's racing. This happens.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this moment. We all say, "Oh well, it's racing. It happens." I mean, there are days when it does go your way.
Oh yes, we had a number of wins last year, so that was great. Unfortunately, we ended the season last year.
I know safety car is good.
So, yeah, 2 races later, another one.
Yeah.
It's a bit painful because we were doing well.
Yeah. We see the Mustangs still trying to turn right there at the moment. Indicators still on. Mark, just in terms of the experience of Scribante racetrack, you've been at Swartkops, we go to Killarney next, of course the iconic Kyalami still to come. I'm not asking you to choose your favourite, we know it's obviously Scribante, being a local, but just rating the tracks and the experience so different, I guess, for you guys in the Roadsters.
Yeah, look, I haven't got too much experience at this track. I've done 3 races here, I think, or this may be my 4th. It's a great track.
Yeah.
It's pretty technical, so with not having a hell of a lot of experience, it takes a while to get used to it. Hangar is...
Okay, I was going to ask you, where are the tricky points?
You pucker up through hangar.
Are you full throttle through there? Do you have to brake?
if you get it perfect, we can do it full throttle.
Really, eh?
But generally, I've got a bit of a confidence lift. Chevy, the left-hander, where I crashed actually is it's a difficult corner.
Yeah.
I battled to get that corner right.
Yes.
I was starting to get better as the race went on, but yeah, it's a challenging corner.
Yeah, so just in terms of where this incident has happened, so you know, race fans will be watching and won't be aware that the track actually, the sides close in there. This is for the support trucks and where the tunnel is. Are you aware of it when you're out on the track going at full tilt?
No, it closes up on you a little bit, but if you get the correct line, you actually end up staying more inside than drifting out on that corner, because then you've got to be on the inside to get onto the pit straight anyway.
Okay. And then in terms of the camaraderie amongst the teams, I mean, you travel around the country together. We know the V8 Roadster guys, you a little bit closer perhaps the others, but is there a gentleman's agreement between everybody?
Most of the time. The backdraft guys are great. We have such fun. We had the opportunity of taking a closed garage here for the weekend, and we actually said no. We want to be with backdraft. We want to be with all our guys. It's so much fun in the pits.
Very good. Right, we're going to cross down to Chloe. She's with Jason Campos, just to get a little idea as to the mood down on the pits.
Jason Campos joins us now. Jason, we tried to talk to you a little bit earlier on, but unfortunately we couldn't. Talk to us about your stint, how it's been. I mean, an unfortunate incident that we saw earlier on, but it's great to see the car back.
Yeah, look, great kudos to the team. They did a fantastic job. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. The stint was going great. Keegan gave me the car. I think we were P7, but first in class. We had a lead in our class, so we didn't push too hard. So I was well within myself, driving within my means. And unfortunately, got caught up with the Mustang on track. Got past him. He used his horsepower down the straight, get past me again. He was holding me a little bit up in a few of the corners. We went through a hanger. I went along onto his inside, and as we braked, he cut in front of me. My reactions swerved away, and unfortunately, it got me onto the grass. And at that speed and the brakes, I was a passenger into the tyre barrier. It's one of those things, a little bit unfortunate, like I say, because at those speeds I shouldn't be crashing a car like this. But like I say, we brought it in, it was fantastic. The team did an amazing job, put it together quickly, and I think we're back out there. And I'm not too sure of our position, but I know we're right up there, so looking forward.
Definitely looking forward to it. Congratulations on, of course, getting the car back. Let's get a quick word, Damon. I mean, we're watching along, and I mean, you've done your 1 hour dash. Talk to us with what you've seen so far in the 5 hour endurance series.
A lot of action. I think the team spirit's still high. We're hoping for the best for our boys. So, yeah, we're hoping for the best.
Wishing you all the best. And, well, as we continue to walk down, let's quickly also try and find, Marius Jackson, who's also here. Marius, quick word. I mean, the race is currently paused, but conversation, of course, so with the drivers on track and, of course, the rest of the drivers. How has it been, and what's, of course, your opinion on what's been happening so far?
Well, I think this new rule is excellent, where the cars park here in the pits. You may not touch it, you may not work on it. And actually, of a safety point of view, I think it's better. Because now they can clean the track, they can work on the problem, they can fix it for us, and we can get out on the track faster and go back on racing.
That's definitely what we want to see. And the interesting thing that also that you've seen from the rest of the cars, you look into car 11 of Figile, they're currently stuck in 5th gear, so hopefully they'll get it working as well. But we're about to go back racing, but for now, back to commentary.
All the note-taking in the world could not have prepared you for this phase of the race. We're currently in a race pause if you just joined us, and we've swapped over on the commentary team as well. Some changes happening down in the pits and up here with the media team. Of course, Gareth Burley has, of course, stepped aside, having an interesting chat with Mark Harvey, who we can confirm gratefully that is safe. He's in good health, and he's perfectly fine thanks to the pure strength of that backdraft. And he also tried some evasive action, of course, just before making impacts, and he was able to drive the car back into the pits under its own steam. So he's perfectly in good health, which is great to see.
Oh, that's an incredible thing. I was very fortunate to actually see the chassis. So take the bodywork off and see how the chassis felt. lots and lots of strength, lots of triangulation on it to ensure that the driver, no matter what, will be A-OK. You can roll the entire vehicle and not have a problem, walk away with a couple of bumps and scrapes, and that's about it. And with a heavy impact to go onto it. The only thing is the carbon car that was running in fifth, now out of the race, walking around having a bit of a chat. Also got to have a chat to Romano, who was right behind the vehicle. And he said it looked like he ran out wide, hooked the dirt a little bit, or caught the marbles and speared across into the wall. And did hear a whistle go off, so it'd probably be the 2-minute whistle to get everyone ready before they will be restarting the race. Once again, the clock has been running, tires have been cooling down, and they're going to be gently getting themselves back up to temperature to go out and racing again.
And effectively, this has turned into a 1.5 or so hour sprint to close this race, because we weren't necessarily expecting to have this kind of a situation, but we're going down to pit to find out a bit more what's going on with Chloe, and then we carry on from there.
Byron Pretorius joins us now. Byron, I mean, one thing that I've noticed while we have the cars parked here is that you've been looking at the competitors as well. What have you noticed, of course, in the other backdrops?
Yeah, unfortunately, in the first hour we got a puncture, and we had to do an early stop, and we started just looking a bit into our tire data for, just on the tire wear, and it was a lot more excessive than we thought. So, then we had another spare, and we put the spare on, and we got a new tire just in case, and we replaced both rears and put 2 new fresh tires on, and we have realized that the tire wear is a lot more excessive than we thought. So I was just looking at the other guys' tire wear, and by the looks of things, they are also experiencing a lot of tire wear. So we know we sorted with tires, but I don't know if the other cars, how they're going to finish the race, or the pace, what they'll be able to run as the tires they've got on. So it's now head down and try and get a win here, because we're just behind Richard and Gavin. So my dad's in the car now, so hopefully he can go out and catch them, and then we'll see what we do towards the end, but hopefully we can get a win. Yeah, I'm quite confident the car's running really good, and we've got a somewhat good race pace, so let's go have a good race.
Wishing you guys all the best as we continue to walk down, of course, here in pit lane, trying to also talk to some of the drivers and really find out what they're thinking, and most of them back, of course, in their cockpit as we are about to go back to racing. Maybe let's quickly steal a word with you, Gerald. Talk to us about what you've seen so far, Rambo Lambo.
Yeah, it was a good day so far. Exo was in the car for more than 2 hours, 2 hours and 15. He had a super stint. We're super stoked with that. We had an issue with the radio earlier on, but we were able to fix that at least. And now it's a sprint race to the end. We'll see what happens now. It's the first time this has happened to us, so yeah, it's going to be 3 laps behind the safety car, and then from there on it's a full push to the end. So we'll see what happens and who needs to pit. And there's some other cars that still needs to change the driver, so that makes the race a little bit open for us, as Tlolile already finished his stint time. So yes, it will be a sprint race to the end.
Wishing you guys all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, Figile, talk to us, I mean, now the stint, the second, as we're about to finish. Talk to us what we can expect from car 11.
Okay. Well, we've got about 1 hour 30 minutes. Our car is stuck on 5th gear, so I won't be using much fuel. So we're gonna cruise around the track and finish. Well, that's when I finish the stint. There will be no more driver change now.
All right, no more driver change from car 11, but we are about to go back to racing. Let's head back over to commentary as we are about to fully send it for the final stint.
Yep, and in 60 seconds or so, as you heard from CEO Wayne Riddell, we're getting things back underway. 3 laps in safety car conditions and green flags. A sprint to the finish is really what it comes down to here at Aldo Scribante.
Oh boy, we're starting to see many changes. I mean, this season so far has had all the twists and turns that you can think of. But 3 laps behind the safety car to get enough heat into these slicks and semi-slicks, and also into the brakes that have now cooled down drastically. The drivers are going to have to utilize brake drag. They're going to have to utilize moving left to right, try and heat up that rubber using friction, anything they can, because the wind has picked up. It has gotten a lot cooler outside. You're in your jacket, and that tells the story. And these drivers are going to have to really work their way through. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a wild time, and everyone stressing on what's going to happen.
Look, man, we're duct taping our doors. The clamps aren't enough now, as you can see on the 113. Just a testament to the conditions. There you go. Duct tape can achieve absolutely anything, and that 113 has seen better days. But tenacity, such as the strength and rigidity of these backdrop, and we basically have to soldier on, man. If you don't have gaffer tape, you can't go racing. That's how the saying goes, apparently. And racing we go. There is a 60-second count has gone, and we're urging our racers along the number 11 car intact. The closing stint, that'll be for Tim Kobani. We had a word with Figile there. Sitao Mashach was nursing an issue with the front fairing of the car that was scraping the circuit. He had to take evasive action going down on the right-hand side of the home straight to avoid scraping the surface of the track, so just to minimize or sort of mitigate the issue to whatever extent he could until he had a chance to pit. Now, unfortunately for them, that pause during the race wasn't a chance for the team to work on the car. Okay, that's why you didn't see brand new gaffer tape on the 113. That gaffer tape has seen a good maybe hour and a half or so of racing at Aldo Scribante. So it's the car as it was, but just before the incident with the carbon car, Mark Harvey, as well. So yeah, it pretty much is a sprint to the finish with 1.5 hours, about 2.5 laps from now.
I'm definitely going to have to try and figure out how that rear is going to feel. It's going to be a bit loose at this point. Let's take a look at our running order. I'm going to start off with Class A because that's where a lot of the fans are looking towards.
Yeah.
It's all our big bangers. We have got the Just for Sleep Normanova leading out the pack. The Stradali out in second place. Third place is Into Africa, along with the Scribante team running in fourth, the Blue Sands team running in fifth, and unfortunately retirement for the backdraft carbon car of our backdraft monster.
Yeah, number 88 of CM Motorsport, of course, unfortunately for them. Being the sole Class B car, could not complete this race to salvage that result, and they have decided to leave their car in the pits and, you know what, come back and fight another day. We've got one of the backdrafts back in the pits. That's the brown deck backdraft. Into Africa's back into the pit for a splash and dash. So everybody, since we're back in racing conditions officially now you can take pit action or go through your fuel splashes and driving changes and all of that stuff, because you're officially back in the green light conditions. So that's why we never saw them do anything to their cars during the race pause. As far as Class D is concerned, we have less than a second in that fight for the lead. There's been a switch up for the lead with Van Heerde in that number 31 backdraft that Viet Rooster we saw get into the pits just now. He is less than a second ahead as of before the pit stop, of course. Less than a second ahead of Harm Pretorius, who will now take the lead because Van Heerde is in the pit. So when he peels out, he's going to be in second place. So there's a fight going on there. Now let's see what Pretorius does where pit stops, changes, splash and dashes are concerned. Highly likely that he might want to come in. They will, but it's tricky now then to decide where during this 1.5 hours that remains.
Lots and lots of teams just had the spanner thrown in the works, the wholehearted effort. Looking at Class C, I'm excited about this.
Okay.
The team that has managed to throw Conrad through the block forwards and backwards have not slept. We're still working on the car. Literally minutes before the race starts is leading Class C.
Come on.
With that is the Corridors Racing Machine. We have got the Normanova pulling through the pits,
Done with
and
the pits, yeah.
we'll have to wait because pit lane is closed. So they are going to be stationary for a little bit, allow the field to go by, and then rejoin at the back. But it is Corridors leading our Class C. It's combined racing in the Honda Type R in second, and third place is Scuderia Rossi going and fighting it out. That is absolutely fantastic. The little car that everyone thought was dead duck and has got a motor from a junkyard is running in first in its class.
There it is. This is exactly what secured them the championship in this class last year. The tenacity, be there to finish, and you're going to come out with the results. And Silverware seems to be on the way. 113, something's going on with Betancourt and Garcia there. We've got a refueling and a driver change. It seems, Yep, Sebastian Dash as well as a driver change going into the last hour. This is what you'd expect for a number of the competitors. We'll see who else is going to come into the pits in a bit. We'll have a number of these, I'd imagine, because in and around this mark is where we're expecting to see this kind of action in the pits, where we expect to see a lot of traffic. And just look at the condition of the backdrop. It just gives you a picture of the impact that it was under there at turn 7, and also just how strong the car itself is really to be able to still be running at the moment. But we're on board at the moment now. Can't quite yet tell. It looks like one of the Lamborghinis, if I'm not mistaken, judging by the wiper. I now recognize the wiper. The wiper's of each car. But we've got the number 100, the 111 car rather, that's leading Class C in frame at the moment. But we've got the 100 Polo is the one that we're on actually at the moment, so it's not one of the Lamborghinis. So when it's darkened out, it's a bit hard to tell of I was using the glare of the lights during the day, but now that you don't have any light coming on, you have to be careful as to who it is, so you need to know your dashes.
Well, Lambo is owned by VW.
You know what I mean? You see, this is why Steve Koenig understands me. There we go, some cosmetic work being done to the 111. Sorry, the 113.
That's looking at the diff. They're looking at the diff.
Okay. Oh, there we go. They want access to that's access to the diff there. I thought some more duct tape was going in there, but yeah, they've got bigger problems than just the cosmetic. And they're closing what's left of the lid.
You've got a cooler on the back, and then you've got the diff.
Yeah.
And that's what they were taking a look at, trying to seal it up. Now,
duct tape. Here comes the duct tape.
The Ronstera Racing gone through quite a bit. No bonnet, that's been broken, the mountings.
Yeah.
The rear getting taken out, the door hinge not giving up. I mean, at this point, take the bodywork off, have the chassis and go racing. But it's just a testament to the teams, and we talk about endurance championships being teamwork. This is where you rely on the pit crew and the ingenuity of the pit crew to make that car get across the line. For most drivers and teams, they'll put their hands up and say, we're done. But for these, they're going to be out and racing. Safety car coming in, we're going under green flag conditions.
Can't wait to get back into racing action. It is now that 1 hour 20 or so sprint. Safety car goes in, and here we go. 1 hour, 23 minutes remaining of the SAS 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, and we hear the full roar and grunt of racing equipment. There it is. It's Stewie White in the number 1 Inter-Africa Lamborghini that we have, but we're on board. We're on board right now at the Rico Barlow Nova Proto 2 at the moment. Under braking, we go into turn 1, a very, very long turn 1. Might I add impact between first and second in the championship. Overall in Class A, it is the Norma Nova Proto 2 into the rear of Stewie White at turn 1. Stewie was taking evasive action with some of the back markers, got the front right quarter of the Norma Nova, wow, my words, the Nova Proto to damage right front. It's Michael Visser. Michael Visser's first stint.
Charles Michael Visser, you're right. But take a look. The damage to the front nose is definitely playing into effect. Aero is gone, but how's the suspension feeling after that impact? The Lambo looking a little bit all together, but they got caught up in a bit of contact trying to avoid the Mustang, but no lights on the Just for Sleep Norma Nova, and that is going to be a technical flag coming out for them to repair the car to ensure it keeps going so it fits within technical requirements. This could be the change for race lead in a matter of seconds in a big dive. No lights.
There it is. There it is. No lights on that. Oh, geez, what a heart-wrenching one. And we've got a change for the lead. Oh, I beg your pardon. We have a change for the lead, of course, at the moment. Charles are now trying his best to get around. Yeah, still no lights, nothing. That looks like a recovery at the moment. He's still trying his best to keep the car there, but aerodynamically, of course, he will be affected by the bodywork. Looks really, yeah, there you go. There's that shake that you have at the front right quarter there. And you've also got, yeah, there we go. It's like he's got 60% of his lighting and the fronts are totally gone. You can only see when you're following him, but he doesn't have that ability, of course, to be flashing the back markers ahead of him.
Okay, so apologies. It's the Stradale team that's leading out the pack. Stuart White's in second. Charles Visser has now got no lights on the front. The right rear has given up the ghost and trying to get it all fired up, but that is going to need to pull it in because it's a technical infringement coming into play.
Yes, and before we had our race pause, Stewie White, Inter Africa had a pit stop, and it was Stewie White who got back in and obviously had given over the lead to the remaining Class A competitors. So that's why then the lead would have changed. But we do have Neveling out in front, White in second, Visser in third place, as well as Stephen in the number 45 Lamborghini in fourth.
3 laps behind. How much time is that going to take? Now, they do have front noses that they can replace, but how much time are they going to spend in the pits? This is going to be an opportunity for the Scribante to make up time and put themselves in front. This is going to be a wild, wild run, and we may see the adjustable sleeve normal over. I mean, check how dark it gets in patches. Thankfully, the floodlights have come down and making it a bit more light. But if this was any other circuit in the country, you are guessing. So, well, for Mr. Visser himself here, having to work for his seat for sure.
Oh, 100%. He has a cut out for them. But I was finishing that thought as you said it. Look how dark it is. But thankfully, to some extent, I guess, for the Rico Barlow Racing team, this happened at this exact circuit. This is the only place you would wish, if for any reason you would, for such a thing to happen, that is to lose your sight. Look at that! Oh, Stewie! Oh my gosh.
Lock up.
So I had to try and avoid Stewie by going down the outside and found an Alpha there, the number 33, there it is, and had to go back in. He's going into the pits. Yep, he's going to get some work done on his car. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be a nose change, highly likely. As for the lights, it might take a long time for them to replace it. See, there's a nose. We see that the bodywork is out on the side. So getting into the full on into the garage.
This is clever. They're only allowed 6 technical to work on the car in pit lane. Push it into the pit box.
Everybody can access it.
That's it.
It'll be quicker if they park the car properly.
And with these type of cars, a replacement of the nose to get the lights on is a single cable. They literally unbolt the nose, single cable replacement, plug it in, pretty much like plugging your cell phone charger in, and this will get up and going. But this is crucial time lost for the adjustable sleeve. This is going to throw them down. So this is going to be interesting. There is the new nose that will be put on, and just a quick pop off, put on, single plug. That's all it needs to get it up and going. You can see dragging on the ground as they lifted it. They will quickly survey, checking out the suspension well during this time, and the team lifting up the nose, gonna quickly put it on.
There's that cable.
There's the cable. And they're checking that front diffuser, making sure everything's okay. Team will be carrying a little bit over. Quick plug in. Lights now completely turned on and ready to go. And the only concern that will come down to them is what is that right front feeling like?
Now it's a very smart move for him to get the car completely into their garage. This, if anything, will register as a super, super slow pit stop as far as time loss is concerned. But look, it's time loss nonetheless, and not going to appreciate the fact that that window for the checkered flag, to the checkered flag, is closing with 1 hour and 17 minutes remaining. There we go, all lights back in action. And we've got a less than a second lead that Neveling has as it stands ahead of Stewie White. And behind, still in third, is Visser, although he's 2 laps behind, and that is continuing a gap that continues to open and widen. Now he's going to get back onto the circuit and get it on in anger. Brilliant by the team to respond to that, to think also exactly how they need to make the most efficient change possible for the front parts of the car.
I want to try and keep an eye out for the Stradale Porsche and the Into Africa Lamborghini. They are closing up on one another, getting a little bit too close for comfort. Stradale trying to get a little bit more of a run. I actually had a bit of a bet with
Here it is. Here's that incident again.
Under braking.
Here we go.
The blue sands just ahead. You'll see quick flash of lights. Stands on the anchors. There's the blue sands. And
flashing the lights.
On the power. Bang.
There it is. So he was avoiding getting the door closed on him there. Yeah, that's it.
There's corridor. So it was going to go 3 wide. Backed out of it. And unfortunately, not having just enough room to play with there. Charles running far too close, wasn't able to see. And that's the one thing about being in these prototypes. You are lower than the entire competition, which means your visibility is caught out. But into Africa, now in the lead with Stradali running in second place in the last hour and a bit. This is going to be a big race for them. And, well, you can be sure Stuart White is taking a deep breath and just giving everything he's got. A little bit of sideways action as Pesty catching the dirt. And that is the Brown Deck Racing Machine just ahead of them. They were fighting for position not too long ago. And still are. They still are. That is a fight for first in the National V8 Roadsters. So Rich van Heerden going and defending his line. Harm landing into the dirt. And that nearly had Charles Visser once again getting caught out.
We've got a fight out in the front with that front three. And one of those three just showed us very briefly another fight going on in Class D for the lead there. In the meantime, in third place in Class D is Njumbotla, the hometown boy, getting ready to close up the stint, but they're quite some way off, nearly 38 seconds adrift over there in third place. So they've had their fair share, but they're going to fight their way to the end. A number of racing drivers there have plenty of war story to tell after the first 4 hours of this race, as we very quickly close down on the final hour. We're in the dying moments of the race, but there's so much still can happen as far as racing is concerned. And just if you've just joined us, you've come at the perfect moment, because this race not too long ago turned into a sprint to the finish for the final hour or so. We just came from an incident. Oh, there we go, number 33.
That's the Alpha.
The Alpha going into the pits. Yep, they've been fighting through their fair share of issues. We had a race pause, and now we're back under racing now for the remaining hour or so. There's number 45. Lamborghini of Scribante with Michael Stephen at the wheel.
It's just so much going on. Wherever you look, they're getting caught out. I mean, this is going into a bit of a wild situation. Stradali thought they had everything on the cards. Now they're having to fight back into Africa. Short refuel to push him to the end to carry on as much momentum as possible.
Oh, geez, momentum is definitely stolen from a couple of these racing drivers. You're going to have to recreate it with this narrowing window. But on we go, onwards we march. What we thought was a narrow lead taken there by Neveling has switched up again, with White, of course, in the lead by 3 seconds at the moment. We had Michael Stephen come in and out of frame very quickly there before we switched up. He sits in fourth in Class A with the Alpha back out on the circuit now. We saw the Alpha getting into the pits and back out. There's a minor issue that they're nursing. The Mustang IRC now will soon be getting past the Alpha at the opportune moment.
That's Franco Di Matteo behind the wheel, and he's been chomping at the bit all day to get into the car, and now getting past an Alpha there, he's going to be looking at it and going, yeah, that looks pretty nice. I'm happy with that, but I gotta go. I gotta go.
Yeah, 100%. It's go, 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 and there's no stopping now. Di Matteo's going to want to get into his groove. He's had a decent opportunity to jump in. It's literally, he jumped in at the regulated period, the minimum, for him to meet the minimum, because we were at about 123, it was 130, where the amount of time a driver, 100 minutes. Yeah, it's 100 minutes that driver needs to contribute to the overall team time on the circuit. It was a perfect moment for him to get on, and he's going to do so in anger.
I was actually standing in the pit and having a chat to them.
Yes, you were.
And Franco Di Matteo, they were umming and ahhing whether to pull Romano in.
Yeah.
And Julian walked up and said, they're going to need to stop this to go and move that car. Let's get Romano in.
Ready.
And Franco was like, okay, let's get him in. Come, let's go. No asking question.
Yeah.
They got him in. Not a lap later, there we go, race pause.
Perfect.
So, perfect opportune moment. Imagine if they had to wait till the safety car comes out. That's just added time. At least Franco could get in the car, get comfortable, have time to settle down, and then be able to go out racing at full tilt.
Yeah, that was good thinking and experience there, showing when it came to familiarity in the team overall. In the meantime, overall in the lead is Stewie White getting back into his groove. Everybody is going to be reminded that he's on the circuit with the flash of the lights. An interesting insight we got from Mark Harvey was the fact that you cannot hear the cars behind you. The faster cars coming at you, you can't hear them in your helmet, so you have to rely on your sight. Constantly have to be checking your rear view mirrors to understand exactly what's going on around you and avert any danger. But we're going to go on with Stewie White and get a feel for what it sounds like to be in that powerful V10 Lamborghini. And then on goes Stewie White. He's got one thing on his mind, and that's the checkered flag. And he seems to be getting back into his groove. I mean, we saw him strapping himself in to make sure he's got the perfect position, so he's not rocking back and forth under braking. You see just how much body movement there is in this car. You can see he's almost still. It's barely perceptible just what a violent environment he's in that car. You swear he's commuting to work on a train that really goes in one direction, which is forward and backwards. In the meantime, under braking goes Di Matteo, as he also navigates his way around the back markers. So everyone has their fair share of work to do to bring it home for their teams. But yeah, she's racing under the lights certainly has dialed things up a significant number of notches, hasn't it?
Definitely so, but keep an eye on the very high visibility of the Brown Deck Racing.
Yeah.
Richard van Heerden in the car, also known as Dr. Block by his friends, because he's able to defend so well, has got Harem chasing him down. Now, Harem's been hunting that position.
One missing an issue, wow.
Okay, so Stewie White puts himself firmly in the middle there and testing the brakes properly into the final corner, but keep an eye for the Brown Deck Racing, that high visibility Lumo green of the Brown Deck Racing has got Pesty on their tail fighting for the lead. 4 seconds difference, but Harem waiting his time to eventually go after Richard van Heerden, who at this moment is just trying to keep himself going. He's been racing in various different categories during the downtime to just keep his experience up of how to defend in these very situations.
Yeah, he's about to block and then some. He's going to need to, because you've got an eager Artem Pretorius at the wheel, and 4 seconds can really turn into nothing. 3.9 seconds at the moment, as we've got Michael Steven, the 103 of Betancourt, as well as Di Matteo on the same piece of tarmac. Let's see how they navigated that. Okay, decent admin for Michael Steven around the outside. And away he goes. Now it's down the inside of Di Matteo. Under braking at 7, and the home straight is his and his alone, at least for the time being.
I think there was a little bit of a wave to one another. Am I free now, you? They've been chatting to each other in the pits quite a bit during the course of the weekend. But take a look at the Stradale Porsche chasing them down. Remember, they are trying to make up ground to Stuart White, who we did see a little bit earlier, adjusting on the steering wheel, maybe traction control, maybe brake bias, or even ABS to ensure that they can get that car a bit more comfortable. For Neveling, it's all out. You need to put the hammer down, and getting fouled up behind Franco Di Matteo at the moment are the Blue Sands in that IRC Mustang, not being an easy time to get by. Will have to try and make up more ground. 13.7 seconds on our last timing. That's going to be a lot more come when they get across the line.
Yeah, and Fisser has turned what looked like a 3-lap deficit rather into 2. There's so much work for him to do, as for the time being he's out of the frame, but firmly in third for that podium position in Class A. It remains to be seen how he's able to mitigate that gap. But as it stands, Stewie White is now turning what was a couple of seconds very quickly into a lap ahead of Neveling at the front of the pack. There is Neveling now just went past the transponder. Look at the flashing, the amount of flashing you have to do just to make everybody aware. Now it makes sense, given the insight from Mark Harvey, just about how you cannot hear the cars coming up behind you. That's why you have so much flashing of the lights. There's that battle now at the front.
That's Brown Deck that's getting caught out as well. We did get past Pesty. This is the corridor. No, this is the number 100. That's the Samlin. But there is Brown Deck. A little movement of the hand, just saying pass on the right-hand side. That little acknowledgement, and it works well, especially in an open cockpit car where you can put your hand out the side. But at the same time, one hand off the steering wheel, mid-corner, you've got to have a lot of strength in your left to keep going.
Yeah, fully, and very stable left at that, just given how twitchy these cars can get. And if you have to make a correction with one hand, it's quite impressive when you pull it off. But on Fusser goes, not much interruption for him. It's going to be plenty of dodging, bobbing, and reading. What is the pace of that 100? Is he making way for a quicker car? Yes, he is. It looked like he was going to be into the pits, but the Samlin Racing 100 is currently still running. But we're going to go to Mark Harvey once more in the pit lane. Whee!
Mark Harvey joins us now. Quite unfortunate, Mark. I mean, not the race you were looking out for, but talk to us about the incident. What happened from your perspective?
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate. We said we were going to have an interview this weekend. This isn't the way I wanted to do it. I was hoping it would be for a podium. Yeah. But yeah, we had an unfortunate crash during the race. Unfortunately, the car's terminal, and there's, yeah, home time.
Talk to us about the diagnosis, really. What's broken in the car?
Well, the whole front end, it took a massive shunt. So the chassis is bent, all the suspension's bent. The wheels aren't pointing in the right direction. It's a mess. And then we've got damage to the rear as well, because after the initial impact, the car shot to the right, and I went into the barriers as well.
Absolutely sorry, but I'm looking forward to seeing you in Killarney.
Oh, we'll be there.
Definitely will be. Let's head back over to commentary.
Is Mark Harvey there, who did promise clearly that interview. It came just not in the way he might have hoped. In the meantime, we're back with the action on circuit, where we have a Class A battle out at the front, with Neveling now catching up to Stu White, who's trying to get as further into the distance as possible. Then we have this battle in Class D, led by the Brown Deck 31 Lumo yellow V8 Roadster, ahead of Harlem Pretorius, who is trying his best to weave through his similar class cars that are now back markers, and he's 4 seconds adrift off Anierda in the lead. This is a battle to watch to the finish. Look at that.
And also very, very busy as Franco Mantio tries to go from the inside line. So many drivers, so many options here. Who's going to be able to power it through to the end? And this is where just a bit of patience is going to be key. But it is so easy to say, but difficult to pull back as well. I mean, the excitement in the commentary booth, it really does tell it all, as we do see the likes of Charles Visser closing up onto the back of the Stradale Porsche just ahead of it.
Yeah, 100% just ahead is Charles Visser, but relatively, oh, there you go, more back markers. Just never a moment for a break there. We'll be looking at Visser, of course, sitting 3rd overall in this particular battle in Class A, and we have the difference between Neveling and Visser in reality being, there's 2 laps, yeah, 2 laps between them. So Visser has to do the job of unlapping himself, and obviously Neveling's not going to make it easy. Look at that, some correction on board. You can get a sense of just how difficult it is. Look, there we go. Neveling not making it easy for Visser to unlap himself. Not just going to do it. Oh no, Visser has to go around the outside of Neveling and manages to avert. I think that's the 100. Yep, Samlin Racing 100 Polo, and does well to keep it on the tarmac. Wow, Visser has to push now for another lap to mitigate that gap between himself and Neveling. So we're going to get to see that possibly one more time between now and the fall of the checkered flag.
He's going to have to. I've got a bit of an odd one. You say he has to get faster. From what I'm seeing and how that car is moving and dancing around underneath it, he needs to take a lap or two, slow it down a little bit.
Massage the tires.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
You're overdriving the car. That frustration is there, and it's starting to be seen. And for the Stradale team, they're just waiting for the opportunity to come in. So what Charles Visser is going to need to do, what the team will be doing, is giving a radio and saying, right, you're doing good times, relax. We've got this, we're making the time up. Slowly but surely, let's bring it back.
Yep, you can tell the aggression level. I wonder what also the input would look like when we get back onto the on-board. That'd be interesting to see if he's still relaxed as we remember seeing him earlier on in the day. Let's see what it's like earlier on in the weekend, I beg your pardon. Let's see what it's like now at night time. But definitely the aggression is on full blast at the moment. Well, what's also on full blast is Stewie White's lead. We'll get a picture of where he's at in just a second. But as ever, we're racing under flood-like conditions. And like Mark Barber was saying, it's just so different going out on the circuit as it stands. And that's where we had the incident that may change things. That's at that turn 7 there. And we took a bit of a pause to reconvene things as it stands. And right now, the Aldo Scribante circuit hosts an interesting moment in history. The return of the number 45 Lamborghini Huracan of Scribante, Scuderia Scribante, hasn't been seen on a racing circuit in the SAES calendar, not for a year or so, I do believe. We last saw them in sprint trim, now they're in endurance trim with 4 hometown boys, that is Aldo Silva as well as Michael Stephen in the car. Michael Stephen, no stranger to scenarios that are high pressure and demanding some championships and then some under his belt, so he knows exactly what to do to get the car there. But at the moment, they're sitting in 4th in the Class A battle, and this young man right here, we're back on board with him to get a sense of how Charles Visser is going to handle the remaining hour. Now things are about to get heated, so a lot of the time we're going to need a moment or two to cool down and find out exactly what's going down in the pits. So in the commentary booth, we're going to sit up not too long from now and to get Gareth Burley and of course Brendan Kelly to let us know what's going on and what's been happening in this exciting 1.5 hour that remains of the race. On board with Charles Visser.
Looks like he was trying to signal that something's going on, so
no radio comms.
That's what we were figuring out now. He hasn't got radio comm, so he's utilizing the live stream to go and let the team know this is what's going on in the car. And that's utilizing every bit of resources possible. He got to hear it, and what absolutely great stuff. But let's go down to Chloe down in the pits to give us some info.
Sichaba Mashiko joins us now. Sichaba, I mean, you drove the car stuck on 5th gear. Talk to us about that experience and where we are currently.
Okay, yeah, it was a bit, it took me aback just when I heard the gearbox explode. And I saw, geez, what could be wrong? Is it the diff? Is it the engine? Is it a tire? But then when I tried to go into 4th and 3rd and then it refused, okay, it's the gearbox. Fortunately, 5th worked. Like, okay, I guess we're going to try and make the rest of the race in 5th. It took maybe about 3 or 4 laps to figure out. Might have made a few enemies on track, but eventually I figured it out. Started making some good times, got down to like 111s in 5th gear, and I was like, okay, we can work with this. And it was actually helping us a bit with fuel consumption. And I just braked a bit later, carried a bit more speed. So I started driving a bit like I'm in a sprint race, because I know, okay, because I'm not abusing the car elsewhere, I can do this. And yeah, we are currently in 3rd. We'll in the car. Hopefully we just hold it there, the car just makes it to the end and we can get onto the podium. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, touch black. Yeah.
Definitely, that's what you want to see. And everybody, if anybody can do, touch wood, keep fingers crossed, because all the cars here, they want to finish. Let's head back over to commentary.
Right, back on board we go, and it's the bright yellow car that we join straight away.
The 31, yeah,
the leader. 31 car that I think it's Fabian Lance that's in that car. Dan Hurst was sharing the car with her. Fabian that's in the car. So, but just to dial back a moment there, Charles Visser with the hand signals. I've just come from down the pit lane, and he's lost radio communications with the team, and that's why we saw when they were calling him in for the nose change after that incident when he ran into the back of the Lamborghini and had to lost the front lights of his car, and the team eventually had to put out a board because and go old school and put out a board to signal to Charles Visser to bring that car in so they could do a complete change. So that cost them that nice lead that they had, and now it's all down to the wire. And as Steve Koenig mentioned, Charles very erratic those last couple of laps, overdriving the car completely, but certainly banging the times away and having just gone quicker, 58.9. So very, very quick time there for Charles Visser, the quickest of the cars out on track. Stuart White running at a 59.3.
Yeah, just amazing scenes, eh? Wow.
Just watching, you know, we saw Stuart White strapping himself in early on and tightening the straps. Charles Visser, I mean, he's almost a lot of shoulder movement in the car. He's got a very distinctive, I mean, from watching him in a go-kart to seeing him strapped into the Nova, it's, you can just see straight away, that camera goes on him, you can
Yeah,
see
you just see how his head's like touching a sidebar of some sort, maybe a fan or a light, but just so tight in there. But his head, you see how he turns left, he can see almost next to him on the road, just quite incredible. And he is really going for it. I mean, he's lapping in the low 59s consistently, trying to make up for the error that he made a bit earlier on. It's cost the team. They're in third, of course, they are the championship leaders. He's got a teammate in Nico who's looking for a solo championship lead, so Visser is throwing everything at it. And with 55 minutes to go here at the 5-hour endurance race, the second round of the SAES, we know that from the last 2 years, this has been generally where the drama's unfolded.
Absolutely. Aldo Scribante Raceway certainly throws curveballs. Last year, the torrential rain that we experienced for virtually the whole day. Thank goodness it stayed away today. A little bit of rain yesterday, but looking very, very good. And as you said, just on 55 now, just less than 55 minutes left in the race. It is certainly going to go down to the wire. I think that the gap between Visser and the lead is not going to be. Oh, I don't want to say it's not going to be possible. The commentators.
Well, something's got to happen.
Anything will happen. There's got to have to be a big incident for the number one car out front for them to lose it. They're looking incredibly solid at this stage.
Stuart White going through once again. He did a 59.0 last time out. This time just over a minute, 1 minute 00.1, and yeah, Charles Visser definitely the fastest out on the track. Let's go down to the Visser teammates and let's hear from Jonathan Thomas with Chloe.
Jonathan Thomas joins us now from Ricobalo Racing. Jono, talk to us about firstly how quick the team managed to change the nose and really from leading the race throughout most of the entire time and to now running third.
Yeah, the team did a great job changing the nose after the incident. So unfortunately, with the car had an incident on track. The car came in, they managed to change the nose quite quickly. So unfortunately, it dropped us from first to third, but let's see what happens. There's still an hour left.
And then when you look into what's currently been happening and strategy, the talks amongst you, because I can see that you guys are still debating as to what to do next. Perhaps let us in as to the conversation amongst the teammates.
Well, we're just looking at the moment is a bit tricky, but we're trying to see how much fuel we need to the end. Can it make it? Do we need to stop? If we need to stop, how much? So yeah, we're just looking at everything at the moment.
All right, let's go back to commentary as we go back into what's happening on track.
Right, so straight into his teammate there, Charles Visser. He just did a 57.9 rather. He's lapping in the 1 minute section most consistently, but Stuart White 59.5. These guys are not holding back despite Stuart White's comfortable lead. These two are giving everything they've got because they know anything can happen in this last bit of time.
Absolutely, and I mean with the track conditions, track everything cooled down completely. So to see these conditions at night around Scribante is brilliant. And I mean, two of the most talented, three of the most talented drivers in the country, with Michael Stephen banging out there as well, also running the 1 minute deads in the Scuderia Lamborghini Hurricane. But Charles Visser on an absolute mission. We've seen this from him in the past. He knows, he realizes he made a blunder and he's trying to make good of that mistake. But a long way to go. 2 laps down, they've just crossed now, so still 2 laps, and then Arnold Neveling running in second place still.
Yeah, 59.6 here from Charles. Looks like that car is on rails. It's incredible to think about the shunts it's had the incidents, and yet looking so comfortable as we've got one of our. This is the 111, with no rear lights.
Yep.
So no rear lights on that car. See what the marshals say about that. But I just want to say, Michael Stephen also just phenomenal pace from our top 4. I think De Mateus also seem to have found some pace. We know that they dropped back to the 110s. He's in like 104s at the moment and looking comfortable as well. So top 5 are just waiting for something to happen as we've got a car going a bit wide. Look at the duct tape holding this car together.
Oh, that's Team Duct Tape going well. I think that's the 113 car.
That's right. They were hit by the 23.
That was hit by the 23 car earlier, and fantastic advert for Duct Tape, holding the bits and pieces on there. And the number 11 car still dragging a bit of its front splitter and providing sparks all around the circuit. And those guys, as we said earlier, just looking for that index of performance and looking rock solid at this stage.
Yeah, of course, they're running 3rd in class and trying to avoid, as the race leader comes flying past, they're trying to avoid certain parts of the track where the splitter really takes a bit of a knock. So as we heard earlier from the co-pilot, they're desperate to bring it home. As a bit of sliding out, bodywork certainly not helping. But as Stephen Koenig was reminding us, it wasn't long ago that we had some of these cars stuck in 3rd gear going around for laps and laps. So they are incredibly robust. Mark Harvey, just testimony after that big shunt, he still was able to drive it back into the pits.
Yeah, incredible the tenacity of the teams and the durability of these cars. I mean, to see it still running after that big shunt is brilliant, and just a big shout out to all of the teams out there. There have been a couple of tempers being frayed, a couple of incidents in pit lane, but all part of the action and part of the fun here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante Raceway.
Yeah, wasn't it refreshing to hear from Mark Harvey just talking about those night lights, because we thought perhaps it wasn't really having an impact. He says it's making a huge difference for them.
Yep.
So that's great to hear as we go back with Stuart White, our race leader. He comes his way around final once again. He did a 58.8 last time out. Let's have a look as he goes through the start and finish now, what his time is going to be.
102 now.
A 102. So traffic can have an impact, but I mean, nobody's really beating maybe Charles Visser, the 59, but he's still got to make his way through that traffic as well. But just incredible pace from these guys. So what's going to throw the spanner in the works here? Obviously another safety car potentially,
yep.
But they're all going to need to fuel again. They're going to have to come into the pits. So there is still perhaps one more twist here at the 5 hours of Scribante night race. Round 2, of course, of 6. We're heading to Cape Town. Up next, double points up for grabs there.
A long time since the Endurance Series has been down to the fairest Cape, so that's going to be
a popular one.
A very, very popular one.
Back on board or back here.
Whoa! Looks like that engine has finally let go in a big way, and luckily it's not too far from the pit entry.
Is that the 100 or the 111?
Look, I think that's the 111 if I speak under correction, but we'll have a look.
They've both had engine changes.
They've had engine changes.
The 100 is the Salmon Racing Polo, the 111 is the Corridas Golf GTI.
I think that was the Corridas car that's proverbially gone up in smoke. That is indeed, and it looks like it's game over from after that amount of smoke.
Just to remind you, they lost their engine on Thursday.
The crew's just looking for oil straight away, just looking at the track to see if there's any oil being spewed.
Could be the
out
twist
of
we
the
spoke
belly.
of.
That could be. It could be the twist. So we'll suddenly, if you see cars suddenly bailing off the circuit, then we'll know that there is oil out on track.
All right, keeping an eye as one of our front runners goes through the sweep once again. And now looking at the braking point, there's the 25-meter mark. This is the final corner back onto the main straight, and it is the Stuart White Lamborghini. And there's that 11 car with its splitter shuddering underneath it, as we see from the rear. And Stuart White going through in a 59.7 this time out, 59.6 for Charles Visser. Not going to catch anybody, unfortunately, with those time gaps, but he is closing ever so closely to the Stradale Porsche, who seems to have just settled in second place, napping in the 102s.
I've just got Steve Koenig having come from the pit lane. He says, no, 111, no major rattle, might be a turbo, but if you saw the amount of smoke that was being spewed out of the back of that car, so we'll see if the 111. I wouldn't be surprised if it does
Wouldn't
come
be
out of
surprised.
the game.
We wouldn't be.
They've had an engine change. Apparently they went and they bought a second-hand motor. Steve's going to head down to the pits to go and check. They bought a motor from a scrapyard and have come back with a vengeance, and certainly have gone well out there. So that's it's just one of the parts of this wonderful tale that we get to tell.
So many stories to tell from the race, and it's not done yet with 46 minutes to go. The 111 was one of 3 cars that started from the pit lane. The 100 Salmon Racing Polo was the others. The 88, was the Toyota Altezza with that beautiful Lexus engine. What a weekend they've had, just full of drama. As we go back on board, this is now through the hangar. Look for the apex on the right. Watch stay clean from the dirt on the left, and look for your braking pointed hairpin. Just such world-class drivers. They're leaving it quite late before turning into that apex. There's a bump here that tends to have caught out some of the V8 Roadsters. But now we're on board here. This looks like it's the Mustang.
The Mustang's still going well.
Yeah, one of just 15 cars that were manufactured. Very fortunate that we've got one here in South Africa.
Yeah, Franco Di Matteo behind the wheel of it at the moment, and putting in very respectable times. So 1:03.7. Last time out, we've got him on the clock at the moment to see what he has done. This lap, he has got a relatively clean track in front of him, 1:04.0. So
okay, and the Stradale Porsche is in the pits. There we can see in the background the Stradale Porsche just diving into the pits as the Mustang goes through.
It's a car that's in second place at the moment. Splash and dash.
Just fuel to the end. Let's just look where we are with the Charles Visser. They're still a lap behind. Charles is going at a ferocious pace under these conditions. 58.7 last time out, consistently lapping under a minute, trying to make amends for a incident earlier on. So there's new fresh tackles going on as well. The Stradale Porsche, of course. Charles Arranges did the first half of the race. Mr. Neveling now at the wheel. He's going to bring it home.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be time attack now. They are going to go for it hammer and tongs. They are still ahead of the Nova Proto. Charles Visser behind the wheel of that car. And once we see Arnie get back out on track, looking to see if Visser has managed to make up a lap on.
He's coming around the final corner. There he comes now. So looks like he's not made up that lap, possibly. Yeah, he's not. Well, maybe now we'll see how this plays out in the next couple of corners. But just to mention that the Stradale has less straight line speed on the main straight, but does really well on the inside of the track.
The tight technical stuff.
Yeah, the tight technical stuff. So you would feel that they're perhaps a bit disadvantaged, but they've just been, competitive. They've been there. They've been putting in fantastic times. The fastest of the race is a 59.7 compared to the 57s of some of their other competitors. But consistent time is what counts.
In endurance racing, that's what makes the world go round. Just keep it as consistent as possible. And they are certainly looking good.
So we're going to get confirmation if that's where they are on the track as they come through now, the start and finish. So this could be potentially for position.
This is track position that
they
are fighting for. So Charles Visser just behind. Well, we've got a spinner there. That looks like, it's the 113 again. Just adding to their drama-filled night. Just a couple of donuts for the spectators that are in that part of the circuit.
Okay, so confirmation then that second and third are in the same little section of the track, and that'll be battling for position. Just by the way, no changes in the Class D. Still Van Heerden ahead of Pretorius, and the number 11, the Kubani car is still sitting there, Team Kubani in third place. So they're holding on tight there, trying to finish on the podium. So that battle, keep an eye on that. But here we go. This is going to be for second place on the racetrack. It's the Stradale Porsche and it's the Nova. Charles Visser, he's looking for second position, and then he wants to chase down the Lamborghini.
Oh, making it look easy, exiting turn 7 onto the main straight, just through on the inside and up into second place.
Okay, so there we go, confirmation, and we have now a change in position for second. Charles Visser, after an earlier incident, begs to think about where he could be without that incident. We could be seeing a very different story at the front of the race, but as it is, it's Visser now navigating some of the Class D V8 Roadsters. Let's go. Here we go, diving down now into the pass. He goes through the hangar now, looking for the right turn. Right, let's go down to the pits. Chloe is got some more information for us from the teams.
Jan van der Merwe joins us now down in pit lane. Jan, your story is quite the special one, from injury to being on race day here. Talk to us about the journey to recovery.
Yeah, so 9 months ago, I had double back surgery, and from being in the top of the grid to starting off at the bottom of the grid, we managed to pull up from 24th to 13th. Backdraft have been outstanding. It's the first time I've driven a Cobra for the last 2.5 years, but I can tell you one thing, the bug is bitten. It's a flipping amazing experience. Organisers, you guys, you make it happen for us. That's it.
Absolutely, and it's great, of course, to hear also from the competitors how happy and excited they are to be here. On that note, let's head over back to commentary as we are about, of course, to wrap up the 5 hours of the Aldo Scribante race.
All right, just a quick word there from Jan van der Merwe. He looks happy with their performance so far, but let's go on board.
One of our leaders, yeah, of course. Just some news coming through from the pits. The 111 looks like it's going to be game over. There's smoke coming out the back. Looks like it's a cracked piston head. Yeah, apparently the other pit crews are coming in to have a look. They so want to see this 111 finish after the engine change. So apparently other teams are coming to have a look and make some comments as we go back on with Stuart White. This is through the S's. Let's just stay on board with him now. He's going to look for that left there, first part of the hangar. Here comes the second part. Look for the apex. Does he lift off? No, not at all. This Lamborghini is absolutely tearing up the track. You can see these fast drivers, they take really late on the brakes before they take that hairpin turn. Now he's going to have a little drop down. There we see the drop through the sweep. This is where we saw the carbon car lose it and then hit that tire barrier there. You can see some of the skid marks. Stewie has no problem though navigating the final corner. Long right-hander with less than 40 minutes to go. He starts another lap and in search of what will be a famous victory here at the 5 hour.
Yeah, they have certainly come here and brought their A game along, have the Into Africa Racing team. They've 2 weeks that they've been at Aldo Scribante, so a lot of time and effort having gone in here, so deservedly leaders at this stage with, as you say, under 40 minutes left of racing action. So things starting to heat up. That battle for second and third looks like Visser starting to pull away there. We just the gap sitting at 4.1 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that battle and see how that pans out. But definitely Visser without an incident, he's not going to catch up to Stuart White, our race leader.
Stuart White last time at 59.5, 59.2 for Visser, so quicker, but that's not enough time. And just again, a shout out to Neveling and Stephen. Neveling just going onto some fresh tyres. He did a 1 minute flat, 1:00.1. Mike Stephen doing a 1:02.3, so very respectable. By the way, De Matteo a 1:03.8. And then, yeah, those are some quick times there from our front 5 in Class A.
Class A, yep.
The 31 then, Class D, still running 6th on the road. And now got a lap on the 262 bar in Pretoria. So looking comfortable there with 38 minutes to go. The number 11 also, we've heard them, they're just trying to nurse that car back, but they've got 4 laps over their closest contender. So that's also looking comfortable at the moment. So that's how things stand as we head to the final moments of the night race, round 2 of the South African Endurance Series. 2 categories really keeping an eye on here, Class A and Class D.
Just having a look, Bar Pretorius back in the 262 car. They've obviously had another driver change, the father and son pair, Haram and Bar Pretorius. Great job for them, second in class, and also I really just enjoy their never say die attitude. Of the Pesky Racing team.
Yeah, 2 races I can recall that they've finished or done more than half the race in 1 gear.
In 1 gear, and using wire to
hold it down.
To hold the
last
gear
year,
lever in place.
Last year, and at Gailami, you're right.
Using wire to hold the gear lever in place. So
look at this, Michael Stephen in a Lamborghini Hurricane, Stuart White in a Lamborghini, and yeah, of course, they're on different strategies. You see the glowing red brakes there on that Lamborghini. It's interesting, Mike, he's lapping very much the Stuart White pace here, so he might just take a toe a little bit for a few laps here.
Prince has just pointed out to me the battle for 7th and 8th. Molele Jumbunqa in the number 11 car now, right up behind the Pretorius car, the Pesky Racing car. So the gap between them is marginal at this stage. So
okay, so is it still a lap?
No,
possibly?
but it's no. There's a lap difference between them. So there's a lap difference. So the Pretorius car with a 1 lap advantage. So just we can start.
It's where they come through the start-finish that we often pick up the timing a little bit late. But yeah, so there's still a lead there. But there you can see now they'll be both on the same lap on your timing, 7th and 8th. But of course, that's as they pass the start and finish straight. So 35 minutes to go. There is the 113. You can see some damage there. They were avoiding an incident earlier. The 23 Mark Harvey, unfortunately, was unable to avoid driving back into the back of the 113. That's after an incident where the carbon car went off right here. This is just before the final corner as Stuart White navigates the 113, who's seen a lot more of the track than many other cars this race day.
Andre Betancourt, Pedro Garcia and Remy Gigi. But I see that car starting to spew a couple more body parts. It looks like the back left, that part of that back left fiberglass fairing covering at the back there is going to disappear, because you can see it flapping in there, the duct tape starting to let go and dragging some body parts.
Right, here's Michael Stephen. I said he might be close to Stuart White, but you can just see the difference there. Already got himself probably like 2 seconds gap. So really on the pace there. Stuart White once again lapping around a minute, as is Charles Visser, as is Mr. Neveling.
On a Neveling, yep.
Yeah, so the front 3 all settled in here now. Is there one more twist to come with 34 minutes to go? So let's just confirm Neveling has pitted. They've got fuel.
And brand new tyres.
Visser and White have not pitted. Well, can't recall the last time that they've pitted. So
that was the unscheduled stop for the nose change. There was no fuel, there was no tyres that went on then. As Michael Stephen into the pits. Is this going to be a splash and dash?
That'll be their final stop. We see them coming. Just watch this car from behind. We jumped away there, but that was the Nova going past one of the Class D roadsters.
Scuderia.
Yeah, we go back on board now.
Team, the Scuderia Scribante team right at the end of the pit lane. So
all the way to the end.
They keep all their secrets close.
Yeah, beautiful view. This is now going through the S's. The Nova's gone past. We'll see if we get another fast car approaching. And now we're going to use a bit of the curb. Now they'll go through the hangar. A little bit of a dip down. Then they'll take a nice right turn. Full throttle through here. Now up at the top of the track. Now they're looking for the hairpin. And look at the fast approaching car. It's a daunting view of these cars coming at a formidable pace. You're just going to see a Lamborghini or a Porsche just flying past you. There it is, the Porsche, the Stradale Porsche.
Flash of lights, and away goes Ari Neutling. He was chatting to Kyle Visser yesterday, and he was just saying, that's such a daunting sight when you in the VW Super Polo and the likes of the Nova or the Lamborghini Hurricanes come flying past you into the pits. The 27 car and a splash and dash going on there.
Look at the steam in the car.
Look
at the windscreen.
That's the brakes. I mean,
they're getting him out.
It looks like Franco de Mateo is getting out of the car. Maybe Julian.
It's a driver change. So Julian's going to finish.
Familiaris jumping in there, and that's possibly a good call, because he was certainly quick in that car. But when that car comes in, the amount of heat that is dissipated off those brakes, the smoke just pours off them, as you can see. The cloudy images that are happening there. So a fairly long stop. Are we going to see a set of tyres going on there? The refueling is virtually complete.
The 2 fuel rigs there. I saw there, one on each side, a manual one.
It looks like a manual one.
And 2 fueling rigs going.
Yeah, I know they got penalised for one of the previous stops for the spillage, so maybe they've decided to rather go the manual route to just get the fuel in there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, nothing to lose, of course, for them changing drives now. They're far behind. There's no one really challenging them.
They're running at the end of Class A, running in 5th place overall. running 5th overall and 5th in Class A. So, but they've certainly, I think it's been mission accomplished for them. The people, everybody's just talking about this absolutely beautiful Mustang.
Yeah, so we're hearing that possibly De Matteo made the call. He's a bit boch, and he said, I wouldn't mind just a bit of a break now. I mean, he's been racing quite a bit this, he's been doing a lot. He took part in the Sports and GT yesterday. They actually finished
highlight
on the overall podium, despite not competing in all of the races. So nice to see.
Yeah, starting at the back of the grid and working his way up to 2nd place before deciding, okay, we've done enough. Let's just let's put it to bed for the night.
So this is where things stand as we head towards now the last half an hour of racing here at Aldo Scribante. Just to remind you, it was at this stage last year that we had drama unfold, and it's very much been the story of the SAEs.
And the 2 years prior to that as well, there was high drama. So a new set of shoes going on there.
Now this is all about where the FISA needs to fit again. That's the key thing, because you know that he's going to be throwing everything at it. So some new tackies going on here, fuel going in. Stewie will stay at the wheel. It's going to be, there we go, so no doubt, I'm assuming no stop, not too much fuel there, splash and dash kind of thing to go. Keep an eye on that gap. Back out on track then, Stuart White, your race leader in the Lamborghini Hurricane, the Green Monster, making his way through the first corner. We'll just need a lap for the timing to sort out, and then we will see what the gap is. Possibly is going to be still a lap though between our first two. FISA, last time out, doing a 59.9. Leveling further lap back.
Just so silky smooth through that part of the circuit. I mean, the lines that he takes around here, it is really, really great to see.
Right, so we're coming down to the final stages. Prince and Stephen will be jumping into the commentary booth to bring us home. Brendan and I, race fans here, are dying to get back onto the pit wall and enjoy these last moments, and we are looking forward to see how this pans out. It's round 2 of the South African Endurance Series. It's been good fun, Brendan.
Absolutely. It's once again an absolute privilege for me to have been part of the action. So we're going to hand over to Prince and to Stephen and head down to the pit lane to follow the end of the race.
And with the dying moments of the race in typical SAES fashion, pure excitement, pure adrenaline, pure nerves, a whole combination of things for each and every one of the teams. No one's relaxed out there, Steve.
No, but I can see the excitement already. Brendan Kelly's left a bunch of 11s on the ground here, rushing for the door to go and see the racing at hand. But absolutely phenomenal stuff. The teams, I walked through the pits. You can feel the tension, you can cut it with a knife. Everyone fixed to the screens, watching the timing. Not much conversation between drivers and teams at the moment. They're just letting them do what they need to do to finish this race in the best possible position. But I was having a chat to a couple of the crew members further down by the backdrops. They said there's been a lot of big names that are truly invincible taking a fall here today, and that's got the entire field just looking back at their cars. And it's like watching titans fall is always going to build up that nerve, and you suddenly start questioning it. I was actually in the corridors pit, and the teams landed up coming through, seeing if they could possibly assist. Maybe it was a turbo, maybe it was a part that came off, but it seems like it's a cracked piston. But the amount of camaraderie that went in to just be there, help console, but when they were walking out, the silence and looking back at their car, you could just see, come on, hold out that little bit longer.
Yeah. You don't want to give in to the sense of what could have been. I mean, they've been fighting the whole weekend for that car to keep running and see the end of the race, and it is so close and within grasp and within reach for the likes of Stewie White, two laps ahead of Neerveling. And he took advantage of that not too long ago. Effectively, he's one lap ahead, as we have Neveling unlapping himself. But in a couple of moments, we're going to the pit lane to hear what Chloe has for us as Stewie White continues to lap the back markers.
Bruno joins us now, and it's quite unfortunate after, of course, the weekend that they've had, where they've had to change their engine, and unfortunately their race is done. Bruno, talk to us about what the issue is.
It was a very difficult weekend for us. Bad luck comes at our door again. We're fighting. We were winning for 13 laps until the 4 hour. But from the 4 hour to the 5 hour, we fighting the car in the corners. We're losing time, and then just something happened, explode something in the engine. We saw a lot of oil, and we can go forward.
Absolutely hard luck, but going forward, what do you take away from this race?
No, we're always learning. We always having more experience, but. It's like that. Racing is racing. Sometimes we have a good day, sometimes we have a bad day, and for this weekend we have a bad day. It's like that.
Definitely, such is life. Good days and not so good days, but you take them all on the chin. Let's head over back to commentary.
POV yourself is third place in Class A, 3 laps behind the leader, Stewie White. 2 laps, one lap rather, behind Ari Neveling. And you're trying your best to mitigate what has been a challenging remaining hour of the race. He seems to be doing so in a calm fashion, aggressive nonetheless. He's been trying his best since coming together with the rear end of, at the time, it was Stewie White already in the Lamborghini, the Inter-Africa Lamborghini, when he made contact with them outside at the exit of turn 1. 3 cars meeting at one little piece of tarmac. It's bound to happen. And clever thinking from the team to recover the bodywork. It was the front right quarter that was affected, but the entire piece, the entire front parts, including the lights, come off in one click of a switch, and we get a replacement. But they had to do so in their pit garage. And Charles was back out onto the circuit, fighting it out with Stewie White and Ari Neveling, who we see there getting past the number 33 Alpha of Scuderia Rossi.
Well, just to let you know, I actually walked past one of the pit crew from the Just for Sleep, and I said, well done on replacing the front nose. The mechanic's sitting there, balaclava on his forehead, says, this is the second time. We had a backdraft run over the nose the first time. Can we leave the nose alone now?
Not too tough. Oh, whoa, that was close. With Ari Neveling getting past the 262 of Barton Pretorius, who's now at the wheel of that V8 Roadster in the battle for first and second for Class D. Let's get a sense of what the times are looking like in Class D. They're in the 112s. Quickest time, or the most recent time, I beg your pardon, set by Van Heerde in the lead in that 31. Oh no, Ari Neveling is slowing down at the exit of turn 1. Ari Neveling has gone to, he's halting. Something's going on there.
Okay,
what happened?
So on board right now, this is
Barton Pretorius. We're seeing Barton, and we have the rear view that Barton would have when he looks into his mirror. We're not yet sure what happened to Ari Neveling, who had passed Barton at turn 1. So he's left behind now. We're going to have to get a picture of exactly what's going on at the exit of turn 1, going on to the Proton signage.
All right,
what just happened?
So while we take a look and just trying to ascertain what's happening with the likes of, I can't believe they can't end this way, but Barton Pretorius, 1 lap down, trying to make up some time. You can see looking in those mirrors, and he has got his head on a swivel, trying to figure out where all the cars are. Bright lights in the background, possibly the Porsche we're going to have to see possibly come by. Not going to make it through just as yet. Quick flash of the lights.
Who's behind him? It's not Neveling. That's not Neveling.
Okay, well that's
Michael Steven.
That's not Barton.
Oh, that's not Barton. Okay, I beg your pardon.
So that's Michael Steven. There's Inter-Africa.
Ari Neveling has gone past that part of the circuit, so it means it's running again. Remember, that's where he slowed down. Let's see if he's gone into the pits. So us following these cars is going to help us. These 2 Lamborghinis. Leader of the race, Stewie White, is about to get past Michael Steven, who's 5 laps adrift, so it's not really a fight. Not going to give him too much trouble. Where is Arinieville? Okay, he's running on his own steam. Clearly, we haven't seen him beast out somewhere on the circuit, and the marshal certainly would have responded to that with a signal of some sort, most likely yellow flags. So Nevilling's back somewhere. Let's just find where exactly on the circuit that is. He still isn't second, but 1 lap adrift for Stewie White.
Okay, so no, he has got himself back up and going. Just
Okay,
taking
perfect.
a look at the lap time that he's come by, it has been a 1 minute. So he is back up to full steam. Something obviously just not happy with the car. He was down to a 114 as when we saw him slow, but he's now up and going yet again. So difficult times, difficult work, but take a look. Michael Steven having to just go on the anchors a little bit. Thought possibly to go up on the inside. Second guessed it, saying, look, don't break the car. Let's work our way
Not
through.
worth it.
Let's not give the guys a late night. And let's keep trucking on. The Scribante team have got their fans with them, the whole eating area out back, and just having all the guests around. What you want to do is just get this car to the line, that it's all looking clean. Guys can take photos and just enjoy. So why put it at a risk at the moment? And they're a little bit too far down to the likes of Charles Fisser and the Just for Sleep team. I think it's more of just a maintenance drive at the moment and utilize Stewie White as a bit of a pace, a bit of a marker to keep up with. And you know, all right, you're doing reasonable times. Just carry your way through, especially with traffic.
Yeah, and speaking of time, our timer obviously giving us 20 minutes and a couple of seconds to go before the checkered flag, but effectively, where strategy is concerned or anything you can do with your car, touch or work on it, you've got 15 minutes remaining because with 5 minutes to the dead of the race, the pit lane closes. No one can enter the circuit, or if you're already in, no one can enter the pit lane, and if you're in the pit lane, it's shut, you're stuck. So you've got to make sure you do all the work you need to do on the car within the next 15 minutes. We've learned some lessons the hard way when it comes to that particular rule. But in the meantime, we're having a look at the onboard here with Stewie White, as ever, a pace full blast, as he's got now the leader on and leader when it comes to 2 different classes. Leader of Class A about to pass leader of Class D right now. That's the number 31 brown deck going down the home straight. How's that for perspective when it comes to the pace that these cars are capable of? Stewie White has 15 minutes or so remaining of this exact action. Keeping it clean, placing the car in the right part of the circuit. There we go, the number 100 of Samlin Racing. That's fought through at a very, very tough weekend. And it's one of the 2 VW cars that has had to overcome some engine issues. We saw a replacement with the number 100 of, that is Keegan Campos, as well as his brother Jason. Great to see them being able to reach this juncture in the race. Certainly glad to be back. They had a cosmetic damage issue, the front left, if I'm not mistaken, getting into the tires there. That was Keegan, but the team was able to recover it and repair and get back out into the circuit, replacing the light. Of course, we're going to look at the dying moments of the race now. As there's the Mustang IRC as well. It's Familiaris now in the car. We saw a driver change there. Some bodywork hanging off of the 113 of Betancourt, I believe. There's Arinievling, who we thought was MIA for a couple of laps, but he's back out and going full pace.
Well, taking a look, they ran out of duct tape in the color black.
Yeah.
They've gone and found green and strapped the car up once again. It's all blame. I mean, we get a little bit of red there. It's a bit of a party show going on, but everyone trying their best. One headlight out for the Alfa Romeo though, and that is on the driver's side. That's going to make things rather difficult, considering a lot of fast right-handers that you need to go through. And then you have to rely on your left headlight to carry you through. For anyone that hasn't tried that, try and block your one eye and walk around in the dark room.
At how many 100 kilometers per hour? Let's see. It's Arinievling slicing and dicing past the traffic as efficiently as he can do for the time being. These are the soldiers who soldiered on, going into the dying moments of the race, racing under floodlights at Aldo Scribante, the roller coaster of the circuit. It's non-stop action. You're constantly busy, and these racing drivers have been busy for the past 5 or so hours flat.
Aldo Scribante has always been that entertaining circuit to come to. The highs, the lows, the thrills, the spills, and to go and look around all of the different circuits in South Africa, the only one to be having floodlights that makes this possible, that you're able to see the action for spectators still lining the banks, able to see the cars as they come around.
Yep, and of course, we've got another perspective that we'd like to get, of course, apart from the bankings on the side of the circuit, as far as the spectators are concerned. We've got Chloe down in the pits, really let us know exactly what's going on. But Stewie White's still getting as wide as he can. He's not going to give an inch. He's not going to sacrifice the amount of tarmac that's available for him to take advantage of. He has to keep the same pace and maintain that same speed going to the end of the race.
Well, that's going to be an interesting time, but we have got Chloe down in pit lane to give us some info. Over to you, Chloe.
Aram Pretorius joins us now, currently running second. Aram, quick question, in terms of visibility, because there's been a while where your team has been saying, come pit. How often were you seeing your team and really seeing that?
Yeah, I don't know. The problem is that, with the noise in the car, you sometimes can't always hear exactly what the guys are telling you.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of an irritation tonight, but at least they got the message through to me. So I heard them in the end. So at least we got it sorted. We pitted at the right time, so it worked out well. But sometimes the communication's a bit of an issue, especially when you're running at high revs. It's very noisy in the car, but at least they got through to me. Yeah.
They eventually did, but Byron is currently on. Talk to us about that final stint, and I mean, you're chasing P1 currently.
Yes, look, the guys in P1, they're a lap in front of us. So Richard and Gavin are a lap in front of us. I don't think we'll catch them. Big thing is, if we can just get it home in second, I'm actually happy. At least that'll put us back on the top of the championship, and that's where we want to be. So, you've got a short goal and you've got a longer goal. And we want to try and see if a guy can get the championship again. So finishing well is important. So that's what we're going to try and do.
It definitely is. And one thing, Aram, the weather has played a big part. No rain. Talk to us about really how that changes strategy as well.
Look, I must say, it's actually, P is always a nice place to come and race. But last year with that downpour, shucks, it was a nice day. It was rough. It was bad. Like tonight, it's a very nice evening. What's good is it's cool. Cars run better. You can predict things a little bit more. So it's much more fun running in these conditions than what we did last year. So it's a big improvement.
It definitely is, and a whole lot of fun. Let's head over back to commentary.
Well, as we jump back on board with Charles Visser, we did see the 33 Little Alpha coming in, replacing the front left tyre. And that tells me there's a puncture. Something's not happy with it. Maybe tyre deg coming in to play, but I'm leaning a bit more to a puncture on that front left, that they're busy battling to get the tyre off, put a new one on, get it back out onto the circuit before pit lane closes.
Oh, look how deep, late on the brakes. Fosse is there. We've got, that is the Type R. The Type R is back out onto the circuit. Was there an issue early on in the day with the Type R that saw them get into the pits?
Plenty.
Yeah.
That car has been through turbo issues, oil return issues throughout the weekend, and also just the motor taking a lot of strain as well during the course. So they've been slowly working on the car, trying to dial it in. But given they do, still out there, still making their way through, looking to get to the checkered flag, currently trying to move their way back up into second place, all told.
Yeah, we've got the number 33 Alpha in the pits at the moment, so there will be some sort of effect with that. I wonder if they actually left the pits to service that puncture, what we suspect is a puncture, but the number of laps completed as compared in relatively, it's just miles ahead really. So it's at 34 laps adrift. So what effectively the Loreros will be hoping for is for that Alpha not to finish, for them to take the class win. But at the moment, as it stands for Class C, it is a second place that the Loreros are fighting for in that Type R. In the meantime, Visser is fighting for perhaps to unlap himself, for something to come his way. He has been for the past hour or so and a half. and matters only just got a bit more difficult with the bodywork issue that he had to get to pit and have service by his team, and clearly they did so. It's still the leader of Class D that he just passed. Now we're back on board with Vissa to get a sense of what's going on in the cockpit. Man, if you could read his mind, that would be fantastic. But this is as close as possible that we get to telepathy when it comes to the racing drivers. When we look at the focus that they have, barely blinking, gentle and measured steering inputs in the circuit, and looking exactly where they want to point the race car, and as soon as they're done with an apex, it's on to the next one. You're never looking at the same place for too long, and you especially have to have your wits about you. Given the fact that you're racing under floods, you saw what happened at turn 7, and it's that reflex, that awareness, spatial awareness is very, very important in times like these.
It's also not too busy in the car compared to earlier, where we saw the aggressive driving style coming out. You could see the shoulders stiffen up, and he was all propped up in the seat. Now, relaxed, calm, making sure it's all going to carry through. So maybe just a radio message of, okay, you're all right. Let's get it to the end here on the laps.
100%. And with 10 minutes to go, what kind of alchemy are you trying to perform for you to be able to, on track in racing trim, overtake somebody 2 laps ahead of you? And also, if you look at the lap times, I mean, we're sitting in the 1 minute now, over 1 minute, which is a territory we haven't been in a long time this weekend. We haven't seen this very often, apart from perhaps the likes of the Di Matteo Mustang, that IRC. We were very impressed to see them touch the 102s earlier on in the weekend, and to see the spearhead of the class. It's running in these lap times just tells you, and it's reflective of conditions at the moment.
Well, taking a look in the dark, Stuart White with a 59.038. So I don't think he got the message that we're running towards the end of the race. He's still keeping his foot firmly planted.
With new shoes, mind you.
That's
took
it.
a pit, with new shoes, he had a lap in hand. He was 2 laps ahead, and then took the 1 lap just to get a new set of shoes. So definitely can take advantage of those.
It's going to be an exciting time all the way through.
10 minutes remaining.
Stuart White is looking to just keep the car on. Remember, they're 2 laps ahead of Arnold Neveling, but they need to ensure this car crosses the line to make it all work. And this is always where it gets tense for all the teams, because 9 minutes to go. At 5 minutes, pit lane closes. If you pull in, your race is done. So the last thing you want to do is get caught out now.
Why am I pulsing my left leg? Steve Curtis, the last few minutes of these races always has an effect on me. Very, very exciting. Well, the prospect, I guess, of the championship is in frame here. Round 1 into Africa Racing made sure that they were there, that they collected the points that were available, which was effectively salvaging second place when they definitely wanted the win. Of course, they go out for the win. And now the roles are reversed, where they're here to collect the win, and the Nova Proto 2 team, Rico Bala Racing, are the ones collecting a 3rd place this time around. So it's a bit of an evening of things there.
No, it isn't an evening.
How so?
Ryan Nyker is the only Adjust for Sleep driver that would be scoring points to carry him through. This would put into Africa Stuart White and Hlaka up into 1st and 2nd, heading into the double points at Kalani. This is major points, and it's played into the favor because Nyker is further down the order than he needs to be.
It is the drivers, it's the individuals that are scoring. So wherever Nick Adcock is, he's losing out on the prospect of being in that championship. Of course,
he can't use it as a drop round.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He wasn't here. He can't use it as a
He has
drop
to be
round.
here to actually utilize the drop round. So there's so many factors at play when it comes to this championship, and every move that you make is definitely going to have ramifications towards the end of the season. And Neveling has made a very impressive showing here in Charlotte Ranges. Have kept it clean, kept it tidy the majority of the time. I think it was really issues once or twice, perhaps some electrical niggles or some fault and readjustments that might have been needed at 1 or 2 points during the race, but everything has gone really well for the Stradale Motorsport number 86-911, which has taken a different trim. In terms of the cosmetic side of things, it was bright orange when we saw it in round 1 as it was being tested. Never went out for the endurance race, of course. They were partaking in our 1 hour competitions in the sports and GT classes. etc. Hey, there we go. We've got side by side with the backdrafts and a very, very quick 911. That is Dan Hirsch at the wheel. Stand to be corrected. Fabian Lance is in the wheel in the number 42 V8 Roadster as she makes way for Ari Neveling, who is 2 laps adrift still of Stewie White, leader of the race.
It's going to be an exciting one, but I've just been taking a look at the points. At the end of the race, if it stays the way it is, Into Africa will not only start leading Class A with both their drivers, they will also take over the lead of the overall national championship.
Yes.
Big one here.
Yeah.
Because that is what you're aiming for. Not only a class win, if you can say you're an overall champion, considering you have been defending your class championship. 2024 was all the highs and lows, and it came down to the final race to decide it. This is a big run for them, and unfortunately for a Just for Sleep Rico Bala Racing is going to be a head scratcher of how they can make up points. But we go to their terms at Kalani.
Yeah,
but
definitely a big swing. We're going down to the pits to hear from Chloe one more time.
Gavin Rook joins us now. They're currently leading, of course, in their class with Richard. Gavin, talk to us about what a run. I mean, clearly this new car and the color is working for you guys.
I think it's down to the color. So far we're holding thumbs. There's another 4 minutes to go. It's been a wonderful race. So if we can pull it home, then we've got it. Just hold in. You got to hang on. It's very difficult.
It definitely is. Talk to us about what really made this track special for you, in your opinion.
I must be honest, it's my favorite track in the country. It's got a wonderful combination of twists and straights, which sounds fairly obvious, but it's just got a wonderful combination. The sea level also helps, so you get a bit more push out of the car. And it's just a good vibe, good people, and the most amazing Portuguese restaurant in the industrial district, which was just magic. No, it's the best track in the country, in my opinion.
Well, we know where you're celebrating tonight. That is, of course, Gavin Rook, and we're looking forward to seeing in just a few minutes if they will be able, of course, to convert this to a victory. But back to commentary.
POV, Jason Campos in the 100. Salmon Racing Polo, which has been through a lot and then some, and also you are a racing driver with no option to get back into the pits because we're 5 minutes and counting down to 0, and the pit lane is officially closed.
That's it. If you pull in, that is your race done. Best take it to the trailer or Pantechnicon. For every team, this is where you hold your breath for the next 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Hoping every mechanical part stays together. The driver just keeps it on the road. Do whatever you can to ensure you come across the line. For some, it's just a gentle drive around the circuit. For others, it is a race down to the wire to ensure that they stay in for the fight.
Yeah, and we've enjoyed seeing such a variety of talents out onto the circuit. We've got the 33 Alpha back on circuit now, seem to be dealing with a puncture, but running once more. Many talents out on circuit. Ari Neveling, not the least of those. Fast enough, experienced enough to marshal this 911 around the circuit with not the greatest of ease, but it certainly makes it look easy. When you look at just the setup of Sudali Motorsports and the pit stops, those have been equally impressive across the grid. You saw just how into Africa as well, putting their skill and their adeptness at those pit stops to use in the final moments. They're getting some new shoes for Stewie White, who leads the race at the moment with 2 laps. Michael Steven, 6 laps adrift, and making sure to keep it clean in the final moments there. But being there or thereabouts is exactly what you want. And having had a chat with Michael Steven, who is now back in the fray at Aldo at the Scribante, of course, in manager's capacity, not only as a racing driver. You can see just how in his element he is. It's exactly the temperament. He's got the temperament rather that suits the role, and he knows exactly what he needs to be doing when it comes to not only racing the car but managing the setup, understanding exactly what it takes to compete.
Oh, you could see just navigating through the back markers, no risky moves. He would rather wait it out. But you got to also give it up to the likes of Julian Familiaris taking over from Franco Di Matteo. He's just circulating as well, making up that little bit of time. But in the Franco Di Matteo, but take a look at 6th position. That is our national V8 Roadster into the top 10. And that is a good show for the backdraft Roadsters. You think it's just a slow car at the back, but consistency has brought not 1, not 2, but 3 into 6, 7, 8 in the running order.
That's 4. That's 4 with Branders. Yep, we've got
and
5
Lance
with Lance. Actually, it's 5. I love that. How about that for the V8 Roasters? Taking a swing and a punch above their weight certainly has been a well-earned reward. I would say definitely something they can take and as a feather in their hats going into Iran at Cape Town.
Just exciting times. 1 minute and 25 seconds. I'm biting the nails down to this.
It's nerve-wracking.
No, this is where you're stressing, and you can see everyone tapering off. Many are going to be asking, where's the leader? They want the leader to come by so they don't have to do that 1 extra lap across the line. And you can see Stewie White also taking his time, waiting for an opportunity, getting past, don't put the risk. This is the final moments. Everyone's going to slow up, wait for the leader, and across the line. It's going to be an exciting time. But for Inter Africa, after round 1 of heartache, round 2 is going to be a celebration in the pits.
Yeah, you just feel a shift in the energy at Inter Africa because knowing that they're defending champions, they've set a benchmark for themselves that they're going to have to constantly swing at with every move, every strategic decision, every pit stop, every overtake. Every single thing has the pressure and weight and responsibility of them defending the championship that they worked so hard for last year to earn.
And you can also see Stewie White taking lots and not very hard on the steering. He's actually got very light hands, just enough to maintain grip and do what he needs to do, but he's not tightening on the steering, not straining himself at all, and just keeping composure. You can see on the left-hand side, he was utilizing stunt. That is the flash, just to tell the drivers, listen, I'm coming through, please mind out the way, give me a little bit of space here, and continue on as we have now reached the mark. This is it. We're going to be coming around and looking for the checkered flag after 5 hours of racing here at Aldo Scribante for the 2nd round of the South African Endurance Series of 2025.
Exactly, done in championship style. It's Inter Africa Racing collecting the checkered flag after 5 hours of racing at Aldo Scribante Raceway. Well done to the champions, the defending champions, Inter Africa Racing. Stewie White, in emphatic fashion, in measured fashion, in aggressive fashion. He's taken every single step needed. Uleli Tlaka taking every single measure needed in that team, not putting a wheel wrong, quite literally down to the last and the final and dying moments of the race to take that checkered flag. Brilliantly done.
You can even see Brendan Kelly and Burley going and sitting, looking at it, just celebrations of well done guys, awesome stuff, and the calm, relaxed nature of Stewie White got a big smile on his face. This was a confidence boost that the whole team needed. But the Stradani team in 2nd place chased them down, did everything they could to try and get it done. Unfortunately, just running out of time.
Man, what is it? This onboard camera is unique in that you get a sense of trying to read the temperament and mood. We've seen so many degrees and angles at which Stewie White has had to take this race on. We saw the aggression earlier on in the day when it was that please get out the way. It had several exclamation marks after it. You can see the team getting ready to welcome Stewie as he brings it home in 1st place. A lot of hard work goes into this team. These are the young men who execute some of the most impressive pit stops you'll see. There were so many moments. Yep, a well-earned P1 by the gentlemen. They pushed hard. They're showing us they pushed hard for this and they earned it. There were so many moments where we'd walk past their pit and they're practicing and you just pause to marvel at the efficiency, the speed at which they achieved those. But Stu White now cooling down and being on board with him, we've seen every angle of this. We've seen him absorbing a blow, taking a knock from the rear with Visser not about over an hour ago, and still having to continue regardless of what was going on around him. So keeping a cool head and bringing it home for his team.
This is just going to be small moments for many of the teams. So Stuart White taking first of the Class A. For the Inter-Africa, Stradali taking second place, and third going to the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow team. And a big one for the Scribante team, making a impact here. 5 hours of racing. Last year was in a 1 hour. Last year, come in for the whole hog and bringing Michael Stephen in. Silvio and Aldo, the brothers, bringing it home in 4th place, and 5th is the Blue Sands Racing with Romano, Julian and Franco behind the wheel. They're going to be absolutely through the moon. Just so much going on. And there it is, the board everyone wants to see. Done, dusted. You've taken the checkered flag and round 2.
Oh man, screenshot that and hang it in the Louvre, my friend. That is beautiful. That's what every racing driver wants to see. But Stewie's definitely an interesting, he's an enigma. I find him to be an enigma because if you look at the car as he's racing, it really, it's a different angle to what you see. Just look how calm, look how friendly, very, relaxed body language. That is vintage Stewie. He's just like that pretty much the majority of the time.
That's what Stewie. That's what.
Gerald, team manager, of course. He's the whole thing, very hard working, gentleman. So it's a moment that when you're a teammate, you truly understand. For the example, celebrating Stewie, they share a seat together and they both put in incredible time for putting their fight down. In the right place, and of course that would earn further boost to an alliance to have the Also, I don't think there's been an individual strong enough to get Stewie that tall in a very long time. So there's that as well.
But absolutely incredible, and you can see in the background going and supporting the team, and the whole Rico Barlow team just going in, embracing, saying well done to Inter-Africa.
Yeah.
Can't take anything away from them. The Stradali team have also done incredible work walking across, handshakes as they were walking through the pits. It's just been a wild run, and congratulations to all.
Yeah, and it's an interesting moment because, like I was saying, it's a moment that only your teammates could understand just how difficult it is, and the next person to understand possibly is your rival, the guy in 2nd and 3rd. So this is a very formative moment for the top 3 as we hear from Stewie White, the winner of the SAES 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
So, Stewie. All right, we do have, of course, now the winners. Stewie, when we spoke, you said, listen, we're going to do our best, and you definitely have. Congratulations. Talk to us about this victory. I mean, starting from P2.
Yeah, look, starting from P2, we always knew we could gain the lead into turn 1, and we managed to race for the first hour. We had a few things that happened that was out of our control that put us back. Then we were like, okay, we're just going to focus on our own race, do our own thing, maximize on every opportunity, and that's exactly what we did. So thanks to Kulile, he did a fantastic stint. I think the stint of his life, his consistency was amazing, and also thanks to Gerald, Luciano, and the whole team. I mean, the strategy, the pit stops, everything this weekend was flawless. So yeah, two wins out of 3 on PE. Technically, I had one last year as well, but yeah, it seems to be a good circuit for us, and yeah, a solid start to the year in the championship.
I do hope that you'll keep the trophy this time around.
Oh yeah, I think Mr. X will get me a replica for this one.
But Mr. X, I mean, you called this. You said Stewie will make sure that, of course, we finish and, of course, get, of course, into P1. And
I promise you, I had no doubt about this one.
Yeah.
I had no doubt. This is our favorite track, and we were strong the whole weekend. And I knew when Stewie got into the car that time, I knew it there and there. that no, this one is in the bag. I told you.
You did.
I told you.
But Exo, Stewie mentions the 51-year-old that started off the stint. So clearly your contribution as well. How was it for you?
Yeah, you know, this thing is a team effort. You know, if I did not do that 2 hours and 15 in a good, consistent pace, we wouldn't be here. So, you know, we've worked hard. Stewie has really made me a race driver now, you know. So, I mean, I am so proud of this team. I'm proud of Gerald, what he's done. I'm proud of the engineer, Luciano, and I'm proud of the entire team. You know, this has been a long journey, but a lot of hard work. And it shows if you put in the effort, yeah, results do come.
They definitely do. And Stewie, maybe you can touch on the pit crew because they've also been so seamless, making sure that they execute everything so seamlessly, and really you guys do practice everything.
Yeah, look, I think the first thanks must come again to Mr. Ledlocker that's giving the guys the equipment and giving them the facilities to train like a European team. Obviously, that's what we're working on, is to become a world-renowned team. I think we already started to make footsteps in the UAE with a few strong results, a few top fives, and now obviously heading to Europe, but we have to give the guys a training ground, and thanks to Mr. Ledlocker that's investing all the money and giving the guys the opportunity to train and be a European team and train to go there.
All right, so no champagne on me, but you can guys.
But another thing, we need to mention that we thank Vodacom for you.
Yeah.
We are so happy and proud that they are part of this journey. When we make these new strides and changing the face of motorsport here and bringing inclusivity in this and bringing youth, because they believe so much in the youth, we thank them for their effort. I thank the chairman of that group. Thank you to him, Mr. Chairman Selwyn Chatz. Thanks to him, he's been amazing for us. Thank you so much for what he's done for this series.
Well, thank you to you too. Congratulations, of course, into Africa, making sure that they are victorious. Let's quickly go over to, of course, then going back into commentary.
Well, there you have it, the perspective that a champion would have. You can hear that the work is, like we discussed, Steve, it's overseas, it's Europe. You're thinking of Europe, you're thinking of the UAE. There's so much work that goes into getting into this trim when you compete. And you can see they're taking these wins. They're working hard, but they're also taking them in their stride.
Oh, it's been incredible, and it's just another show. And I've got to say one thing. I've got dry socks. No, it's fantastic, and I know many of the teams are going to be really, really happy with the result. Into Africa, going and putting in the work, getting and giving opportunities to youngsters, going and improving their racing. But with that being said, there's always a second place, and Chloe has got second place waiting to go.
We're going to go on now. Well, joining us now is Arnold and, of course, Charles, who managed to finish second after 5 hours of endurance. We'll start with you. I mean, you said 2.5 hours, you thought unbelievable. You left it to this man to finish it. But talk to us about that strategy and being really pushed to say, fully send it now.
Yes, look, we didn't really know what we were in. Well, what we let ourselves into today. We didn't have pace from the start of the weekend. I think myself and Ari were a bit on the back foot. But in any case, the team came around, and although we didn't have the perfect day, almost hitting the wall here, stopping there, you know, it was difficult. But here we are, and we got our second, and we're very happy with that.
A major congratulations, Ari. I mean, you've been calm, collected throughout the entire weekend, and here you are on a podium. Talk to us about, of course, the race from your perspective.
Yeah, I think it wasn't ideal, but you know, Charles did an amazing job in his stint. You know, he really put in some solid laps, and it's a lot of commotion behind us. Almost sounded like somebody was falling down. No, well done to them as well. But no, I mean, Charles did an amazing stint. You know, everything didn't work out exactly as planned, but you know, this is endurance racing. This happens. We always pick ourselves up, and we make the best of the situation.
All right, with that said, before we wrap it up, what more do you think you need to extract out of this car in terms of also understanding it and really to fully send it?
Look, I mean, it's really second month with the car. You know, it's not in what we always do, the Porsche. So, you know, we've now converted over to Porsche. It's going to take us a few months to understand the car proper. But, you know, I think what the team extracted this weekend is really amazing. Thinking where we came from, not knowing this car at all. So yeah, it can only go upwards from here. And I mean, to already be on the podium sort of speaks volumes.
It definitely does. Let's go over back to commentary as we're about to find out then who was P3.
Stradale Motorsports having a Porsche that is effectively one event old in the series. It's a learning curve. It's a learning curve, and regardless of what it may look like from a distance, you would think that a car with that amount of pace and performance that enjoys the setup and the years and layers of experience of the likes of course, Harry Ranjis and Charles and Ari Neveling and the entire team, you'd think that it's all just smooth sailing, but not quite. It's a learning curve, and you can see they're still adding layer after layer to improve their qualifying ability, to improve the endurance setup and understanding the strategy. All of those layers need to come together properly for it to be a solid campaign going on to the entire championship. It's not one event at a time. It's not one race at a time. It's the entire championship that they have to think about. And you can hear the clear ambition of Stradale Motorsport. But let's hear from Chloe and third place finishes.
Well, we have concluded, of course. Now joining us third place, Jono, you started off the stint. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was a long stint. It went well. We got to the front. We just kept it easy, kept it safe, managed tires, managed fuel, and no, it was a good stint. A long stint, but we had about 2 laps in hand at the end of the stint. So no, it was good.
It definitely was. And I mean, Ryan, when you talk about the youngsters, that's exactly what we saw here, a weekend of young drivers. How was that for you?
It was really good to have such a strong lineup, and yeah, my stint also went well. We were in quite a comfortable position, so we just focused on maintaining the lead, looking after tires, fuel, and having a safe race as well. And then we had that massive incident, and we thought we had caused some damage, but thankfully we hadn't. And then we had the race pause, and then we handed over to Charles, and then yeah.
Jono, I mean, we were talking over the weekend, the fact that you're learning this track as well, but it seems like you've mastered it.
I don't know, you've never mastered a track. There's always little things you can pick up on. So no, you're always learning as you go.
And then lastly, on your side, Ryan, what's your biggest highlight over the race weekend? Yes, podium, but I know you're also chasing a win.
Yeah, no, but I mean, stuff happens in endurance, and it's always next race. But I mean, the biggest improvement would also be that just getting to know the team better, and also just the improvements I've made. For example, like also I haven't known this track very well, so I mean, just learning the track, getting even more familiar with the car, always big steps in the right direction.
Big steps in the right direction. On that note, let's head over back to commentary.
Well, that was a team that in my head I dubbed Young Rico Barlow because we have 3 of the most competitive racing drivers on our grid, converging on one of the best looking cars we have on the grid, one of the fastest cars that we have on the grid, and it was always going to be interesting to see how they approach this weekend, given the fact that they have to qualify through it, get the strategy right and manage pace. You can see the body language tells it all. You know, you can see that the ambition definitely was more than third place, because there's a sort of a resigned acceptance. You know, they're sort of conceding, okay, it is third place, but the ambition is always to win. And you can see the disappointment there in Ryan Nyker and John Thomas's body language.
I wouldn't, you know, this is where I get a little bit of, I wouldn't be disappointed.
Yeah.
You've survived 5 hours of racing. And we go to the prototypes. You've got the Norman Nova, which is essentially an LMP3, which is a little bit faster than GT3 in parts. With aeromechanical, it's there, but the GT3s are always on its tail. And now we get to see the next steps. What's going to be done? How they're going to improve the car? Where can they adjust? Where can they fix? And I do think right on that entire podium, we have the next champions of the world. You can see it all. And Sitlaka is going to be the one standing there and saying, despite being the oldest, I'm ready to go and have a fantastic time. And will be the oldest of them all, but making sure he holds the first place trophy, that's for sure.
Well, look, I like the fact that you're looking forward to where each and every one of these racing drivers potentially could end up on the world circuit, because you can see the preparation behind getting into a race like this is coming is effectively from overseas. Each and every one of those racing drivers, if I'm not mistaken, particularly the youth element, do have an international background. Apart from having obviously grassroots here, they've already gone overseas and come back. It's a sort of a full circle moment for them. So them treating this campaign with this much respect and preparation tells you that it's really about the bigger picture. And that's definitely going to pay dividends. You're absolutely spot on there.
Well, also you got to think about it, and pretty much in the world of Inter-Africa, Vodacom for you,
yeah.
We always say that we have the international coming here. I think it's more the other way around. We're sending our talent across the waters, showing the capability of South Africa, and that is going and getting drivers saying, let's go and have a fight. Let's go and bring over. Let's see what we can do. Let's bring some interesting machinery in and see how it can contend with South Africa. That's been synonymous with endurance racing for so many years, from past to present, and going and having the best champions across two-wheel action and four-wheel action, whether it's sprint or enduros. We're always putting ourselves on the top.
Yep. And it's also not only about the racing talents, the racing drivers that sit, of course, at the wheel. It's overall, the bigger picture is the entire team, the operations, I mean, the technical aspect of it. And you can tell there is a consultation with the factories that manufacture these cars. And all of that knowledge is getting into South African racing community. You can hear the consultative process behind setting up the Stradale Motorsport 911 car, and how much still a lot of an exchange of information still is needed to add more and more layers. All of that is going to stay in a South African racing stable. So you can imagine what it's going to look like a couple of years from now when more of that is here and has become mastered, as opposed to something that is a first layer of learning.
I'm going to put my name on it. The Aldo, Scribante 5 hour as an annual event is going to become a world event. People are going to come and bring some of the best machinery. Reason why? You've got high altitude when you're heading up towards Gauteng. You've got low altitude when you're here by the coast. You get to bring in different dynamics, weather dynamics that people don't get to experience. You're either in the freezing cold or the blazing heat. You don't get to have the mixture of the rain and heat at the same time. So conditioning drivers, teams and cars to the best. What's the saying? Iron makes iron in that regard?
Iron sharpens iron,
There we go. That's what we have here. And Aldo Scribante, with generations of development and honing it, I mean, this is the grandfather of the Scribante name. Going and putting their hands on the circuit and saying, there we go. We've got Chelso, who is putting his hands onto the kart. So absolutely great stuff, but fantastic to see. And I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Yep, absolutely is a moment in history, and looking forward to more of these as we go on to prize giving.
All right, we're finally done, of course, with the 5 hours of the Southern African Endurance Series here in PE. Let's quickly go through, of course, then the winners. We'll start off with third place. Third place, we've got Rico Barlow Racing. Jonathan, Ryan, can you please come join us as we, of course, head over to your trophies. That's third place. Please give it up for third place, ladies and gentlemen. All right, then in second place, please, from Stradale, where is Charles and Ari? Please give it up for them. And then your overall winners, it is Into Africa, Stuart White, Kolila Litlaka. Please give it up for your P1. All right, before we do the champagne, can we quickly take a picture? Ryan, Jono, come a bit closer. Join Into Africa.
There you go. That's your leading three for the SAS. 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, a moment they've been waiting for, dreaming of since we left Swartkorps and got prepared to come down to the coast. A windy, sunny, humid, an interesting mix and combination of conditions at Aldo Scribante. It's been an absolute brilliant mix of conditions and an enjoyable, again, roller coaster. I've heard and said this word so many times. It's given us, not only on the circuit, but actually your expectations, because, I mean, it was all woe and doom and gloom. You should be wary of the weather. We've been, ever since our experience with this track last year, people were like, I don't know what Aldo Scribante, but I think we've set the record straight. We're definitely going to be looking forward to coming down here more often.
Absolutely incredible stuff. But I mean, we're going to take a look at just the racing itself has been incredible. And we will be coming up with a bit of a highlight, so just to relive the action here at Scribante. So let's take a look at some of the highlights of the race that we just witnessed of the 5 hours of Scribante. I mean, side-by-side moments right the way through. Romano going and having a bit of fun. First time in a race after 4 years of waiting for competitive action, but you can really see how the Scribante was onto the back of Into Africa as the night started to come through.
Yeah, we went from peak temperatures to running under floodlights, trying to find braking marks. This is slightly different ways of seeing many a sandwich made of metal and bolts and all sorts of rubber, and that was an interesting scene many a time, especially at the chicane, at the S's in particular, I beg your pardon. It was very, very unique. We didn't see much of that during the day, ironically enough. It's only when we lost the light, and of course there was the decision-making, I would say, incident with the 72 car. That carbon car, oh man, Steve Clark, the work that has gone into this car. Unfortunately, they had an incident at turn 7 just before the home straight, and that meant then an incident for Mark Harvey, unfortunately ramming into the 113 there of Betancourt at the time. But fortunately for him, he came out unscathed, because he minutes later joined us up here in studio to explain exactly what happened. But this was really the moment that reshaped the race. And it would then lead on to another moment that reshaped the race, at least as far as Rico Barlow Racing was concerned, when Charles Visser went into the rear of Stewie White as the two of them were trying to slice through the different classes, the slow-moving cars. Of course, it wasn't a direct race with the other cars, but it was the triple one rather of Corridus Racing, as well as the Mustang that were to the left of them there, and there was a bit of a miscommunication as to who takes which piece of tarmac, and it resulted in Rico Barlow Racing having to now replace the front end for them to finish the race.
And just showing off how innovation has come through, that you can just replace it so quickly. And once again, Franco Di Matteo getting behind the wheel, going past one of the our Alpha, having a bit of fun for the Rossi. But it's a checkered flag that came out that everyone celebrated. Majority going to be Into Africa, smiling at the end of it.
Yes, smiling and then some. Well-earned celebrations for all of them. And they will hope that this is the scene and this is the picture for the rest of the year. Certainly isn't easy, although they might make it seem so. An incredible standard that they've set for themselves as champion, and it's definitely Cape Town, I think, has a really decent foundation to work on here. The momentum is building up. It's looking like a solid championship fight that we're going to have on our hands.
Well, that is only round 2 of the championship.
100%.
There's a lot more to come.
100%.
But you've got a little bit more info of what's to come.
Yeah, well, looking forward into Cape Town, I think it's... I haven't been in Cape Town since when? 2019? I think that was the last time, and we never actually got a chance to go down there, Steve Koenig. So that's what I'm certainly looking forward to. Looking forward to a couple of entries that we didn't see come down to this round, that's for sure. We've got a bigger grid, that's for certain. We saw that at round 1. We've got new entrants that are joining us. We've got different variations of our classes, of course, that are competing with us in the form of the GT Cup SA, as well as the Sports and GT. So we're looking forward to those grids filling up a bit more and growing as the tour goes on. Of course, we're taking the bikes down to the coast, which is going to be very, very exciting. So our riders are definitely going to be looking forward to that as well. But from your side, Steve, what would you say? Should our fans joining us on the live stream and at home on SuperSport 215 look forward to going into round 3?
Well, we've got double points. So if you didn't make any points here or very little, you have an opportunity to go through. So many of the teams are going to be giving it the absolute all. One of 2 races this season that have double points on it, plus We've got 6 hours of racing at Killarney, incredibly long straight, which means the most top end these cars are going to ever reach on the calendar. So this is going to be incredible. But that being said, we're going to debut the first poster. We haven't even seen it, and there's Table Mountain. Oh man, that is just incredible.
I'm going to spend a lot of time looking over my shoulder to make sure I remind myself of exactly where I am. So if I have a distant look to me, Steve Koenig, please forgive me, because as you can see, I have plenty of reasons not to be entirely focused on your face. So you've got stiff competition in the form of the mountain, so I won't be able to help it. But yeah, certainly looking forward to the trip down there. Had a word with Andrew Horn, who's very, very excited to keep that run of form that he's got going down to the coast, where he can experience a bit more of that top-end speed that the circuit has to offer.
And the leisure actually came from Cape Town with the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow, and that's where it's going to be a little bit of fun. There's so much to go on, the championship so much to go on, and we've also got our sponsors jumping on board, Silver Lakes Farmhouse Hotels, and also likes of Vodacom for You, that's going with amazing packages as well, and especially going down to Cape Town. I know that I'm going to be really relying on them to just take as many photos as possible, sending it to the friends, and going and showing off the amazing sights, sounds, and also just seeing some amazing machinery on a classic South African circuit.
Yeah, classic South African circuits indeed. I mean, we've taken different dimensions with this series. I just have to stress again, there's so many fans of the machinery that we see out on the circuit. It's a bit of a history lesson, a bit of also a lesson into the future to see what's coming in terms of racing. I think there's a lot of promise in their introduction, for example, of the new Mustang RSC that we saw with Di Matteo Familiaris as well as Sartori. So I'm excited to see more entries coming in and filling up our grid and getting the field bigger and bigger, getting the exciting racing going.
Incredible stuff, but thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to the celebrations, but Prince, send it away, as we always know you.
It's been an absolute pleasure having you here with us at Aldo Scribante Race. Looking forward to seeing you at round 3.